Yeah. Okay. Is that going to get worked out or no? Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, how much is it? It can't be that much. If I have to throw down a credit card, I'll throw down a credit card. I know it's not my job, but it's just frustrating to like it's a good way to promote the show.
Exactly. We'll get that settled up.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, Chatty House?
You sound a little echoey.
No, it's all good now. I should be fine now, right?
Oh, sweet. Yeah, there we go.
No, it's something to do.
Rustdog got the belt. Congrats, Rustdog. Yeah, sorry if I called out our guy TC on the on X last night. Yeah.
Chris.
Sorry, not sorry.
Losing is part of sports life. We can't run from it.
Can't run from it.
Also, I need to get paid.
Jason Siebenthal with a free TC. Yeah.
Shout out to the Chatty House. I'm actually okay today. We're all good. We're all good. I did it. I did as best as I could as a fan. Filthy. I wore like 2 Red Sox jerseys this week. I don't have anything else. My Dolphin stuff is dirty, and I got white tees. That's the gist of it.
There it is. You look sporty. I don't know, Jesse. You look fine.
I got the Real Madrid jacket on today.
Oh, nice. Man, you plays tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. My son texts me. I don't know who they're going to get run over by this week, but welcome into the Insiders. Happy Friday to everybody. I'm James Ham. Joining me, Jesse Tapia today. Kyle Madsen is on his final day of vacation. He's going to have to board a plane and come home.
Is he coming back today or is he this weekend?
I think he's going to come back tomorrow. I think.
Nice.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be flying on a Sunday. But then again, the Niners already played. So Kyle doesn't have work to do on Sunday, which he typically would have to do.
Yeah, he's already go. Shout out Carl Batson. Hope he had a good time in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, last night was tough.
It was tough.
It's always tough when you're just sitting as a fan watching your team, like just watching the TV or whatever, and it's just, oh, they can't hit today, and oh, they're not gonna hit today. And I can only talk so much trash, James. I can only do so much as a fan, do my part. I can't hit for them.
I think you did your part. I did my
best. I did my best.
You battled Jake Gayden.
I feel like I won the trash talking war ahead of the game.
Yep.
Now I'm kind of just waiting for Jake Gayden to call, whether it be this show or D'Lo and KC, and kind of sing that dumb Yankee song he was singing yesterday.
Oh yeah.
And it's like I'm gonna have to sit through that, but whatever.
I hear the sadness in your voice.
Yeah, I'm happy it's Friday, but I'm not happy. I'm happy, but I'm not happy.
You know what though? I think it's one of those games where it was 4-0 and it just felt like it was going to be 4-0 the whole time, and you're just watching it unfold.
Belt to ass the whole time.
You knew exactly what was going to happen early on.
Dude was throwing heat, 100 mile an hour fastballs, no movement, by the way. Like, this is straight heat, but it's like they can't catch up to it, and then 100 mile an hour sinker. So good luck with that movement right there.
Yeah.
Whatever. He was the better pitcher yesterday. I like the future's good though.
I felt bad for you. I had the 49ers game on one TV. I had my phone with the Yankees game, and then I was watching something else.
Yeah, we're all good.
That's how my brain works.
What I hold on to is that I still have, coming back from 3-0 in 2004. I was also 6 the last time the Yankees beat the Red Sox in the playoffs. So, shout out to the Yankee fans. It's been a long time coming, and it's like, if you don't win the World Series, I know it's going to eat at you more than this will eat at me. So we're good.
Yeah. Okay, so welcome into the Insiders. We're here on ESPN 1320. It's a beautiful Friday in Sacramento. The rain has subsided. Aftershock is getting a little bit of a break. Should be an absolutely spectacular weekend for a festival.
I live a few streets down from Discovery Park, far enough to where it's like you wouldn't think you can hear the music, but you could just they play loud enough to where in that
it's
little
like
area.
all the different stations,
Yeah,
like the different stages. Yeah, it's really cool. I tried to avoid traffic on the way down. Then, like an idiot, forgot about it on the way out of King's practice yesterday. Get on the freeway, get on 5, and just get stuck. I'm like, oh, well, that was dumb. Since I knew about it, and since I went in a different way to avoid
you were
the traffic
coaching.
on the
You
way
were
there.
coaching up Jake Gayden yesterday
I
about it.
did. Jake Gayden tried to follow me. That didn't work out all that well for him because I drive too fast. And then he actually beat me to the arena itself because I think he drove to his place, which is really close by, parked in his garage, and was able to scramble over before I could get into the practice facility. We do have King's training camp, which we'll talk about in a little while. We'll dive deeper into the baseball situation that Jesse had to live through last night. But like, look,
Yeah, one of the games of the season, maybe yesterday.
absolutely stunning performance by the San Francisco 49ers.
They got heart, James. They got heart. I don't even know what to make of it. We'll talk through it right now because just yesterday on D'Lo and Casey asked me and Damien like three different scenarios. What if the Niners get blown out? What if they lose close? And what if they win? And the whole like, what if they win? I was like, oh, like that's just more on the Rams. Just they wouldn't think much about the Niners, but coming out of that game, it's tough not to think that wasn't something big for them.
Yeah, I think it was huge. And Kyle Shanahan, after the game, he called it a huge character win. And I think that sums it up. Like, that was character, like, on a football field. So I did make a statement last night on X, on Twitter, that we will not take TC's phone call today. And if he wants to call in, he can just get left on hold.
What if he wants to praise Kyle Shanahan?
No, I don't care. It's too late. He's already gone down too far down a road.
Damn. Sorry, TC. I tried to fight for you.
Yeah, he's gone way too far down a road. And the reason why I say that is because I thought the first 16 minutes of the game was one of the most incredible coaching jobs I've ever seen. And it was Shanahan and it was Saleh dialing up just one play after another to support the like injured group that they had. Like,
yeah, they were just kind of that first drive, just taking what was right in front of them, not trying to take anything deep. Just all right, we're gonna take 5 yards here, 8 yards here, 3 yards here, and just kind of slicing them the whole way down. And I mean, sure enough, got the touchdown. And then you look at the defense. I think it was their first drive for the Rams. Saleh's drawing up linebacker blitzes, and on the second down, they get a sack and it's 3rd and 20 or whatever. It's like drive's already over.
Drive's over. I mean, it was spectacular. Like, what they did is they took the wind out of the sails of the Rams. I was ready, though. I'll be honest. I was ready to come in today and talk about moral victories because I do think that there are times when there are moral victories. And I actually thought that after they went up 14-0, there's a really good chance they're not going to be able to hold this.
Well, it kind of seemed like that was going to be the case. The Rams are slowly crawling back. Oh, game's tied. And you just kind of, all right, at some point, like as great as they've played, as good as the Niners have tried to play today, like the Rams are going to get them.
And that's what I thought too.
Yeah, and it's just that just didn't happen. They got the stop at the end of the overtime.
Yeah, you know what though? For me, this is on our list of things to talk about. It wasn't as high on the list, but what this really did come down to is the momentum of kickers. Like, strangely enough, if the 49ers wouldn't have dumped Jake Moody a couple of weeks ago and gone to Eddie Pinheiro,
you're not winning this game.
You're probably not winning this game.
Eddie Pinheiro, Eddie Money, they've been calling him, hitting 59-yarder from like 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I mean, he was absolutely money, but the problem that you have is that Joshua Carty for the Rams was so bad that it was Jake Moody-esque.
Yeah, I'm going to be real. Josh Carty's probably a nice guy, but you got to cut him after that game.
Well, he misses the first field goal, and that would have made it what I think at that point it was 17-7. It would have made it 17-10, momentum shift and all that stuff. And you gave the ball back, right? Because it wasn't a huge long field goal, but it was long enough that the 49ers actually had decent field possession. But to go out there and miss an extra point in like,
well, yeah, he couldn't even get it to the landing zone in overtime.
And then to miss the landing zone?
Yeah, you got to kick it. I'm sorry. Like, a touchback is whatever. We'll deal with the touchback. You can't even get it to, what is it, the 20-yard line, I think, at least where you have to get it to. You can't kick it that far, brother. Go kick for someone else.
Yeah, it's time to go.
Yeah.
Like, again.
And I'm sorry. He's probably a nice guy, and it's like, oh, yeah, he's like NFL player. It's tough, blah, blah, blah. But
And
You lost me a game yesterday.
I thought their special teams was pretty decent outside of that, and their special teams throughout the years have been really good. To watch one guy melt down was like, oh boy.
It's always tough.
But taking all that aside, like the kicker issue that they had, the 49ers just went out there and stunned what realistically on that night should have been a much better team. I don't know that if you have a healthy 49ers and a healthy Rams and a week to prepare, I don't know who's the better team. But that's not what the 49ers were. They had no Brock Purdy. They had no Ricky Pearsall. They had no Juwan Jennings. They had no George Kittle, no Nick Bosa.
Still didn't run the ball particularly well with Christian McCaffrey.
Couldn't run the ball at all. Mac Jones got hit 10 times. And that dude stood in there and like faced the fury that was coming at him, one hit after another. I mean, there's a point where he lays on the ground and he's holding his knee, and it's like, oh boy.
Yeah. And then you figure, oh, what is it? The clock strikes midnight for Cinderella or whatever they say.
Yeah. We thought he was going to turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah.
Right. At any moment, you thought, oh, he's going to turn into a pumpkin. Then he has one pass to Kendrick Bourne after another. Like Kendrick Bourne, I don't know how I missed this, that Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones were together in New England for a couple of years.
Well, it was Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones. I'm sure there wasn't the hottest connection back then.
Well, but when you see him on the field, they instantly had connection. They had chemistry as a quarterback and a wide receiver. Mac Jones threw long and intermediate routes. He did exactly what Brock Purdy does, which I thought was spectacular. But he also stood in there and just got launched at and like kept getting up. He got sacked one time, which again is a huge thing for him to grow up and not take the sack every time. But how many times did he stand in while a defensive lineman was launching himself and just get a pass off right at the last second before he just got buried? Like, I was super, super impressed with Mac Jones.
Yeah, Mac played well. I think Kyle Matson brought it up last week or a couple of weeks ago about, hey, 49ers might be able to get a second-round pick for him. And I was kind of like, oh, we'll see or whatever. But he keeps playing well. He's kind of an abbreviated version of this last year's Sam Darnold.
Yeah.
Where he's like, because when Brock Purdy's healthy, he's going to be the starter and all that. But just if Mac finishes the season with 5 starts or however many, and he's just playing like this, like, yeah, the Niners are going to be able to get decent draft capital for him.
Yeah, he's already at 3 starts. Right.
Yeah. And imagine, like I said, imagine probably starts next week. I don't think you're rushing Brock Purdy back at this point.
Yeah. And they're 3-0 in those starts. Now you have 10 days here to get Brock Purdy healthy. And Mac Jones was very clear after the game. Hey, this is Brock Purdy's team.
Yeah, he knows what it is.
Yeah. He's the guy who's making $200+ million. He's got the contract. I don't. This is his team.
It's always funny though, how those questions still pop up. Just, oh, Mac.
Of course.
It's just, we know what it is, but there's always going to be some type of controversy because someone's going to ask it.
One of the original quarterback controversies was in San Francisco. I mean, it was Joe Montana and Steve Young, right? They traded for Steve Young when he was like being underutilized with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers after he played in the USFL. And then he was the backup to Joe Montana. And every time he played, it was like, oh my gosh, this guy's incredible.
Yeah.
So that's like one of the original quarterback controversies. And, throughout the years, they've had plenty of them. But my goodness, man, I'm not a Mac Jones like believer and say, hey, this should be the quarterback. But for a guy to step in and be that good, it was like, all right, good for you, man.
At this point, if Brock Purdy does miss more games or however many more games he does miss, like, you feel pretty good about the 49ers chances. I don't think there's, if you're a 49ers fan out there, like, oh, we still got to start Mac Jones. Like, oh, no, we could win. You can win today.
Well, that and like, look, I think the other thing is like, we can talk about like how big this win was or not. But here's the deal. In the first 5 weeks of the season, you've beat Seattle, you beat Arizona, and now you've beat the Rams.
They're the best team in the division.
You're 3-0 in your division play. You've already split at a minimum every single one of your divisional games. And then from here, you got a tough game against Tampa Bay next week. But then it's Falcons, Texans, Giants, Rams again, Cardinals, Panthers, Browns, Titans, the Colts, the Bears, and Seattle. Like the 49ers at 4-1, like we can talk about tiers and we can say that they're tier 2 or they're tier 3, whatever.
Yeah, Kyle Batson yelled at us last week.
Yeah, he thought, oh no, they're way closer to a tier.
I didn't get a text yesterday.
No. So, but my point is that this team is like, just the schedule alone, they should walk to 11 wins at this point. Like that's at a minimum if you're 4-1 right now.
Yeah. Walking baby steps, James. Baby steps. We still got to figure some things out.
Okay.
Yesterday was a gutsy win, but yeah, we still got to figure some things out.
Okay, I agree, but at 4-1, in order to get to 11 wins, you need to go 7-5 the rest of the way. Barely over 500 team, 7-5, right? And 7-5 again with this schedule. That's, I mean, again,
Well,
the
also
Bears,
too,
the Titans, the Browns,
but yeah,
the Panthers, the Giants, the Texans, Atlanta. That's 7. That's without beating any of your division rivals, without beating the Bucks. That's 7.
I get that, but also injuries do matter, and I wonder how sustainable this is the rest of the season if you are just dealing with so and so's out this week or this person's out that week. Like I think at some point you are gonna have to pick up your health.
Yeah,
which is why, like, I'm not saying like you're wrong or anything like that, but like I'm saying like they do have to get back to being healthy, and I do think they still need to figure out that run game.
No, I think so too. The run game has been a disaster, an absolute disaster. And I know Jason Siebenthal in the chat here says I'm already booking Super Bowl parade. No, I'm saying they're a playoff team. They're a playoff team because they're 4-1 and they're 3-0 in division. Like that's impressive. That's impressive, especially with the sheer volume of injuries and the fact that they had to play a Thursday night game. I just thought Kyle Shanahan, Robert Saleh, they outcoached McVay so badly in that game. They had their team ready to fight and to play, and they were so undermanned. And the fact that they were able to step up in that moment and win, it was just stunning to me. Like I did not expect that at all. They were 8.5-point underdogs by the time the game started. I expected them to not cover that 8.5.
How did you feel about McVay going for it at the end of the game there on that 4th and 1? Honestly, I didn't hate it.
You know,
your defense already gave up 26 points up to that point.
Yeah, like I was talking to Charlie about this, and like if you kick the field goal right there, you're conceding a tie at best.
Pretty much, yeah, that's my thinking.
So, like the best possible outcome is that you tie the game because there's 3.5 minutes left after the kickoff. After everything's done, you're looking closer to 3. The 49ers probably would have, if they get 1 or 2 first downs, it's already, it's going to be a 1 possession game. And so I was kind of okay, but at the same time, man, this early in the season against a division opponent, I probably would have kicked the field goal and played for the tie. But again, the problem is their field goal kicker was horrible. So I don't know. I don't know if I would have kicked the field goal.
I probably played into it. I would have went for it. If you're gonna go for it, go for it. I hate, like you said, like I wouldn't want to play for the tie or anything like that, because I don't think I'd trust my defense enough at that point to stop Mac Jones. As weird as that sounds,
that right there is a statement.
Yeah, they were playing well, and just the way the game was going, I'm gonna try and get the win here.
Yeah, and Mac Jones was something like 33 of 49. Like he threw a ton of passes. It was crazy. All right, we're gonna keep talking 49ers because this was one of the most impressive wins from that team in quite some time. Like at the end of the day, you walked into a game that everyone thought you were going to lose, and you come out on top. And all of a sudden, you're sitting atop your division with a nice 3-0 divisional record. And so there's a lot more to unpack here. We're the insiders here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader. Be back in just a few. Michael, you're surprised Stafford didn't option into an outside run play without. If you go back and look, Lenore and Siegel were lined up with containment on the outside and flew in to cut off the edge. I don't know that like an option read to go try to go around that would have worked. I mean, maybe you would have been 1-on-1 or 1-on-2 with a safety and a cornerback, and maybe you get by, but I don't know about that. The Niners just go back and watch that play because we had McAfee on earlier, or we have it on right now. They showed the replay of that final play probably 25 times. The collision that happened there was crazy. It was literally like a traffic accident, like two cars running a red light and going head on against each other.
No Wayne. There's no QB battle, and yes, Boston should have kept Evers. Could have used him yesterday.
Yeah.
It's not like the Giants made good use of him.
Jesse, did you send a link for us?
Oh no, I'll get that to him.
Sweet. We do have for us at 11:20.
Yeah, 3 questions in.
Throw your questions in, and we'll start starring him.
I feel like my team's back on the come up. I got SGT bought low on him. I got him, Judkins, Saquon, and Hampton.
Jason Siebenthal, that might be the lamest question I've ever heard. Could they play 2 quarterbacks with Shanahan schemes? No, you don't play 2 quarterbacks. No. Like if you ever play in a fantasy football league that has 2 quarterbacks, you should just not play. That's not football. Yeah, I mean, maybe Michael. I don't know.
I think they ended up okay. No, I read the wrong message. Never mind.
Yeah, Zabo, that's tough. Sorry about that. Half of my team is on IR. My son said the other day, he's like, we have 9 wide receivers. I'm like, how's that possible? No.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. We got a little overcast Friday here in Sacramento.
Perfect.
It is like my watch says 57 degrees right now. It's a little chilly, but it's
fine.
Yeah, it is.
Like, you're fine with that. I'm fine with this little windbreak or whatever. It's good.
This is a day that you kind of want to like go home,
not go to work,
watch like 4 movies.
It's exactly what I told my fiance before I left work today.
Yeah,
I left for work today.
Yeah, just snuggle up on the couch with a blanket. Yeah.
But no, we're here talking. I think at what time is it? 10:45. You have me ready to talk about my team losing yesterday. So yeah, it's great. I'm glad to be here.
Yeah, we're just gonna drag it out.
James has got it all scheduled out, ready to go. What happened? It says, "What happened here, Jesse? So many mistakes. Blah blah blah." Great. Yeah, let's talk about it.
But we're gonna wait. We're gonna make you wait to talk about it. We got to finish up this 49er discussion. First of all, like we did bring up the McVay decision late in the game. I thought it was. I mean, in the moment, I was like, what is he doing? Like, just kick the field goal. But then you start like layering everything. And it might not even have been the fact that the kicker missed a field goal earlier, because it was a super short field goal. They're on the 11-yard line.
Hit that.
That's a 28-yard field goal.
You think?
Right? So you're assuming he's going to hit a 28-yard field goal. Here's the problem, though. It's the landing spot issue that he had on the previous kick that may have made McVay go, okay, if he botches the kick again and they get the ball to 40, or let's say he does get it into the landing zone, but it's a fluff kick and they end up returning it to the 35 or 40, they only need like 25 yards to get in field goal range. And I think that might have been as big a concern. You had zero confidence in that moment with your kicker.
That makes sense. And maybe you want to call a different play at that point. But like I said, I mean, just bring it in how the kicker played at that point. Like, I don't hate the move to go for it.
Yeah, I am surprised.
And I hate the idea of trying to play for the tie or just anything like that.
Yeah, I'd also like.
Which I guess can bite you in the ass, but it is what it is.
You have Stafford, you have Puka Nacua, you've got Devontae Adams, you
still got Kyron Williams. Just line them up a different way, where it's just, everyone knows you're going up the middle here.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised they didn't at least get a little more inventive. I mean, you can't run like the tush push with Stafford. That's not going to get you anywhere.
Might turn into dust at that point.
Yeah, he might literally just turn into a pile.
He goes down like Obi-Wan and against Darth Vader.
Yes.
Yeah. The uniform's just there, laid out on the floor. It's like, wait, you're poking it. Where did Matt go? Matt, where are you?
I fully understand that analogy, and
that would not work on D'Lo and KC, by the way. So I made sure to use that one here.
Yeah, that's right. They would have been like, "Who is Obi-Wan?"
Oh yeah, they would have looked at me like, "Who the hell are you?"
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
I think you're right. because you're someone who watched Dan Marino at least for a bit.
On YouTube, shout out.
Yeah, I watched Dan Marino, and I would never have had Dan Marino do a quarterback sneak. Like, the dude could not move at all. And Stafford's kind of that way, right? He is a true, at this point in his career, true pocket passer that can't really move around. But
he's getting epidurals in his back before the season started.
Oh yeah, I mean, he didn't even show up to training camp. They're like, yeah, we might as well not play. We're not even sure if you're gonna survive to week 1. But I also want to point out some of the crazy things that we saw in this game. First of all, shout out to the defensive backfield from the 49ers. You didn't get a bunch of pressure on the quarterback. You had 2 quarterback hits and you had 1 sack. They were dialing up blitzes, and the blitzes actually worked. You could see like incomplete passes happened because of the blitzes, but Puka Nacua had 10 catches for 85 yards.
Yeah, I don't care about the 10 catches. If he's catching the ball and just hitting the ground every time because you got a defensive back right there, then that's a win. Like, Puka's one of the best receivers in the league at this point, so you take that any day.
Yeah, I mean, he came into the game leading the league in receiving yards and receptions. He's going to lead the league in receptions. I mean, he's on pace for like something astronomical.
He's just a guy week in and week out now where you just, okay, Puka Nacua is here. You just do your best and you hope at this point.
Yeah.
He's that good.
He is. He's incredible. But the fact that the 49ers wrapped him up and kept him, like, held him at bay. I mean, you keep Puka to 8.5 yards per catch. That's wild. I mean, first of all, he's a big receiver.
I think he was averaging 128. I can double check, but about around 128 per game going into it.
Well, that, and we talked about it yesterday. The crazy thing is he was at something like 42 catches coming into the game, right? Now he's at 52. But 42 catches, and you compare that to, again, what did McCaffrey had? I think 30 catches coming in. But McCaffrey had 100 total touches, and he was at 42, and you had some like 58 more touches for McCaffrey coming,
which is also another thing we probably need to talk about.
Yeah, we're gonna get to that. But I still thought, number one, your defensive line held up. They did a good job against the run. They weren't like unbelievable, but you had to punch out by who was it that that stopped Williams at the 1 yard line?
I don't remember.
Alfred Collins.
Yeah,
absolutely tremendous play. And that's where it looked like, again, it looked like the 49ers are going to lose. And all of a sudden they get a punch out right at the 1 yard line and a recovery. That was phenomenal. The drive, they get pinned at the 2 yard line and were able to go down and get points on the board. Like, there were all of these little moments where they stepped up in ways that weren't always conventional.
Well, that's the thing too. I think we've seen that enough from the Niners defense. Like you just said it, they might not necessarily stop you every drive or like, oh, you're scoring 15 today because you're showing up the Niners defense. No, you might get 20 something or whatever, but it seems like when there's a big play that's needed, they're always there in the right moment.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, how many times have we seen Fred Warner flash out of nowhere and you're like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he got to that play.
It's damn near at least 5-8 times a game, it feels like.
Yeah, he's so good. And Siegel is developing like super fast. Marquise Siegel, he's the one who had, well, I mean, there was a bunch of people that were there to stop the final play, but he flew in and sort of, stopped it cold, like didn't let Williams.
Yeah, it was done after that point once he got there.
Yeah, and he ended up with 13 total tackles, including 7 solos. I thought that was super impressive. On the offensive side, though, like, I don't know what to say here about McCaffrey. Like, as a receiver, he was spectacular. Again, what do you have? 8 catches for 82 yards, something crazy like that. So, I mean, as little as that sounds, he actually had more yards per carry on catches than more yards per catch than Nacua, which is wild because one of them's coming out of the backfield. Our friend Josh DeBow over the AP, Christian McCaffrey, 75 snaps, tied for the second most of his career. He had 83 snaps against the Atlanta Falcons on December 23rd, 2018. It also tied for the most by a running back on a Thursday night game in the last 20 years. And who he tied was himself in 2019 against Atlanta. Like, again, this is a guy who came into training camp, had some more bumps and bruises. There was some concern about, whether he's going to be ready. And here he is, like he's out there every single snap. And that to me is wild that you're not able to get Brian Robinson on the field a little bit more. But it also, when it comes down to it, you've got no Kittle, you've got no Jennings, you've got no.
It's just what has to
Pearsall.
happen at this point. And I know Brian Robinson's name keeps getting thrown around. Brian Robinson was a very good running back a few seasons ago. Like, there's a reason why Washington cut him and why he's here now. Like, I get people want to see him get more touches, but ideally he's not, because it's just, I don't want to say he's not good or anything like that, because like he's still a decent NFL running back, but it's just that's just not feasible here. That's not how the 49ers can win the game. They can't run the ball as is. So what exactly are you expecting from Brian Robinson Jr. that you can't already get from CMC? And with Christian McCaffrey, like the touches, it's a lot, but it's just what the 49ers need right now. You're too banged up to try anything else. It's just, you got to make it work, and hopefully he's able to come out healthy.
Yeah, so we talked about it yesterday. McCaffrey came into the week with 100 touches. He's averaging 25 touches per game between rushes and receptions. That's astronomical. That's like, oh my gosh, what are you doing?
He leads the league in scrimmage yards right now. He led the league in scrimmage yards going into the game.
I don't even think it's going to be close by the time it's all said and done. But here's the thing. Like, he went out there last night. He had 22 rushes and 8 receptions. We were talking about how 25 is so many. He had 30 touches last night. I get that this is the only path forward for the 49ers today. But week 8?
Well, you'd hope week 8, Jawan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall there, and
you hope
Brock Purdy, not even Brock Purdy at this point, just whoever's playing quarterback, just you have more options. George Kittle's back. I mean, you have to give right now, like it feels like, CMC getting all these touches is not sustainable, but also you're expecting guys to get back.
I hope so, but
for right now, I think it works.
It's just whether or not there's going to be any tread on the tire when you get to that point. Like, you can't literally have no tread left on Christian McCaffrey by week 10. I mean, whether you think that they're a Super Bowl contender or a playoff team or whatever, there's got to be a point where you've got to pull back a little bit. And, we're watching.
But why though? Like right now you're winning. It's that right now you're doing what it takes to win. Like, I get exactly where you're coming from, but I don't think that giving Brian Robinson more touches is going to help you even more. It might hurt you. It might hurt you more than it helps. Giving McCaffrey's just too dynamic, and he's just all you have at this point.
I guess, but you can't get Isaac Guerrero out there for anything. I mean, maybe not, but right now McCaffrey's pacing for 442 touches. There will not be anything left of him for the playoffs.
Oh, you'd hope when Jawan and Pearsall get back and Kittle, you're able to spread the ball out more.
You hope. But what does that mean? 3 less receptions per game? You still need him for the 22 rushes. That's tough. So I don't know how it's going to play out. I don't, but I do know that at 29 years old and with a career, he has a long history of injury. I don't know that, number one, he can stay healthy for the entire season, but number two, if this is how this ends up, if he's well over 400 touches on the season, plan for life after Christian McCaffrey next season, the year after. This is going to be it, because you watch running backs that hit this type of volume and there's nothing left of them the next couple of seasons. The only one is Derrick Henry.
What do you think it means for this season though?
Well, what it means for this season,
do you think
you're just
McCaffrey's running out of gas at the end of the year?
Well, I mean, I got to be honest with you. He's already running out of gas. The receptions are incredible, right? But he had 22 carries for 57 yards yesterday. He averaged 2.6 yards per carry.
I wonder if that's an offensive line problem, though. Because it's not like you throw anyone else out there. It's oh, yeah, they're gashing the defense right now. They're just the 49ers as a whole just can't run the football.
No, that's true. That's true. And I think what they're doing is they're becoming a passing juggernaut, which I don't think anyone expected coming into the season, especially all we talked about was how their receiving room was void of anyone who was healthy or extremely talented.
And I'm sure defenses too are coming into these games Mac Jones is starting, Kendrick Bourne's starting, Pearsall and Jawan Jennings aren't here. All right, yeah, we're gonna just stop CMC, and all right, Mac Jones beat us, which he's done.
Yeah, I just didn't think that we'd get to week 5 of the NFL season and the 49ers without Ayuk, without Pearsall for a couple of games, without at least for one game, without Jawan Jennings for for 2.5 games, without Kittle for 3 games, 4 games, without Ayuk at all. I don't think anyone thought that they would lead the league in passing yards per game.
Coaching. I know.
You're going with what you got to go with.
Yeah, he who should not be named TC doesn't want to hear it, but I mean, Shanahan's able to just make it work.
He's able to make it work. And like, look, I was watching a replay of the final play and watching Robert Saleh jump out on the field and yelling and screaming. But I also watched McCaffrey catch that ball where he went down the sidelines, took a big hit, but kept going and like got a big gain. And Robert Saleh was right there yelling and screaming. Getting Robert Saleh back on this team is like complete game changer. And I don't know what the 49ers do here outside of making him like the associate head coach / defensive coordinator.
He'll be gone again.
I think he'll be gone again, but I would say this. If you could keep Robert Saleh here for 2 years and at least start to bring someone up behind him, like develop someone else, that would be tremendous, because as of right now, like, he is a game-changing coordinator.
I don't think Robert Saleh is leaving for the first job that pops up. And what I mean by that, like, he's already left for the Jets job and that didn't work out. And I'm sure, I don't know how the Jets' inner workings are or anything like that, but I'm sure it's not the most functional organization. And I'm sure there's a lot of dysfunction there. So, like, I'm sure Saleh learns from that, and he'll probably be a lot more picky with his next job. So I don't think it's like, oh, there's 5 jobs open. Like, if they're not great ones, then Saleh's probably staying in San Francisco, Santa Clara, whatever you want to call it, until the right one pops up.
I hope that that's the case, because if I'm Robert Saleh and the Carolina Panthers come calling,
I don't want that job.
I don't want that job. To be honest, the Miami Dolphins come calling, I'm not taking that job.
Fair enough, James. Fair enough.
Look around the league. Look around the league, though. Like, how many jobs? Like the Cleveland Browns call, not taking that job. Like, I hope he's selective with where he goes, and because I think at the end of the day, you're watching an extremely high level defensive coordinator, but on top of that, he has all of the qualities of a head coach, and he's
a leadership. He's got their ear. He's a leader.
Yeah, he is. He's a leader of men, and there's got to be a point where he gets a job that you just can't turn down. I hope that he waits for that. Because there are a lot of bad jobs in the NFL that just cycle through. You do not want the Saints job. You for that matter, like taking the Raiders job would be a disaster. You want a job where you have a quarterback, where you have players, but then you actually have some semblance of a defense that he can work with. And I think that that's kind of what the Jets job was, except for the quarterback thing. And, like, there's nothing, if you don't have a quarterback at the NFL level.
It was over when they drafted Zach Wilson.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Like, not to bag on Zach Wilson. Shout out to my backup quarterback, but.
Oh, man, I forgot he's your backup quarterback.
Yeah. It's great. Whatever. But point being, like, once you drafted that guy, it was done.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, someone in the chat, Adam L, says, avoid the Bears job. Yeah. I mean, that's what you got to do. For me, like, if a good job pops, becomes open for next season or the season after, then go. But if I'm the 49ers, I'm saying, okay, what does it take to keep you here financially for at least one more season and maybe 2? Because I do think that this is the window that you're dealing with. This is Trent Williams. This is, Kittle, Fred Warner. This is the last CMC. This is their window. And you need everybody, like, all hands on deck. And for me, Saleh has just been, like, he's a tremendous coach. You can see how much impact he's having on this team.
Would you say that Shanahan, and we could throw Saleh in this since we've been talking about him, kind of been the story for the 49ers this season so far? Like, you've played through injuries, you had Mac Jones in there, but it's just more so, has it been the coaching that's got them through?
Yeah, I think so, 100%. Because look, it's not just that Bosa, Kittle, Purdy, Pearsall, Ayuk, Jennings, Mustafa, who hasn't played yet. All these players are hurt. It's that you're running young players out instead of those guys. You went out and
throw John Lynch in there too, then, for the rookies.
Yeah, John Lynch has did an amazing job. Him and Shanahan did an amazing job of finding rookies that can play right away. Because I mean, again, Marquez Siegel, I don't think anyone thought he was going to be your starting safety, and here he is having 13 tackles on Thursday Night Football on 3 days rest. I mean, that's just incredible. But again, Stout is one of the leaders for Rookie of the Year, for Defensive Rookie of the Year in the NFL. I like, at least per ESPN, I saw that yesterday. They have him number 2 right now Michael Williams, like you've got a left guard that's a 6th or 7th round pick that they just figured out like this offseason. So for me, I think the story is the coaching job that's being done, because you're doing this with a shoestring, budget basically.
Kyle Shanahan finally going to get his first Coach of the Year award.
Ooh, I mean, if they finish
kind of been escaping him all this time.
12 wins, I would be surprised.
Well, just say they go 10-7 or 11 and what is it? Yeah, 11-6 it'd be now with the 17-game schedule, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, say he does that and they win the division, and you're kind of playing between Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. It'd be kind of tough not to give it to him.
Yeah.
I don't even think you need 12.
We didn't bring up like Demarcus Robinson was on the field last night, had, a play or two, but he was suspended the first 3 games of the season. Like, you're going out and getting Kendrick Bourne like out of nowhere and throwing him on the field, and next thing you know, he had, what do you have?
140 some yards, I think, yesterday.
10 catches, 140,
yeah,
142 yards, something like that. Yeah, absolutely tremendous. Okay, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna rip this Band-Aid off and talk Yankees Red Sox.
Why don't we just leave the Band-Aid on?
Because we don't like to let things heal here.
Fair enough.
Jesse.
Whatever.
We don't. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a few. No, who's on the call? Yeah, yeah. I don't like taking calls because there is a dump button in here, and I know Jesse's here with the dump button, but at the same time, I'm just not. That's not my bag.
I got you.
I don't mind looking at the chat and bringing up stuff from the chat. Let's see. What do we got in the chat? Hey, if you guys have questions for Faraz, send them our way.
Yeah, throw any fantasy questions so we can start
them. Hey, Collins was incredible. That play at the goal line was nuts. Yep. Yeah, I think Mustafa, if he's healthy, if he can get back on the field, and I think he's getting close. I think they're actually getting close to opening his practice window. And this is the week that Ayuk was available, like for his practice window to open as well, but I don't think they're going to. Yeah, Steven, like, look, I thought the Niners were going to get thumped last night, and like rightfully so. Like everything told you that that's what was going to happen. I think one thing that we miss, and sometimes you just get so like you're looking at the injury report and you're so tied up in that, is that I know this sounds really simple and basic, but both teams were playing on 3 days rest, not just one team. And so, like, while I would like to say the 49ers got the best the Rams had to offer last night, they got the best they had to offer within the confines of, the situation, playing on a Thursday night after playing on Sunday. Yeah, I agree. Huff has been impressive, but yeah, it's just tough. You need the person on the other side putting pressure, and unless Michael Williams can be like can start getting to the quarterback more, it's going to be difficult. They need to go make a trade. And I think last night's game probably opens a door for you to make a trade where maybe if you lose that game, you're like, okay, let's hold out a couple more weeks and see what happens. Now it's like, hey, I think we should probably look around. See if there's a possibility to go out and get a Hendrickson or anything like that. Hendrickson. Oh, this is a good point, Justin. Saleh is only allowed to leave if D'Amico Ryans gets fired. Yeah. Again, D'Amico Ryans, same thing. Leader of men. Super impressed with him, except for what's happened there. It's kind of weird. I agree. Like he's a one-cut runner, and there is very difficult to get downhill. But you have to be able to run the ball. I mean, it's like a basic tenet of Shanahan's offense. You got to figure out different players because every once in a while you stumble upon something when you give different looks. And Guarendo, I don't. He wasn't incredible last year, but he was good enough that he probably should get a few carries and a few receptions. I agree with this. I haven't seen any questions for Faraz. If you guys have questions for Faraz, oh, there you go. You started.
Yeah, we got a few of them, Star.
Okay.
Keep throwing them in here.
I think Michael. I think this was coach speak. I do. I think he was trying to get people amped up. Some weird stuff going on here in the chat.
Is there ever normal stuff going on in the chat?
No, there's never.
Shout out to the
stuff.
chat house. I love you guys. Chat house always has my back.
Shout out to the clubhouse last night. They had this really, really nice chimichurri steak. They had it last week too, which is unusual for them to run back things, but I was able to watch some football, have a nice steak. It was good. Ooh, that's a good question. Oh, yeah, that's a good question. I like that. Which Arizona running back?
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me this week with Kyle Madsen out. We've got like all kinds of things to talk about. We spent most of the show so far on the incredible San Francisco 49ers win last night over the Rams. What was it, 26-23 in overtime? But bad things happened on the baseball world yesterday for our friend Jesse Tapia.
Thank you for saying those bad things. No one's happy that the damn Yankees won yesterday. What happened yesterday on the baseball field was awful and it was bad, okay? It wasn't a good thing that Jake Gaden's happy today on Friday or anything like that. Yesterday was a bad thing. Thank you.
You know, it's funny. There are quite a few media members in Sacramento who are Yankees fans, and I don't get that. Like, I don't know. Like, Jay Ross is a Yankees fan. Frankie Carcelli is a Yankees fan. Jake Gaden is a Yankees fan. I don't know why. Kenny is a Yankees supporter,
which is weird. I don't know why he does that. Like, why? You're on the show with me. Have my back.
That's right. I don't know. There's something about the Red Sox that, like I grew up in.
They're the underdog,
and they shouldn't be the underdog though.
I know. Why, James? Tell them, because we won however many more World Series than the Yankees, and however many past 20 years.
Well,
we got 4 World Series compared to their 1 in the last 20.
Yeah, but I grew up in an era where they could never win, where they were the lovable loser. But they still weren't the lovable loser. The Yankees are the evil empire.
Yeah, they're horrible.
And I don't know how to relate that, but the Red Sox have never been like that much better than the evil empire. I get it. That's your team.
No, because they have like the Bill Buckner moments and all that. Like,
well, the Bill Buckner moment is like one of the most dramatic things.
Like Aaron Boone. That's why the Red Sox are the underdogs. Is like the stupid moments like that happen to them.
You know what's crazy?
It's been nice the last 20 years, like I've said, but
you've watched the Bill Buckner play,
right?
Yeah. But to live through the Bill Buckner play in the moment,
send him into hiding.
Yeah, because
not hiding, but kicked him out of Boston damn near.
You get to watch it knowing what happens. To be sitting there watching it live was one of the most incredible things ever, because Bill Buckner was like, if anything, he was the most stable force on that team. So, he'd been in the league forever. You expect him just to scoop up the ground ball and go right to first base and step on it. And then all of a sudden, like bedlam.
Yeah, you're the most hated man in Boston for the next 20 years
Yeah, probably 20 years. Yeah.
till they won again.
And I think R.I.P. Bill Buckner. Yeah, that was an incredible series. Plus, like the Mets were stacked, right? They had just like this incredible group of players. You know, like what Gary Carter behind the plate, that Mookie Wilson in center.
Yeah.
They had that platoon and like at third base. You know, Wally Backman, Lenny Dykstra, Strawberry, Gooden. You know, Ron Darling. Like they really really had a good team. And that I still thought that would be the time that the Red Sox finally snapped their curse. And nope.
It's all good. They waited for me to snap the curse. But yeah, yesterday, what sucks about yesterday is not even that they lost. Because to be honest, like if we talk baseball right now, like the Red Sox got the most out of that team that they could. If you would have told me after they traded Rafi Devers, which still a dumb move in my eyes because none of the guys you traded for made any difference in this postseason series. So that was great. Could have used Rafi's bat. But point being, after that, if you would have told me, yeah, they'll make the wild card round, like I would have been happy. Cool. I think they got the most out of this team. I mean, they pitched a 23-year-old kid yesterday who is going to be really good for them going forward. But how many times did we see this is the youngest kid to start in a winner-go-home game in the postseason since Babe Ruth in 1916? Like, that's an insane stat. They just ran out of gas at the end. The Yankees were the better team. Whatever. But, like, all in all, yeah, it hurts more that they lost to the Yankees, but good season for the Sox.
Yeah, I think it was a good season for the Sox. And, like, look, the Yankees are stacked. Right, that's a very, very good team.
Yeah, it's a team that's been chasing a World Series since 2009.
Yeah, it's a team that spends like 4 or 5 times more than the Sacramento A's.
Yeah, and somehow they just always fall short, huh, James?
Yeah, kind of crazy.
I know, hilarious.
When was the last time they won a World Series?
2009.
Okay,
Beat the Phillies.
Okay, that's some time. Yeah, especially with all the money they spend.
16 years. I know they're counting.
So the Yankees, again, they topple the Red Sox 4-0. The mistakes by the Red Sox.
That was tough because it's like,
crazy.
let the kid lose, but when your defense doesn't have his back, then it's just super frustrating.
Yeah, I watched like a 4-play clip.
And it wasn't hard hit baseballs or anything like that. A lot of it was soft contact, just getting through the infield, or the little blooper in the center field where the Rafaela probably should have took a better route or just been just more ready to go for that one. Like, it's just that's what's most frustrating about it.
Yeah, the line drive up the middle that the shortstop came up just short on. The bad play by the first baseman, popped the ball up in the air.
Yeah, that was tough. After that, it was kind of like, okay, I know what it is. They're not coming back.
Yeah. I mean, it's weird when you know like right away, like, oh yeah, this isn't gonna work.
Yeah, and then you had Schlittler throwing. I mean, just like I said, throwing gas, an all-time start for the Yankees, which was tough.
Yeah. It just kind of a bummer to watch your team fall like that. On top of that, we had the Cubs advance with a 3-1 win over the Padres. This is wild because both this game and the Tigers Guardians game, they combined for 13 pitchers in both games. That is crazy.
That's what you got to do. The Padres got into their bullpen by the second inning, I think.
Yeah,
might have been the third.
Darvish lasted 1 inning.
Yeah, but I mean, they had the best bullpen in baseball, so I guess you're kind of prepared for that. Tough for the Padres, given that you traded your best prospect for a closer, and it's just like you're out in the wild card round now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the gamble that you take, right? Because I thought this team was built to win. They're built to compete with the Dodgers in the NL, and to fall flat and not make it out.
Yeah, you can't go all in and then just follow in the wild card. Like that's a bad job by your front office. I mean, I guess it's on the players too, because like the front office did what they could, I guess, but you need a lot more than just a wild card round loss.
Yeah,
especially if you're giving up that prospect.
Well, and especially if you're gonna spend the money that they've spent over the last like 5 years. Like they have spent so much money. I mean, they spent all this money for the owner that, you know, they were trying to win something before he passed away, and he passed away. And then it feels like they keep spending. Like they have spent so much money.
It's good for the fans, I guess. I mean, it still gives you hope every year. Well, just that your front office is doing something.
That's a great environment down there. Like I
they sell out damn near every game, it feels like. Yeah, I'm sure they were near the top of the league in sellouts, if not first.
Yeah, and you've got San Diego State, you've got UC San Diego right there, and it is a party.
Yeah, I still got to get out to Petco. I've never been there before.
I've been to Petco, but not inside for a game. And actually, like strangely enough, I went to Jack Murphy's Stadium. Is that what it was before? That's what the previous stadium was. And I was there for motocross. I actually wasn't there for a baseball game, but like many years ago, I was with friends and we went for motocross there. A huge stadium. Yeah, I think it was just tough to see a team that you thought had a ton of talent fall. And like, look, good for the Cubs. I
Yeah,
like,
Cubs are always a fun team to watch. Shout out Manny, big Cubs fan.
yeah, a lot of like storied franchises moving on here.
Tigers, Guardians. End of the season doesn't matter anymore. That whole comeback by the Guardians, Tigers win that series, and the Guardians coming back down from 15 and a half games means absolutely nothing.
0.
Absolutely nothing. It's funny how baseball works.
Yeah, isn't it? So the Tigers won 6-3. They eliminated the Guardians, and they move on. Flaherty was really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then again, I thought Stephen Vogt like cycling through 8 pitchers, like he did everything in his power to try a different look.
I give
go ahead.
Honestly, I give major props to the Tigers. Just no one, like, we've all watched baseball. We all played it as kids, and the yips are real, and this and that. And the fact that they were still able to overcome that and win this series, that's big time.
It is big time, and like, look, I don't like
because now, I mean, it's the weight of the world off of their shoulders. At this point, they're like, we can go win the damn World Series damn near. Like, what else? There's nothing else that's going to stop us. We got through the worst possible point in our season, and we came out on top still.
Yeah, and like this was a team that actually made the playoffs last year, but not a team that you like expected to be this like multi-time playoff contending team. So to make it through is pretty cool. I'm here to see what happens with them, and again, they've got like a very odd, like they just don't have the horses to run with the teams that they're about to face. Like their leader this season in home runs had 24. Riley Green had 24 homers. Like their next biggest bat had 18. Kerry Carpenter had 18, and then we got Matt Verling with 16 home runs. That's crazy that you're competing with some of the teams out there when overall you don't have like the big bopper in your lineup. And like you can look at their batting average, their team batting average on the season. Oh, well, maybe this wasn't this year. Oh no, that's my bad. Yeah, their team batting average last year, even though they made the playoffs, was like 230. So yeah, interesting to see the Tigers. They did have Riley Green hit 36 home runs this year. We had 31 out of Torgelson and 26 out of Kerry Carpenter. But again, in Major League Baseball, like the A's had way more home runs than that group of players. Like to be able to compete, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a shame my Red Sox are out, but let's go Blue Jays. I heard Toronto's nice this time of year.
Oh, I love Toronto. It's a great city.
Yeah, I heard.
Yeah, I spent.
Shout out Drake.
For the finals.
Everything about Toronto is great.
Oh no, I'm not going that far. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna talk Sacramento Kings. Training camp is going on. Doug Christie, was in front of the mic yesterday. We got a little Neat Clifford. I think Malik Monk talked to the media yesterday. So some good stuff there. We actually got to watch some practice, Jesse, which was crazy. We got to watch 5-on-5 scrimmage, which of course led to a bunch of people on the internet speculating about rotations and who's starting and who's going to be playing and who's not, which is fool's errand at this point in the season. It's way too early for that. But we got plenty to dive into with the Sacramento Kings entering today's day 4 of training camp. So we're the insiders here on ESPN 1320. We'll be back in just a few. Cool. Yikes. The big dumper. Let's see. Yeah, he's a story of this season, right? Do we have any more questions for our guy for us, Sneaky? I'm searching through the chat. Yes, Leezy, the Sacramento A's. I don't care. They're playing in Sacramento. They've got jerseys next year that say Sacramento. I might have to get one of those jerseys. Probably not, but Sacktown Tony, this is yeah. It's very close. To be honest, I've always understood what Vlade was trying to do, and my point would always be, what in the hell was your power forward doing standing at the 3-point line when everyone should have been rebounding? But sure enough, there was Big Shot Bob waiting to catch the errant tip out from Vlade Divac. Yeah, you're probably right here. I would like Manchester. I've only been a fan of Manchester United while they're bad. Like they haven't been good the entire time I've been a fan of them because I picked up EPL maybe like 5 or 6 years ago, and it's not been great. But they are kind of the Yankees of the Premier League. Although, like their history doesn't go. I don't think it's as storied as the Yankees. I don't know. Let me mark some of these. What in the world? Hurts or Waller? Oh, that's a good question. I'm going to go Waller. Maybe Faraz will have something different. Oh, I like this. Yeah, Schittler was good. It's a horrible name. It's horrible on like 7 different levels. Polo L, who are they playing this weekend? I know I should know what team the team that I follow is playing, but I got to be honest, I don't have like 5 minutes to breathe this week because of training camp. Did we get any response from for us? Sweet. What's going on? Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Sports Talk on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leaders, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL games live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. We have a pair of games on ESPN 1320 this weekend. On Saturday at 9 a.m., you can tune into Clemson at North Carolina, a little college football action. On Sunday at 9:30, that's when we kick off our coverage of Raiders at Colts.
Colts. The Indianapolis. Damn it, he got me now.
Oh no. Yeah. So
yeah, catch the Raiders versus the Baltimore Colts in a 1981 battle of the Titans.
Oh, actually, the 82 Raiders were really good. 82, 83 Raiders. A little Marcus Allen, Lester Hayes, Mike Haynes.
Was that Jim Plunkett, or was that?
Yeah,
Jim. They shout out. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that team was pretty solid.
My grandma went to high school with Jim Plunkett.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
He went to James Lick High School, I think. Yeah, she went there. She went there too. I know that. So yeah, I'm pretty sure went to the same high school.
Well, they had Todd Christensen too.
I didn't know that.
He was good. Yeah, good stuff. Know your Raiders history.
There you go.
I don't know if I could go back and rattle off a bunch of Colts from that year. I don't think I could. Interesting.
Best I can do is Johnny Unitas. Not from there, but that's as far as old Colts, that's the best I can do you for.
Yeah.
Eric Dickerson was a Colt, but he's more known for the Rams.
Yeah. Well, Dickerson was on the Rams at that time. Well, let me think. Dickerson's rookie season, I believe, was 83. Yeah.
John Elway, I think, avoided being a Colt.
Well, John Elway is also drafted by the New York Yankees.
Didn't know that. Guess I hate John Elway now.
Yep. You can hate John Elway now, just like that. Yeah. It is. Someone in the chat says R.I.P. Todd Christensen. Is he gone?
Let me look that up.
Wow. Yeah, interesting. To be honest with you, I probably need to dive back into 80s NFL. I love that, I grew up watching football in the 80s and huge fan of the NFL. We had training camp yesterday, day 3 of training camp. Sacramento Kings actually they opened the door and let us come in for like the last 5 or 8 minutes of actual 5-on-5 scrimmage. That was fun. Like a lot of running. Like they are going to try to push the tempo.
What does it look like, James? They winning 60 games this year or what?
I'm not putting a number on it yet. I did I don't know. My official prediction on the Dunked On podcast was like 36. And maybe that's low. I don't know. But I've also covered a lot of like the sub 33 win teams. So, I don't know. Maybe I'm a little jaded. But watching them get up and down the court, we did have this moment where Malik Monk tried to go around Dennis Schroeder, and Dennis Schroeder was holding on to him, and Malik Monk flopped and rolled on the ground, and he got a whistle. And Dennis Schroeder wasn't happy about it. Malik Monk wasn't happy about it. We always hear this term, iron sharpens iron, right? And it's something that, I think when Doug was a player and the Kings in the early 2000s, they practiced really hard against each other. Like there was a lot of scrimmage. And I think what we're seeing here is, first of all, they have 2-a-days, right? Some of these days they're having practice at night where they're scrimmaging, but to get to watch them scrimmage, that's something that Doug has always pushed for. It's like, if you're going to practice like you play. Don't just go out there and do a bunch of drills. Like go out there and like the equivalent of hit somebody. Like if you're going to go out there, like by the time you get done with camp, you should not want to play against your teammates anymore at all. You should be looking
the old cliche. Oh yeah, they're so tired of playing each other. They want to get out there and play someone else now.
Yeah. But at the same time, I do think that there is something to like making each other better during camp. And if you're Domantas Sabonis, it can make you a better player going up against Maxime Reynaud, who stretches the floor and can hit a 3, going up against Drew Eubanks, who's a hustle guy and doesn't mind, running into you. Like the whole group, whether it's Dario Saric or it's Isaac Jones, like every player has a different style. Every player is like, and you should be going out there and battling these guys with the understanding that on a Tuesday night in November, you're going to have to face a team that has 3 players. One of them might be like one of these guys, and you've got to figure out ways to defend them. So I do think there is something to like pushing each other and giving different looks. I love watching the battle between Schroeder and Monk. And I also love that like this thing in the back of that everyone keeps saying. Domantas Sabonis said it at the end of last season. I think same with Doug. But like, hey, we have got to get a point guard. Like that's kind of a shot at Malik Monk.
It's not like you tried that experiment and it didn't work. Malik Monk is not a starting point guard, at least on this team.
Yeah, I think it's interesting too, because Monk yesterday, he talked a little bit about this. He said, like, when you're a point guard, you have to be concerned with way more things than you do when you're a shooting guard.
Yeah.
He's like, so when you're a shooting guard, you just go out there and ball, right? You get the ball, you decide if you're going to shoot it, if you're going to attack the basket, if you're going to get in the pick and roll and make a quick move. But when you're a point guard, you're managing the clock. You're making sure that you're distributing the ball around as much as you can. You're calling play sets. You're asked to pick up full court on the defensive side of the ball. He's like the starting, a point guard at the NBA level is asked to do way more than a combo guard playing the shooting guard position. You got to glance up at the clock every once in a while to make sure you're not going to get a shot clock violation. But like, there's a lot more that goes into it mentally that you need to prepare for.
It's not as simple as just throwing the dude out there, be like, oh yeah, he's a point guard now because he's playing the position. Like, no, he's a guy playing outside of his role. Like Malik Monk at that spot just was never going to work. The dude is a 6-man not at best, because I don't want to make it seem like that, but like to maximize him, yes, he's a 6-man or a 2 guy.
I think to maximize him, that's exactly what he is.
Yeah, like last year, putting him at the point guard position, it's like, yeah, it's Malik starting at the 1, but in reality, yes, they didn't have a point guard to win last season.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're an undersized 2, that's okay. You can get away because of his athleticism, right? Monk can get away with that because he's so dynamic as a playmaker and as a scorer. But like watching Malik kind of go through the process of explaining why it is that, it's so difficult. And then the other point that he made, it's like, I've told people this before. It's one thing, you're like, oh man, I really wish he would improve his ball handling skills, right? I wish he would be better with the ball in his hands and like he could do more dribbling, more attacking, whatever. It's one thing to get better at a skill. It's a whole other thing to get better at a skill and get it to a level where it's okay at the NBA level. Because you're going to go up against players who literally this is all they've done their entire life. Not basketball, but like you got guys who have just been great defenders their whole lives or guys who have just been great shooters your whole life. So you want to improve as a shooter, that's fine. We've seen players improve as a shooter. Like even like a guy like Lou Dort, what he's been able to do to improve himself as a player throughout his career.
Yeah, now he's respectable and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's really amazing. But I don't think Lou Dort is ever going to get confused for Doug McDermott as a shooter. Just like Doug McDermott's never going to get confused as Lou Dort as a defender.
Yeah.
Right? So but you have to have this understanding that you can help players improve, but Monk's one of his points yesterday was like, when you step into the point guard role but not even at like in training camp, you step into it in the middle of the season. He's like my skill level isn't like I can play point guard, but guys who I'm up against have played point guard their entire lives. It's what they are. That's who they are. And so for me to step into a point guard role, yeah, there's going to be some adjustment. And not only is there going to be some adjustment, but there's also going to be like years and years of experience that they have at doing this thing that I don't do. And so to expect me to go out there and just be really good at it right away,
it's unrealistic.
Or even ever, it is unrealistic. And I thought it was a good perspective from Monk. And I don't think he was making excuses. I think he was just trying to get perspective.
Yeah, it's reality. And I wonder how much of a difference a guy like Dennis Schroeder makes this year. Because I think we're going to talk about it later on in D-Lo and KC. But like last year, yeah, you could throw Malik Monk in there. I didn't believe that at point guard and kind of played like they didn't. I wonder how much of a difference a guy like Schroeder would have made last year. Because it seems they're pretty excited about him going into the season.
Yeah, that's the other thing. Everyone is super excited about Dennis Schroeder. And again, it's not that he's not going to get confused as Trae Young or De'Aaron Fox or John Morant or Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like he's not. But what he is he understands the role. He understands the position. He understands how to play defense on the position. He has played point guard since he's like 8 years old. That's all he's done. And so he gets it. And it's not that he's going to be the top end point guard that that's going to lead your team to something greater. But what he is somebody who knows how to handle himself. And it's the same thing with like we brought up like Tyus and what's the other Jones?
Trae.
Yeah, Trae. Like both those guys know how to play point guard. Like they're NBA level point guards, whether it's as a reserve or as a starter, it doesn't matter. They know how to handle themselves on a court. Like both of them are like some of the greatest assist to turnover ratio players we've ever seen in the league. Like when a guy's averaging 6 assists and like 1.2 turnovers per game, that's spectacular. And so I do think that the Kings will be better. They'll be more stable than they were at the end of last season at that position because they've got Dennis Schroeder.
Yeah, because a lot of last year was, all right, DeMar dribble for 18 seconds, 20 seconds. He doesn't have a shot. All right, pass it off. Levine did the same. Malik did the same. It's just there was no fluidity to it at all.
Yeah, I think what you need Dennis Schroeder to be is an organizer on the court, right? And somebody who is keeping everything like flowing the right way and checking the boxes, right? It's almost like like again, like the head coach has so many responsibilities. Dennis Schroeder's gonna have so many responsibilities, and you're sort of the coach on the court when you're the point guard, and then the other guys are allowed to do a lot more than you are. And so I'm intrigued to see how it works out. Again, I don't think that Dennis Schroeder is the difference between last year's Kings being a 40-win team and being like a 46-win team. But I do think that if you had Dennis Schroeder on the team the whole year and he was your backup behind De'Aaron Fox, and then when De'Aaron Fox was traded, he was ready to step in, you would have been a better team.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
agree with that. Kyrie Nut in the chat house says they don't have an actual point guard to back him up. Then when Dennis Schroeder goes to the bench, do you think that's an issue? Because I'd assume you go straight to Keon Ellis or Malik Monk off the bench, and I'd assume Devin Carter's not really going to get too many minutes, and he's not even a real true point guard as it is. Do you think the backup spot's even a real issue?
Yeah, I don't think it's an issue because
I feel like you could play around something like that.
yeah, plus, Schroeder and Monk are going to play together for certain stretches. And when you have Domas on the court, he plays like such a dominant position for this team that I think you are going to have him do, a lot of what he did in like Beam Team 1 year, where he averaged 8 assists a game. I think that's kind of where you're trying to get back to, where the ball's going to, or Beam Team 2, I think he's going to be like the hub like he was previously. And you're going to, again, use Schroeder and Monk off of that. But I don't think there's ever going to be a moment where one of those three isn't on the court. Right. And a lot of times where two of those three aren't on the court, whether it's Monk and Schroeder, Monk and Sabonis, Schroeder and Sabonis, you're always going to have two of them on the court, or at least for most of the game. And like, look, I'll keep saying this. Like, Monk can say that he like having more responsibility as like a point guard is a problem, but him coming off the bench, it's almost like you're not worried so much about those things as a second team guy. You're coming out there just trying to.
Well, yeah, Malik comes off the bench.
the
He's like,
energy.
all right, go be Malik Monk then. We need you to go get some buckets right now.
And I kept saying this last year. The problem it wasn't as much that Malik Monk moved into the starting lineup and whether he was good or bad, because I didn't think he was really that bad. He averaged like 17.5 points a game last year. The problem was when you moved him into the starting role, you didn't have another Malik Monk to fill his spot off the bench. And so when you went to the second team, there was no spark, there was no energy. And that's what Malik brings. And that's why I keep saying, like, I would not trade Malik Monk, because I know how good and how dynamic a player he is and how he changes things. We can't sit here and say for a couple of years that Monk is the heart and soul of the team. We say that because you watch it on a nightly basis where his impact on the court means so much to everybody.
Yeah, I hated the whole, the Kings could trade Malik Monk took all offseason. It just never made sense to me. And I guess they have their reasons and thoughts or whatever, but just given what we've watched for the last couple seasons and what he brings to the table and the fact that this team needs scoring, yeah, I hated it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting to see how he responds this year with, moving back to the bench and like trying to recapture that role that he was, early last season. But people forget, like, he moved into the starting shooting guard spot alongside De'Aaron Fox before Fox was traded, then moved over to the point guard spot when they brought in Zach LaVine. So it wasn't just, hey, we need you to be a point guard. Like, we need you to be a point guard with a player you've never played with before, and who's totally different than any player that we have. That he's totally different than Kevin Huerter, than Keon Ellis, than Chris Duarte, than any other shooting guard that you played with here in Sacramento. He's just totally different in Zach LaVine. And, it's not an easy thing to make an adjustment on the fly. So I think that they're going to be okay with a pair of these guys sort of like, dueling banjos. And I do think Malik Monk will play a ton of point guard. Although I'll say this too, it was kind of random, but I watched yesterday's practice, and while I just already said, don't put too much in what you saw, Keon Ellis was bringing the ball up a ton. It was not Malik Monk. And then that way, if he initiates the offense, you can already have Monk coming off of a screen or coming off a pen down or whatever it is. He's already part of the action. When he's getting the ball, it's not dribbling the ball down and then, oh, I got to go. He's already in some sort of motion. And when he gets the ball, he's already in like 3 steps into his game mode. And that's where I think you get an advantage with Monk.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens with Keon Ellis this year too. It's playing for a contract this year.
Playing for a contract. Yeah. I mean, realistically.
I want to see what the Kings think of him too.
Yeah. I hope that he gets his contract before the season starts. We don't have to see that. But either way, he's in phenomenal physical condition. Watching Keon, you're like, okay, like he did his work. He hasn't bulked up, which is just impossible for him. But he does look like quick. He looks.
You can't go wrong with guys who can knock down the 3 ball and play defense. Like, there's
Yeah.
going to be a spot for that guy on any team.
You need more of those guys. All right, we're going to step aside. When we come back, we should have Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy. So hopefully we'll have Faraz stepping in. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We'll see you in just a minute.
Faraz didn't say no, so I'm assuming he's going to be here.
Yeah. Derek, I don't know that he's going to get off the bench. Just really tough. Yeah, the answer to that is no. Although that used to be a really cool Burger King to go into. I think he had one in Rockland and one in Auburn. And the original Burger King in Auburn is no longer there. Trying to find. Okay. Oh. Okay. So Manu plays Sunderland. All right. Okay. That sounds good. Rust Dog, yeah, the Kings have practice tomorrow and Sunday, I believe. How is a Burger King is cool when an NFL player owns it and he has his like incredible memorabilia everywhere. Okay. Yeah, this is tough. Taco Tree's so good. And they're nice people and it's affordable. Although the prices have gone up recently. Oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
What's up, Faraz?
What's up?
What's up, buddy?
What up? What up? How you guys doing?
Good. Trying to make it through a week. Kyle's been on vacation. Kyle's in Hawaii.
Kyle's in Hawaii. Let's
Yep.
go.
How much time do we have, Jesse? Minute? 2?
About 10 seconds.
Oh, 10 seconds. 10 seconds.
Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back in. I'm James Ham. Jesse Tapia is joining me all week long, filling in for Kyle Madsen. It is Fantasy Friday here on the Insiders. We have Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy. What's going on, Faraz?
What's up? What's up? Is a lot of chaos going into this week, huh? A lot of injuries, a lot of bye weeks. Not the most straightforward week for fantasy.
Faraz, I drafted for my fiance's team this year, and yeah, we got over a bit in that league. We drafted Malik Neighbors, Jamar Chase, and Tyreek Hill, and now that team is it's over with. I told her, babe, next year we'll just try to be better.
Dude, it's bad, man. You guys still getting married, right?
Oh yeah, we're getting married next Friday. Still on.
Good. I'm glad it's not messing anything up.
Yeah, that's a tough go. That's a tough go.
I'll put in for the buy-in, I told her.
Yeah. We drafted Neighbors, and watching Neighbors go down this last week.
Tough.
Oh, it was tough. Because right when he took the step, you're like, well, that didn't look that bad, but the way he's acting, that's torn ACL. Like right away.
It was bad. It was bad. And you know what could have been? Because Jackson Dart on that first drive was looking really good. He was running around, making good decisions. Neighbors had 2 catches on that first drive for 20 yards. So, things were looking relatively promising. Obviously, small sample size, but who knows what could have been.
What could have been? I think that's going to be the question for Kyle and I's fantasy team. We should just change our name.
That's a new team name. Yeah,
Yeah,
love
just
it.
what could have been. Jesse brought up Neighbors there, and it feels like this is a weird year for second-year wide receivers. And a bunch of them are having struggle. We've seen the Marvin Harrison Jr. moment that he had after catching the touchdown, where you could just see the weight of the world being lifted off of him. But he's not the only one who's struggled. Like Brian Thomas Jr. has been bad. Neighbors is out for the year. Like, what do you make of this? And is this a moment to go get those guys, or is it a moment to go, okay, maybe they're not going to be the top tier guys we thought they were?
Yeah, well, it really depends, on the player. I mean, we have to understand what the largest sample size says. Like, for example, Brian Thomas Jr., like, he's a really good player. We should probably buy him in Dynasty, even in redraft too. Lab McConkey, he is a really, really, really good player. He's unfortunately being out targeted by Quentin Johnston and being overshadowed by that breakout that's happening, and obviously Keenan Allen as well. So that one's tough, but like, because they're good players, and if you watch the film and you realize that, like, oh, this is a really good wide receiver, they're going to eventually get the targets at some point. So I would personally say that continue to buy them. In redraft, McConkey, who knows when he will finally show up, but I will say that, like, he is dirt cheap right now, right? Like, you can get him for a bag of chips. You can, for an overperformer that's sitting on your bench, you can probably swap him 1-for-1 from McConkey at this point, if the other person seems just a little bit more startable, especially for teams who have drafted McConkey but are down in the dumps, at 0-4 or 1-3 going into week 5. But Malik Neighbors, continue to buy Malik Neighbors in Dynasty, for example. Xavier Worthy looked pretty good last week, on limited snaps. He's not bad at all. Marvin Harrison Jr., the thing with him is, like, it's the same situation as last year, same offensive coordinator, but hopefully they use him better. That's really been the concern. But Rome Odunze, he's one of the guys that I've been touting all offseason long as the number one wide receiver for Chicago, and it turns out that it seems like he's that guy, and that's just an example of a good wide receiver eventually earning the targets.
We'll stick with Malik Neighbors real quick. Jackson Dart just got his first start. Looked pretty good. Like you said, 2 passes to Malik Neighbors. Seemed like there was finally going to be something there after Russell Wilson. Malik Neighbors gets hurt. Darius Slayton or any of those Giants receivers worth buying into, do you think?
I think so. I think Darius Slayton definitely is somebody who I would be looking at pretty hard, because this week in particular, first of all, you look at last year when Malik Neighbors missed those 2 games, Darius Slayton had 11 targets in each of those games, over 30% target share in each of those 2 games. So this same coaching staff, right? They made a concerted effort, even though Wandale Robinson was the one out targeting everyone besides Malik Neighbors last year. In that period, when he missed time, the clear go-to was Darius Slayton. So I'm perfectly fine throwing him into my lineup this week. You look at, what he did last year when he missed time, but then also the Saints, they've allowed the 6th most receiving touchdowns to wide receivers, the 3rd most fantasy points to perimeter wide receivers, where Darius Slayton spends most of his time. And they've allowed the 22nd most to slot wide receivers. So that means that Wandale, running out of the slot, might not have the same advantage that Slayton has on the outside.
Interesting stuff here for us. We're, of course, listening to Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy here on the Insiders on ESPN 1320. The Bengals, you've talked about this a couple of times. Go out and get Brown, go out and get this player or that player, but all of a sudden it feels like that team is doomed. Are you still high on any of their players at this point? And no, you're ready to.
I'm not high on anybody. The offensive line is really, really bad. Now, I said this multiple times this week, and I sound like a broken record at this point, but it is worth noting that they went into Minnesota, right? It's a tough matchup. Quarterbacks really struggle. Young veterans, whatever, they all struggle against Minnesota, and Leslie Frazier. And then also I'm sorry, not Leslie Frazier. What am I talking about? What? I'm going crazy at this point. But not only that, they also went into Denver as well. I meant Brian Flores, by the way. Brian Flores, defensive coordinator for the Vikings. But they also went into Denver, right? 2 really tough matchups. So Can things get better? They're going to get destroyed by Detroit this week. Like, we know that. But is there some room? Maybe. For Jamar Chase, it is a much, much better matchup for him this week. And it really all has to do with the corners that he's going up against. He's going up against Terrion Arnold. No corner is allowing more fantasy points per route run against than Terrion Arnold this year. So will the offensive line hold up to the point where they're able to get on the ball? That's the real question.
We'll stick with another team that's been struggling offensively, not probably as badly, but looking kind of concerning now. What do you think of the Texans, CJ Stroud, Nico Collins, and that running back group now?
It's another offensive line problem there. But also, we have a new offensive coordinator, Nick Caley, who isn't really getting it all right, to start. What's interesting is that coming from the Sean McVay tree, you would expect a lot more personnel changes, a lot more movement, before the snap, a lot more motion, and we're not really seeing a lot of that, which is surprising. It actually went down from last year from a non-Sean McVay coach, so very interesting. I would love for that to move up. You need more play action as well. That also went down from last year. So this is not something typical that we see from a McVay style coach, which is something that I was very excited for coming into this year. But I do think they'll get it together. Nico Collins will definitely get it together as well. Nick Chubb obviously struggling, but Woody Marks has looked just fine, behind that offensive line and running the ball. So I think they're getting a little bit better. But I agree, I think this is an issue where CJ Stroud is, I don't want to say he's regressing, and he's a good quarterback, but he's not necessarily elevating his team like he was we thought he could be capable of after his rookie year.
Yeah, it's tough to watch. Let's get to some of the questions from the crowd here. Let's see. We've got Tyler, Jordan Addison, or Franklin for a flex spot. What do you got?
Man, that is tough. The Vikings offensive line is banged up this week, and they're going to be going up against a tough defensive line there. So this is a really tough one. I'm still going to lean Franklin here just by a hair. I'm sorry, I'm going to leave Addison here just by a hair. Troy Franklin's going up against Cooper DeJean, out of the slot. And the Eagles have given up the fewest fantasy points to slot wide receivers this year. And Cooper DeJean's kind of balling out so far this season. So I'm going to lean Addison by a hair.
All right, we got pick 2 from Justin. He goes Pickens, Garrett Wilson, Judkins, or Jacoby Myers.
I know Pickens is going up against Sauce Gardner this week, but still going to go with Pickens. He balled out last week. Last few weeks he's been balling. And Sauce hasn't necessarily been like a shutdown corner this year. He's still allowing a little bit of fantasy points, on his side. So when he's shadowing other wide receivers. So I'm cool with going Pickens, and Garrett Wilson would obviously be number 1 for me. Garrett Wilson is in your lineup no matter what. He's a top 5 play this week.
Sweet. Let's get to Eric's question. RB2, full PPR, Chubb or RJ Harvey?
Man, one, got his snaps, go, one of them had their snaps go down last week. The other one had his snaps go up last week, right? Chubb's going down, RJ Harvey's going up. So I'm going to go with the guy whose snaps are going up, and that's RJ Harvey.
Okay.
We got to go Zay. Are we fully out on Chase Brown? He's going Chase Brown or Jordan Mason?
Oh, both having offensive line issues, but I trust Kevin O'Connell a lot more. I'm going to go Jordan Mason.
Okay. Let's go back to Eric's question. Full PPR. Brian Thompson, Devontae Smith, or David Montgomery in his flex?
Man, I think I'm going to go Brian Thomas Jr. here. This could be a pretty compelling matchup between the Chiefs and the Jaguars. Close game. I think I'm going to go Brian Thomas Jr. here.
Like Rashid Shaheed or RJ Harvey this week?
I'm going to go Harvey. I'm going to go RJ Harvey again. I'm going to hope that he continues to see, the decent amount of snaps this week, just like he saw on Monday night.
We're doing rapid fire questions here with Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy. Make sure you're following him on Instagram. Make sure you go to upperhandfantasy.com. It's always great stuff. We've got a question from Jay. Woody Marks for David Montgomery?
Oof, man, this is super close. I'm going to lean Woody Marks by a hair. Super close.
Now, I got to ask, are you thinking Woody Marks long-term here, or are you worried about Mixon eventually coming back?
I'm not worried about Mixon at all. I would operate moving forward with Marks as like Mixon's not coming back this year.
Okay. That works.
Trey Benson, Connor out as well. Which Arizona running back are you going with? Half point PPR.
Arizona running back, I'm going with Michael Carter. I think Michael Carter is going to end up getting the early down role, and Demercado is going to keep his role as the passing down back.
Oh, okay. Full PPR, Ramondre Stevenson or DeMarcado?
I think I'm going to go DeMarcado here. It's really close. He's going to get a little bit more opportunity in Arizona's backfield than he was before. And Ramondre going up against the Bills, like it could be a good matchup, but it's tough. I'm going to lean DeMarcado, especially in full PPR.
Which Patriots running back you like, Travion Henderson or Ramondre Stevenson?
I'm still going to go Ramondre. He's still getting the most of the touches and most of the work. I'm going to lean Ramondre by a hair.
We've got a tight end question. How about from Tony, Mark Andrews or Dallas Goedert?
Man, Mark Andrews got the backup quarterback thrown to him. Dallas Goedert's team doesn't throw the ball at all. I think I'm going to go Goddard still here, just by a hair.
And they started doing like variants on the tush push this last week, which I thought was really
shovel passes to Goddard.
Yeah, the little dump passes. So he could again have like 2 catches for 2 yards and 2 touchdowns.
Exactly. Exactly. Yeah. Better offense.
All right, Zach Ertz or Darren Waller coming off 2 touchdowns.
Ooh. Can Waller continue what he's doing? Maybe. But I'm going to go Ertz with Jane Daniels back.
Ooh, so Jane Daniels is back. Okay, we've got Jordan Mason or Henderson at running back.
I'll go Jordan Mason here. Even though it's a tough matchup, even though offensive line's banged up, there's a good chance that he can rack up some volume in this one.
Are you going Brian or are you going Judkins or RJ Harvey?
I'm gonna go Judkins. A better chance of having some volume in this game.
I don't even know why I'm going to flash this one up on the screen, but I will anyways. Bowers or Waller?
I'm gonna go Bowers here. Oh, you know what? Hold
Bowers
on a second.
is injured right now, right?
Bowers not practicing on Friday.
Oh,
today.
Well, that's
so keep an eye out on that. If Bowers plays, I will play him. But if he doesn't, you know what to do.
I'm just surprised that it's someone with like a small Raider Lego like as his avatar is asking if he's going to bench Bowers.
Anyway, Raider fans coming to reality right now.
Come on, Raider fan. That's not you. That's not who you are. Come on.
Our guy Wilsey wants to know, is it safe to cut Joe Mixon at this point?
What was that?
Our guy Wilsey wants to know, is it safe to cut Joe Mixon at this point?
I would probably hold him if I can, but it doesn't seem like he's coming back anytime soon. Me personally, I'm fine cutting him.
Okay. Charbonnet, Michael Carter, or Tucker? Which one of the 3 from Norm?
I'm gonna lean Michael Carter here. He's actually projected for a good amount of points this week. Tennessee, man, like they just allow everybody to score. Any and everybody. Really, really good matchup for running backs. So I'm gonna go Carter.
Kenneth Walker or Jordan Mason, PPR?
I'm gonna go Kenneth Walker.
Ooh, okay. What do we got? Kendra Miller or Jameson Williams for a flex?
This one's really close. I think I gotta go Jameson Williams here. I am intrigued with Kendra Miller and his emergence last week alongside Alvin Kamara. I think he's a really talented running back. I think he could potentially take over on early downs, be the better runner in that backfield, as long as he can stay healthy. And they go up against the Giants. So a little sneaky flex play, but I'm going to go Jameson still.
Kyle Renata wants to know if at this point he should bench A.J. Brown for Rico Dowdle.
Oh, I'm going Rico Dowdle. Here. If it looks like Chuba Hubbard's not playing, so Rico Dowdle is going to be the guy, potentially every down. I'm going to go with him.
Man, we have
AJ
a
Brown's
lot.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm playing Rico Dowdle over AJ Brown. Absolutely bananas.
That's wild. That is wild. We got a lot of questions here. Jesse, I'm going to go rapid
fire.
Woody Marks, DeMarcado, or Dobbins in a flex spot?
I'm going to go Dobbins.
Dobbins. Oh, wow. Hopefully he doesn't get hurt, which is about this time every year. What should I do with AJ Brown?
You got to hold. You can start him, but he's no more than a wide receiver 3 right now.
Oof, that's horrible. Dak Prescott or Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts.
Hurts it is. What do we got? We got Woody Marks taking over Texas backfield even with Mixon when Mixon comes back?
It's not when he comes back, it's if he comes back. Okay. So I wouldn't even worry about this question, to be honest with you. Just focus on Woody Marks, and I would trade for Woody Marks like he would be the starter the rest of the season.
Okay. We got Waller or Mims?
Waller.
You got to pick two: Jacoby Myers, Trey Tucker, or Judkins.
I'm gonna go Myers and Judkins.
Myers and Judkins, AJ Brown or Wandale.
Yeah. In this situation, I'll go AJ Brown.
Oh wow!
There was thought there. Poor AJ Brown down right now.
I know, seriously.
Myers, Sutton, or
It's
Keenan
close, though.
Allen. Also, would traded away Jamar and KW3 for Nico and Brees.
Okay, so Myers, Sutton, or Keenan Allen. I'm gonna go with Sutton. And then you traded away Jamar and Kenneth Walker for Nico and Brees. That is a big W right there. Huge W. Brees is going to get a ton of work without Braylon Allen in the lineup for the next 8 to 10 weeks.
Okay, so you're heavy in on Brees.
Oh my
Brees
God.
Hall.
Yeah. Huge buy right now if you can buy him before tomorrow.
Sweet, because I have him hiding. Well, I don't even know if I'm hiding him. He's playing for me. Let's hit one more before we go. Noah Fan or Juwan Johnson.
Juwan Johnson.
Okay, that's an easy one. That was amazing. We got through a ton of questions. Thank you so much for joining us, Faraz. It's always a pleasure having you on every week. I
love coming on, guys. I appreciate it. I hope everyone does well on the fantasy, with their matchup this week. Good luck.
All right, that is Faraz Siddiqui from Upper Hand Fantasy. Make sure you're following him everywhere. Go to Instagram right now and just follow him because he's absolutely spectacular. Faraz, we'll see you next week.
Thanks, guys.
All right. That's gonna do it for this segment of the Insiders. We're gonna step aside when we come back. Damien and Kenny will be here. D'Lo and KC. They're gonna step in for the handoff, and we're gonna hang out. And I think we're gonna probably end up talking San Francisco 49ers.
Sounds right.
I'm James Ham. He's Jesse Tapia. We're the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. Sorry for we didn't get to your questions. We got to a lot of them. That was a lot. There was like 27 questions in the queue. We're figuring this out. Yeah, we'll be streaming back up on X like soon. We had the boss that had that had his credit card in the account is no longer here, and so his credit card is no longer here, and so we have to put in a different credit card. I think that's the deal. Hey, let's do the switcheroo here. We just went to break. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Oh no, it's no stress. It's my bad. I'm not great with the clocks.
Sounds good.
How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Good.
Yeah.
Holding on. Hanging on by a thread, but it's one of those weeks where you're
this week.
8 million things going on at once.
Yeah, this week was tough. Really, really tough.
Not the easiest week. Although we're on.
Yeah, for sure.
Our mics are up still. Oh.
Breakfast bar.
Breakfast bar. Oh.
At least they've been consistent with their practices. At least it's been like 12:45, 12:30.
Yeah,
so you could get out there.
Can I jet at 12 today?
Yeah, of course. That's what I was planning on.
Yeah, actually, the mic soon. Do have a big shout out to the Kings media relations staff. They have been spectacular all week long. Like super concise. Let us in to see practice yesterday, which shout out to Doug who made that a thing.
Really knows the value in it.
Yeah.
I think that's the good thing about having a guy in media. What's up, Jesse?
What's up, man?
So, bro.
Ham, we already said hi to each other.
Well, you came back. And he's back. You have Kenny today?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
He's walking around somewhere, so.
I was going to say, I think his car. I thought I saw his car down there.
Oh boy. Sounds like the parking has been a nightmare down there. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, what shirt are you wearing? Sweatshirt.
Me?
Is that she?
That's Huey P. Newton,
Oh, okay.
leader of the Black Panthers.
Yeah. When I was at Davis, I actually had they brought in an outside speaker, and it was a former Black Panther
Hmm.
who had turned like history professor. It was cool.
Do you remember who it was?
I don't. It's been a long time. They have on Davis, on the campus of UC Davis, they have a I don't know how to describe it. A commune. They have like a house that is like, again, they grow their own vegetables. They like it's like a older Victorian on campus.
Mm-hmm.
That it's almost like you can I mean, you have to like pay rent and everything, but it's kind of like an alternative house, just kind of a different spot. And they would do like they would have guest speakers, and I went. And maybe I can look it up and see who it was.
The Black Panthers are they're a pretty fascinating organization.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to get like an accurate history on them.
Insiders on ESPN 1320.
Welcome back into the Insiders here on ESPN 1320. I'm James Ham, Jesse Tapia, handling all the duties behind the glass over there. And of course, we're joined by Damian Barling from D-Lo and Casey. Casey should be, I just watch him walk the opposite way. I don't know where.
I wish that I could live a life where I had no urgency at all. Just like I'll get to work when I get there. Like it's no big deal. I'm gonna get my water. I'm gonna get
Victory
my snacks.
Friday's feeling good.
Like it's good. Like I'm sure my blood pressure would be so much better. I might be better at this like stepdad thing if I just had the lack of urgency. That he's
he's probably dabbing people up right now.
He's greeting people. He's saying hi. Like
there's only 5 people in the office.
Look, Gio even opening the door for him. Like, look at that, Gio. Oh, bro, the camera's not even on, man.
There
come on,
yeah,
bro. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, all right.
Yeah, now you got Gio in on this ridiculousness.
What is happening? Oh, we've seen him do these things to chairs before. It's inappropriate.
Now you're Joe Brazil walking from camera to camera. Hey, don't come over here, dude. I don't want to be
over here. Let's go.
Oh, goodness.
Let's go.
Did you ever think you would hear this man yell, "Mac Jones, stand up"?
Not after
For those of you
draft day
who have listened to this show for the last 5 years, did you ever think you would hear the phrase "Mac Jones, stand up"?
You used to talk about that man like he was Scotty Barnes.
What's up,
Mac? Wild.
He's so happy right now.
This is embarrassing.
Let's go, Mac.
He's so happy.
Woo.
No chair is safe.
Oh God, that's the second time you've done that to that chair too.
That chair.
Lord.
I don't even want to sit in that chair anymore.
Man,
It's my chair.
yeah. Well,
No, we know.
hey,
We know.
It's our chair.
hey, these chairs around here are gonna start a Me Too movement if you don't knock it off.
That's right.
Come on,
You're
man.
gonna find them rolling away on their own.
God.
Oh.
Marching out there the way KC acts.
Let's go, baby. Let's go.
Wow.
Come on, man.
Hey, and I'll say this: as ridiculous as you walking around, getting your snacks and your water, getting Gio involved in your shenanigans.
Shout out
Gio's just trying to work right now.
Shout out my boy Gio.
Poor Gio got to go out to aftershock with, 15,000 people out there in the mud.
Oh man, yeah,
I'll say
cancel for me.
You deserve it.
Yeah.
No. Don't say thank you. I'm not talking to you.
No.
Thank
What are you doing? What are you doing?
No. That game was fantastic.
Woo.
That game was absolutely incredible.
Absolutely. I text Kyle in the early second quarter. I said that was the best 16 plus minutes of coaching I have seen in a long time. Shanahan and Saleh in the first quarter, the first two drives by the 49ers, the drive where they dialed up the blitz and got to Stafford, some of the best coaching. At that point, I was like, okay, moral victory time. They did something. I did not think that they would even be in this game at all. If they lose, they lose. But my goodness, what a start to a game. And then to have them hold on was just incredible.
Kyle was in his bag, bro. Kyle was in, and Kyle Shanahan. We got so many game balls we got to give out today.
Yeah.
So many game balls today. I got to start with Kyle.
First of all, okay, I'm going to need you to slow down. We've got 4 hours. You're going to have to pay. If you want to do 4 hours,
run 4 hours of show in 10 minutes.
If you want to
right
do a 4-hour victory lap, you can. But you're going to have to slow down. Your excitement is going to blow this entire show up by 12:11.
Look, we get a game ball every hour.
Okay,
There's so
right.
many.
The game
There's
ball
so
every
many.
hour. That's fine. You're not wrong.
Kyle
Hey.
Shanahan, bro. Hey,
Yeah.
This guy. We talk about it.
Those were the two best coaches in the league last night. You know, you throw Andy Reid up there, but those guys are just incredible.
What's one of the things that we've talked about since we started the show with the 49ers with Kyle Shanahan? I want to see them always have a chance as long as he's on the sideline. I would reference Mike Tomlin, right? Like the Steelers, like it don't matter who's on the roster, no matter what turmoil has been going on or whatever, Mike Tomlin is there. So they always got a shot. They end up being 500 or better every single year. In large part, I believe, because of Mike Tomlin. And I said, I want to see that for Kyle Shanahan. And I felt that way a little bit after the 2020 season with all the injuries and all this other stuff. And then they go win a couple of times. Last year, obviously, they were under 500. But this season, Kyle Shanahan has been in his bag, in his play calling bag, in his motivational bag, in his preparation bag, his strategy bag. Like he has been phenomenal. And last night was just another example of that.
I was asking James earlier, is he front runner for coach of the year right now? That award's kind of escaped him. I feel like we gave up on him getting that, but is this year finally the year? Maybe he finally lands that?
No, because the Baltimore Colts exist.
Damn it, James.
Oh,
Damn
man.
it, James.
He's just minding his business.
No, the Colts are right there.
But you're right. Like if the Colts, we've seen this.
They're doing it with their
a coach that a team that we didn't expect to do something.
Yeah.
Go like 8-8, and all of a sudden Brian Daboll is the coach of the year.
That's why I asked, because we bring up the
because
Colts.
you expected them to go 1-15.
Yeah, because you bring up the Colts, and it's like new quarterback, but they are doing it with their starter. Like Shanahan right now is doing it with his backup as well.
I will say this.
I'm not missing a beat either.
I will say this about that question. This feels like the first time we've actually heard his name mentioned by the media and by people. Like, I know they talked about a little bit on the post game, some of the morning shows and stuff like that. Like, no, Kyle Shanahan. That it feels like this is the first time in his tenure we've heard, no, Kyle Shanahan is the front runner for coach of the year. So maybe it just took him playing with the zombie 49ers to get the respect, but he's at the very least getting mentioned. He didn't even get mentioned in 2023. That was the year when they went to the Super Bowl, right? Yeah, 2023. He didn't even get no mention that year.
Yeah,
all year long.
Not at
so
all. Yeah.
Well, I think last night you walk into a game and you just look at the sheer volume of injuries and like nothing. They look like they had absolutely no chance at all. And then that second drive, which was like 14 plays or whatever, they just systematically destroyed a great defense. I thought Mac Jones
first drive was pretty damn impressive too.
It was. But then the second one, you took control. It was like, oh, look at that. They're not giving the ball back. You're going to have to stop them tonight. And I thought that was like so incredibly impressive. But Mac Jones, he got hit so many times. He got hit at 10 quarterback hits. And he delivered so many passes while getting ran over. I was so impressed by Mac Jones. And I think the question is going to be, it's not about a quarterback controversy. It's going to be whether he's ready to take over a starting job next year for someone else and whether 49ers will be able to trade him.
No, he ain't going nowhere.
But that's where I'm kind of at too.
No, he ain't going nowhere.
He's
on a contract for 2 years. He's going to be a 49er for 2 years. We're not trading him. Mac, buy a home.
Buy a home.
Buy a home. You ain't gonna
Someone
worry.
throws you a second round pick though.
No, we'll deal with that in another trade. It ain't gonna be Mac Jones. Because number one, Brock Purdy, who is the starter, who is franchise, we don't know if he can stay healthy. We don't know if he can play 17, 18 games, stay healthy for 17, 18 games. You need somebody that you trust and believe in Mac Jones. And if you believe the Adam Schefters, the Chris Sims, the TCs, all this other stuff, this might be the
Bro,
one
you
guy.
just put TC, Adam Schefter.
Yeah, which is happening right now.
I mean, you guys saw my tweet last night, right? Like TC, don't call in. Like,
You kidding? That my
TC,
my-
you calling D-Lo?
my
KC,
my
man.
DMs
Come on,
are
man.
different. Everybody's waiting to hear from TC today.
he can come on and talk on your show. He's not coming on.
Drew Down tries to
Put you on hold.
tries to predict what TC is going to say down to the bros and the check it outs and the D-Lo Casey. Oh yeah, they eagerly waiting for TC to call.
Yeah, man. But
I do want to say one thing
yeah.
about what you just said. Brock did play 15 games last year.
Mhm.
I think he played 16 the year before.
Mhm.
So what's happening right now? Obviously, he got injured against the Eagles. That
Yeah.
you wear it. It is what it is. But I don't think we're at the point of. At least I'm not. You may be different. I'm not at the point of being concerned about Brock Purdy's durability. It feels different right now because he's not a minimum wage quarterback anymore.
Mhm.
He's CEO. Like he's got the big boy money,
Right.
and he hasn't really had a chance to get out there and play the way you'd want him to.
yeah, and it's not that he's like hurt like Joe Burrow every other year,
Mm.
but it's 1 or 2 games where he's nicked up or you don't know if he's going to play. And those games,
They matter.
those are big games. This could be the difference between a playoff berth and not, or home field and not. And you want to have a guy that you know seamlessly can get into those games. And then also, if he is hurt and it's probably a 2-week injury, you can feel comfortable maybe giving him the whole 2 weeks as opposed to, all right, you got that 1 week. Now we got to rush you back when you're not 100%. If you got a guy like Mac Jones that you trust to believe in, has shown that he can produce. I'd just rather have him. I'd rather have him as the backup than Brandon Allen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say this too. Like, I know this is weird to say, but it's very possible that Mac Jones was uniquely prepared to play on 3 days rest and against the team that, against the Rams, because he actually has a connection with Kendrick Bourne. I don't know how I missed that Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones were together forever in New England,
Mhm.
and they have chemistry. They know how to play together.
Mhm.
Brock Purdy doesn't have any chemistry with Kendrick Bourne. We haven't seen that much chemistry with the two of them. It's still heavy reliance on Pearsall. It's a heavy reliance on Jawan Jennings. You take those two out of the equation, and now Mac Jones is throwing to receivers that he throws to at practice, he threw to in training camp, and that he has a connection with from their time together in New England. I don't know that we would have seen the same type of performance out of Brock Purdy, just because it would have been like, all right, now he's got to learn a whole nother receiving core again because all your guys are gone. So a little bit of a weird twist here that I don't know how I forgot that they had been together in New England.
Well, it's the Patriots.
Yeah.
Well, and that's a
Post Tom Brady
they're
Patriots.
forgettable.
That's a bad Patriots team that couldn't figure, like, that got us questioning Bill Belichick as a coach. That's how bad that team was. And yeah, Mac, it's crazy. I could be wrong. We'll have to ask. I get probably Jake. I wouldn't know who else to ask. That has to be the definitive performance of Mac Jones's career last night.
I don't think he's ever played that good. Yeah.
I was
Like-
watching Orlovsky this morning on he said that's the best Mac Jones. That's the best game Mac Jones has ever
I mean,
played.
from looking like he, from you talked about the amount of hits that he got to looking like he was hurt. And I don't think Mac addressed. What were they correct? Was it a cramp?
He said it was cramp.
Oh, he did say it was
Yeah.
cramp. Okay, because I heard
Oh.
him say, he said, I was, there, and I've never had the trainers come out and work on me. And then I realized I think he said, I realized when I rolled over, I was okay. So I popped up and it was like, okay, I'm fine, and ran off. But I missed. That's where my
Yeah,
clip
I think
ended. I didn't hear him say.
I think he said it on the post game.
Okay.
Like with on the field post
Okay.
game. I think so. But I heard that he said he was cramped.
I mean, the fact that he was sitting there eating bananas on the sideline and chugging fluids.
Could you imagine having a cramp with a giant knee brace covering it? Because that's what it looked like.
Or having a 285-pound
hit you in the face,
brick house land on you
again
with his hands up in the air like this, just all his weight on top of you. Like, no, I can't imagine any of that.
Tough.
That was wild watching it. Just standing in like, man, that freight train is coming at you. It's like,
also, isn't that the very, 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 very textbook show it in the rule committee definition of roughing the passer?
Yeah. I mean,
or am I?
No, you're right. And look, I'm not trying to go Cheryl Reeve here, but there were some questionable things going on.
Oh, last night was bad.
There were some
last night was
things, man.
so bad.
They were seeing things that they weren't seeing. They were calling some things here and there. The illegal hands to the face on Michael Williams. Bro, what?
He had that man right here, and Herb Street was like, I don't see it.
I don't think I agree with that one.
I don't see
They
it.
called a PI.
Meanwhile, Al Michaels, yeah, he's got his hands in his face.
Al Michael didn't know he was calling Rams Niners
Al
yesterday.
hand in his face, and there's a 8.5 point spread here. What is happening? Thanks, Al.
Hey,
We
look,
didn't know.
there's a bird. There's a bird up there. There's a fumble. No, whose ball is it?
And I don't know, Kirk. They're moving the ball up to the 40.
Al, the game is over.
I don't know what's going on.
The game is over, Al.
Wait, that's not Jeff Garcia. What's going on here?
So bad.
Maybe the single worst announcing performance of all time.
So bad. So bad. James, please don't leave me. Don't
We
leave
up,
me
baby.
here alone.
We up, baby. Let's go.
I got to get in the car and drive. I don't even. My body is like, you can work out all summer long. The second you start sitting in the car and driving as much as I had in the last week, the body's hurting. I'm like, I did all this work to not be sore. Like, oh man.
Hey man, you gotta work through that like Mac. Like
Oh,
Mac
God.
10.
Jesse,
Mac
please-
10 is the
I need
lick. West side is the click.
Jesse,
Yeah.
don't leave me.
Gonna have to go eat 11 bananas, I guess. Before I go,
That felt.
That's what
that,
they said.
Yeah, that felt.
I'm
I don't
the
know.
referee.
I'm just
crew
gonna
from
say I'm
last night.
uncomfortable.
I'm the referee crew from last night. Just thought.
Oh yeah.
I thought I heard something.
they're saying it in the chat. He ate
Hands to
11
the
bananas
face.
on the sidelines. Hey, before I go, McCaffrey 30 touches. Oh, are they just like? Is it just going to be like week 8 and he just dissolves and like he's no longer a human being?
I just don't think I don't think they
have no
a
choice.
Yeah,
But
they tried to get things going on the ground. He is so good out of the backfield. Like
yeah,
Le'Veon was great. I do not think there is a running back better out of the backfield, maybe ever, than Christian McCaffrey. And Christian McCaffrey and their passes. But he's catching the ball at the line of scrimmage, a yard from the line of scrimmage, and he's turning it into a 15, 16, 17, 8-yard gain. Technically, it's a pass, but man, like if that's how you have to get the run game going by throwing it to him at the line, then fine.
Right.
But he had so many plays last night where it's like, okay, I think the prize picks was 65.
Yeah, he didn't get it.
He didn't get it, but like no 49er fan is upset with his scrimmage yards
I'm
total.
gonna talk about him on the show too.
he had that
Talk about
catch
him.
where he went over the middle, caught the ball, turned, and hit the gas so fast because he knew that he was going to get hit, and he could see where he needed to get to, and it looked like a running back hitting the line, but he's not at the line. He's 10 yards downfield, and everyone is trying to stop him from getting the first down. It's just like, wow, like he's impressive, but man, I don't know how he can hold up.
Don't leave.
Mac 10 is the lick. West side is the click.
Great job, James. I know it's tough navigating everything without Kyle. Thank you for all of the great stuff that you're doing over there at King's Practice, and we'll be tapped into the Twitter account here pretty soon.
Sounds good.
Unless, of course, you want to.
Stay.
Yeah.
It's a party, baby. It's a party.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We a number one spot. We a number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo. KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. What a football game we had last night. Shout out to those San Francisco 49ers, man. Come on.
Yeah.
We welcome you in here to the Friday, September 3rd edition of Dealing with
October 3rd
KC.
edition.
Did I say September?
Yeah. It's just it don't matter though. It don't matter.
Fumbling first minute of the game.
All right. Damian Williams.
Man. No, Damian, nah. Kyron Williams fumbled in the most critical moment of the game.
Yeah, not at the start of the game.
Not at the start. Not at the start.
And not enough credit. We'll talk about that whole game, but that was a Kyron Williams.
Let me press some buttons real
Okay.
quick.
The ultimate
Yep.
needle mover.
Yep.
In God mode himself.
Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge.
And we are live. Onside executive producer. Go ahead. In fact, just tag me in when you're ready.
All right, let's go. So now that fumble at the goal line, protect the ball or whatever. I get that. You got to hold it with two. You're right there at the goal line. But man, Alfred Collins, what a play. What a play. Sometimes people make plays. It's not just
that man in the jaw.
They got him first.
He
He got him first.
He got the Tyson joint.
He got him first.
Man.
But sometimes people are like, oh, Kyron, how do you do this? Sometimes the other team just made a play. And Alfred Collins was falling to the ground after turning around and noticed, oh, that's where he's at. Took a swipe at the ball, made a play, recovered it as well.
I tried to lay out a way for us to start this show discussing, but in the end, it doesn't matter. Let's just talk. You and Hammer, you guys brought up Kyle Shanahan, how great Kyle Shanahan was yesterday. I said, man, what an absolutely fascinating dichotomy in when you got Kyle Shanahan after that incredible defensive play you've got 99.75 yards to go. You have you're trapped in a well and you have like a pinpoke of air worth of space. And it's like, okay, they've got to get away from the goal line. They're going to be conservative, all of these different things. And it's like, yep, there's the run play. Get a little space. There's the run play. They go the third run play, which actually go back. I feel like that might have been a little bit more on Christian McCaffrey than anything else, because I feel like he had a smidge bit of space, but he ran into the back of I don't remember if it was Trent Williams or who it was.
Yeah, it's probably Trent.
And a pretty significant, because I did something I don't do very often. I was like, let me see how people responded to this. And I wanted to see, but particularly I wanted to see Kyle Madsen, Bonte, Cam Inman, to get to Chris Biederman, who will be with us later. I wanted to see how what do they think in this exact moment when they're putting the Rams in position to either win or tie this game. You couldn't call it a guaranteed tie because you just had a blocked PAT a few minutes ago, but there was an overwhelming playing not to lose sentiment. Right? There was an overwhelming. Kyle was really conservative, perhaps too conservative. Could you, you probably would have, the ball would have been in the same place had you not picked up the first down if you had thrown on third down rather than run that play to Christian McCaffrey. The other side of that is you throw an incomplete pass, you leave them a timeout. And no one knows what that last drive would have looked like if you had one timeout. Matt Stafford is masterful in that situation. 50 fourth quarter comebacks. I know Tom Brady was first. Roethlisberger was up there. I think he might have been like fifth overall. In fact, I could probably pull up the number here shortly. But he's absolutely spectacular. Peyton, Drew Brees, Ben Roethlisberger, and then Matt Stafford. Then you get to overtime and you have a situation where you're in beyond field goal range. And Sean McVay goes the other way. We're trying to win this football game. And you have a defense that you have gotten with, I mean, let's not forget, you marched the ball all the way down to that 1 yard line before it got knocked out. You have kind of had, I don't want to say had your way, but you have been pretty comfortable with moving the football against this defense for about a quarter and some change. And he didn't get it. And this goes back to something we talked about with Coach Brendan Marion. Coach made that decision to try to win the game. It went south. They wind up losing. People often judge the results and not the decision. I understood Kyle Shanahan's decision. I absolutely understood why he do it. I understood everybody's frustration too. I love Sean McVay's decision. Absolutely loved it. And I also understand why everybody was frustrated with that. But it's the constant, second guessing of everything. It's the Monday morning quarterback, in this case, I guess Friday morning quarterback. Yeah. But you had the absolute two best coaches in the league going in completely different directions in the moments where it came to winning that game.
100%.
And respect both of them for it.
And I agreed with.
Real quick. Sorry. So sorry.
You're good.
Kyle Shanahan told reporters just now that George Kittle, who has been IR due to the hamstring injury, is more likely to return in week 7 versus Atlanta than next week in week 6 versus Tampa. He said a return for next Sunday is considered a long shot. Obviously not ruled out, but considered a long shot. That's Kyle Shanahan.
I'm with that.
Sorry.
I'm with that 100%. Like, you got the hamstring situation. You're 4-1. Not that you can take games off, but you might have bought yourself another week with George Kittle with 4-1 the way you are. Give him the extra week. Give him the extra week. Let him don't have to worry about traveling and getting ready, because that game being in Tampa Bay, he can get ready and get the final practice and treatment that he needs right there at home. Play that home game against Atlanta on Sunday Night Football. I think that's fine. That makes perfect sense. But when you talk about the coaches and the play calls, I agree with both. And here is what we talk about a lot when you talk about making decisions like that. You've got to read the game. You've got to understand the game. It's not a blanket go for the win. It's not that. In Kyle Shanahan's situation, you're third and 9, ball on the 1, on your own 1. You've got
less than 1.
You've got a quarterback that can barely stand up. You've got 2 weeks before and some issues in the second half of that game. Your offensive line starting to fade. You're dropping them back into the end zone. We just saw 2 weeks ago you dropped somebody back into the end zone on the play call. It's a safety call. You got to factor all those things in. I would have done exactly what Kyle did in that situation. Make them use their final timeout. See if somehow, some way you could get the first down on the ground. But I wouldn't have passed in that situation. That was not the time for that. Once again, if you were on the 7-yard line and you had a healthy or non-cramping Mac Jones, yeah, maybe you go for the win in the pass and try and throw a slant or an out to one of those guys. But inside the 1 with a gimpy Mac Jones and a O-line that could get you a safety at any point in time, now you kick it out and you let your defense try and win this game for you. Sean McVay, I get that too. That was the ultimate, like, we're going for the win right here. The problem with Sean McVay is the play call. I thought that play call was awful. Just an awful play call by him. And this is one of those situations. You can't always coach like this. We're talking about the NFL, not just Kenny Caraway speaking on radio the next day. But I am a believer sometimes in, I've talked about this before, what would they want me to do? What would the opposition want me to do right here? Would they want me to pass, spread them out, and have Puka and Devontae Adams and all these guys and Matthew Stafford with the ball with a chance to get 1 yard? Or do they think they have a better chance stopping me if I'm running right up the gut? They probably think I have a better chance stopping me if I run right up the gut. Plus, I'm getting the ball out of Matthew Stafford's hands with the way he was playing in that second half. If you ask Robert Saleh, like, I'm going to give you 2 choices, which one do you want? He'd be like, oh, run the ball. Run the ball. I'll take my chances with that. And Sean went right into it. He should have passed it. He should have put the ball in Stafford's hand and let him have an opportunity to win or lose that game. So the actual going for it on 4th and 1, instead of kicking it and going for the win, I don't disagree with it all. The play calls was a little bit suspect to me. A lot sus to me.
We're just getting started. This is going to be my longest day of the regular season.
Let's go.
It's off to a really bad start.
We didn't even talk about.
The man came in dancing with like help from the other staff.
Shout out Gio. Shout out Vanessa. What up, though? We didn't even talk about.
Yeah, we ain't talked about nothing.
My boy. My boy. McTeed is the lick. West Side is the click.
Can I mention one thing that I think is so funny? And it didn't dawn on me until the game was happening. We talked so much yesterday about Brock, Jawan, Pearsall, Kittle, Ayuk. You know, we didn't say Nick Bosa's name one single time yesterday. Not once. And it wasn't until Herbstreit said it that I was like, oh, Nick Bosa's not playing. Damn.
Yeah.
We'll come back. Yeah. We'll come back. I'm sorry. Kenny will come back. I'll be here. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's up, man? Everything good? Oh, okay.
So busy this weekend, they forgot to have anything to give away this weekend. All right, man. That's what we're doing.
Well, I'm looking. Yeah, you're talking about for the whole week. You're talking about the weekend.
I was talking about the weekend. But
yeah, there's nothing for the whole week. I was looking this morning. I was like, huh. All right. Aftershock it is then.
Yeah, keeping it real, G. That's tough. More injuries you got to deal with. Apparently, though, they're thinking he might be able to play with the club, and he might be back in a week or two. So hopefully. I mean, Steven, I'll start this and we'll talk about this because it's all relative, right? It's all relative. We'll talk about it. It's actually a good point. Coach JT, we'll talk about that as well. Did not get a win yesterday. Did not.
Young Sav, you need to keep that Charger fandom pipe down a little bit this week, Brody.
Oh no,
Regroup.
young Sav. There's another Charger fan in here too.
That's what he was saying. He's like, is there another one in here? We're taking over. Ash, that's a good call. Cardi. I feel like the Clips. That's a good one. It's a good one, Ash.
It's been an awful year for rap.
It hasn't been good. But the Clips album was great.
It was really good.
I thought Cardi's was good. I thought Cardi's was really good.
Cardi's is really good.
I listened to Taylor a little bit this morning.
Taylor dropped a new one tonight.
Yeah, she dropped it. I don't know. Like I like Taylor. Like a lot of Taylor's records kind of sound, and maybe I'm just not familiar enough with it. A lot of it sounds the same. Like it has a similar like feel to it, and I do like listening to what she's saying. But yeah, it's we played it for the girls this morning, and
Yeah. Are they big Swifties?
Audrey's 11. She likes Taylor a lot. Like I got the records. Complex gave me a bunch of Taylor's version records, so we have those out for her, and I taught her how to use the record player. But yeah, she likes Taylor a lot. Yeah, for sure. Okay, I don't normally do this.
Yeah. What's good?
It's your show. I'm following your lead. What do you want to do? You want Mac
Let's
Jones?
see, okay,
I'm following your lead.
Let's go there. Let's go.
Because I
go to 10.
I don't get in. We don't get into group chat often, especially late in the week when we're sick of each other. It was one of the greatest regular season football games I've ever seen.
Hey, we talked.
I was worried about texting the chat because
Well,
it didn't go everybody's way yesterday.
Got a little emotional. And we also had 10 minutes earlier. We had to talk about that twice.
Wait, when they get were you?
No, we had 2 10-minute segments. We had to break down that game.
Oh, yeah. Chill out, man.
I didn't know we needed 2, but okay. WFAN out.
Well,
We're trying over here.
it's tough. It's tough.
I said, Lee, I was driving. I said, leave Jesse alone. Stop bringing this up. Leave him alone.
Oh man, yeah. But last night, with all jokes aside, last night was one of the best regular season football games. I mean, another one might have been these two a handful of years ago.
Man,
like one of the best regular season football games I've ever seen.
Man, that game, week 1, Ravens Bills. One of the overreactions was we will not see a better game than this all year. Man, Thursday night football alone might have that game wiped out. Thursday night football been on fire. You talk about Cowboys Eagles to start the season. Dolphins Bills was really good. Seahawks Cardinals was a good one. I forgot what week 2 was. Oh, that wasn't a good one. That was Packers Commanders. But now you got this one. Thursday night football been crazy.
Yeah, but this game in particular was fantastic.
Yes.
That punch out at the goal line was absolutely, that caused a reaction. I do not react very often. That was a very much, oh my God moment.
Yeah.
And it took a second to like process what was happening.
Well,
And it's
because
like-
the announcer didn't help you.
So the ball, so the 49ers get the ball, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about I'm thinking, did the 49ers just win the game? Okay, they can't get a safety. We just saw them get a safety. How many timeouts do they have? And I'm looking at the screen trying to find the timeout bar, and I can't find it because I'm looking below. And I was like, they don't have any timeouts. I was like, this game is over. And then I think Herb Street was like, well, hold on. As I was thinking it, hold on there. They have 3 timeouts. And so I'm scanning the screen again, and I realize it's above the numbers. Okay, 3 timeouts. Crap. Stafford's getting the ball back. Oh, just don't let him in the end zone, and it's fine. I had settled in on we're probably going to overtime unless they block another kick.
Right.
And the fact that was a 40-something yarder right? It
Yeah,
was 43.
It was
like
slicing to that right
yeah,
a
it
little
was like,
bit. It's not enough. And he had missed one earlier in the game.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Point being, great football game.
That was a phenomenal game. Let me start somewhere real quick because this is a real quick one. We already know Niners take over SoFi, Levi South, or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That was still a little crazy. Did you see Bonte's video? Because Bonte was covering the game.
Bonte was there, yeah.
He was in the press box.
I didn't see that. I saw him after the game.
Go check out his video, and I'll talk while you do it, and you can turn the volume up. Listen to the sound. That's crazy. That is crazy. The amount of 49er fans in that building. I don't think there is and somebody help me out. I'm not saying it just because like, oh, it's the Niners. If there's somebody else, let me know. But I don't know if there's another fan base that goes into an opposing stadium and does what they do. That is ridiculous. Listen to the sound. It sounds louder there than in SoFi. Or excuse me, than in Levi's.
Oh no! Hold on. Is there a way I can? No, I can't. Hold on. Watch. Hold on. Watch this brother right here. Oh shoot,
the 85.
I think he's wearing a 10 jersey. I can't tell. He's down in this vicinity.
Okay.
Wait till Bonte pans back. Watch down here. My man he's going crazy. Wait for it. Did we miss it?
We might have missed it.
Oh, shoot.
They have he if you want, he did tweet it out.
Crazy.
He tweeted it out. So you can,
oh, did he?
yeah.
Okay. This is crazy.
That is insane.
God, look at it. That's not 60%.
Hell no. I was texting Bonte last night. I said, bro, the Rams just have that little section behind their bench, and that's it.
Wow.
That is it. The rest of the play to the rafters is red. And like I said, the audible sound of the cheering that was crazy to me.
That was pretty.
We talk about it every time they play there. Levi's, all that. Like I know people are probably sick of hearing it, but it feels like it just gets worse. Like that was insane last night. So that's gonna always be the case. That's always what it's gonna be. Ironically enough, I haven't made the pilgrimage yet. I gotta go down there. I saw the Niners when they played.
Yeah, that's the stadium I have not seen yet that I'd really like.
Yeah, I saw the Niners when they played the Rams in the Coliseum. That was Cap's last game, and they came back and scored those touchdowns at the end, and it was crazy. Then that was a 2-13 49ers team, and it was crazy. Then I haven't been to SoFi. I haven't been there for a Niners Rams game in SoFi, but that's
now take a look at this. We'll leave the sound up, and then I'm gonna point.
I mean, it's just red on every level.
Now look at this. Hold on. Look at my man right here. Keep your eyes on this guy.
Let's see.
Right here, and I'm gonna go back just a split second, and y'all watch my man. It was going crazy in SoFi. Hey, my man. Hey. Come to think about it.
Well, no, I didn't. I was just gonna let it play.
I didn't know
that it might. Yeah.
Might be? Is that a woman?
It might be.
Hold up.
I was gonna let it
rock. That's the woman.
Oh, I was gonna let it.
Sports are so funny, man.
Wow. Oh, man. Look when he goes up into the rafters. He goes to the rafters, up to the ceiling. How much? Come on, man.
That is crazy. God, what an amazing stadium.
So I don't know how much goes. 70,000. It had to be 45, 45,000
Look
49er
at
fans.
that.
Crazy. So shout out to them, man. Like I said, I gotta make the trip to SoFi.
This is one of my new favorite videos.
That should be a GIF.
Oh my God. That was one of my favorite videos. Sacktown Tony. She didn't even need a chair.
She ain't doing it right. Get you a chair. So shout out to that. That was just insane to see. Shout out to my guy Bonte Hill.
Yeah. No doubt.
But Mac Jones, I want to start this off by saying we've talked about that draft and that moment and leading up to that moment before. And I've always said, and I maintain, I said, and you could check the test, I said, Mac's going to be in the league for 10 years.
Mhm.
He is an NFL quarterback. He's going to be in the league for 10 years. I wouldn't move up to go get him at number 3. I would have even drafted him at 12, 13, wherever they were at. I would have done that, but I ain't moving up to go get Mac Jones.
Mhm.
And I said he's going to be in the league for 10 years. He's going to be an NFL backup who makes a good living.
Mhm.
I apologize to Mac Jones.
Mm.
I undersold you. You are more than an NFL backup. You are a guy that can be somebody's starter on a good team, not just he's a starter on the Panthers. Mac Jones is better than I gave him credit for. And he did really well his rookie year with the Patriots, but seeing him up close and personal during training camp and hearing the reports then, seeing him in these 3 games with the 49ers, I apologize. I sold him short. He is a better quarterback than I gave him credit for. He is good. Then you get into the intangibles. You get into his toughness, definition. You open up the dictionary, the D-Lo and KC dictionary, and say the phrase tougher than a $2 steak. Mac Jones' picture needs to be there.
Mhm.
Tougher than a $2 steak. And then you get into, when you watch his interaction with his teammates and the things that he does, it's only been 6 months max. They love Mac Jones.
Mhm.
They love him. You hear his answers on the podium. You see after Kendrick Bourne drops a ball on 3rd down that could have get the drive going and got them in a situation where they could have went up 3 scores. He immediately goes up to Kendrick and says, "I'm coming right back. Don't trip. Don't trip. I got you." The way I know it's the quarterback. They do this with every quarterback. But when he's down, they pick him up.
Mhm.
They make sure they love Mac Jones. And that goes into how he is as a teammate. And I can imagine it was the same way at Alabama. And I just didn't watch enough Alabama or pay enough attention to him at Alabama to understand that that's who he is as a teammate. So
Can I tell you one thing I love about Mac Jones? One of the many things I think I love about Mac Jones is I think he loves Brock Purdy. His post-game comments yesterday about Brock's the starter, I just don't want to lose games for him. When we talked about that, when that sideline clip came out, we were talking about how like stressed and anxious he was, and I told you, I was like, it feels like he just doesn't want to mess this up, and it's the exact opposite. Like, he is not messing anything up. Like, this might be, and we'll see how the next few days progress, because that's the great thing about Thursday night is you've got the Friday reaction, but you've got something to lead Sundays. Mm-hmm. This might be, in much to the chagrin of my partner here, this might be the first time they talk about the 49ers. Like, really talk, not an injury, not Purdy, not is $250 million worth it, not Kittle, not aging, not Kyle. Mm-hmm. This might be the first time they talk about the San Francisco 49ers like, hey, if it's the Eagles, it's the Eagles. But keep an eye on San Francisco. Might be the first time that happens.
Yeah, they need to stop that. Don't do that. Don't do that, guys.
Well, don't tune in this weekend because I'm telling you, I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. I only watched Good
national
Morning
TV,
Football for a few minutes
standalone
today.
game,
Yeah.
you know, defining moment for the season. Like,
Yeah.
I'm joking, but you're right. Like,
And-
that had everybody's attention last
And as
night.
bad as Al Michaels was last night, he said one thing that it followed what we said a lot yesterday. It was like we kept saying, I'm not out on this game. It's a short, just weird, weird stuff happens. And the 49ers, I think, were up 14-0. They're coming back. I got the first time I got nervous about like the 49ers in this game was when they didn't score off that first turnover.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, oh, that felt like
That was
the
that-
moment right
That was
there.
that third down with Taborn that he dropped, that he would have.
Right. That's exactly what it was. Yep.
And I kept saying this. I was like, they need to get up. They don't need a touchdown, but they need to get up 3 scores.
So they go to commercial right before that possession that the 49ers have. They get the turnover to come back. And Al Michaels comes back and he says, well, boy, is this true in so many ways. We know nothing. And what he's referring to is all of the injuries, the short week, the home fit, a really, really good Los Angeles Rams team. We had all figured that this game was going to go a certain way. And it didn't. It went the way we said it could possibly go yesterday. And Mac's first two, like, I felt like it was so important for them to capitalize early. Like you said it the other way. Rams, you're going to need to put them away and put them away quick. Because if they can stick around,
it's going to be a long night.
Yeah, and the fact that the 49ers got on the board first in just a beautifully executed drive, it was like, okay. Then there was a part of me that thought back to week 1 where it was like they executed on that first drive and then things kind of stalled. I think it was week 1. And then they scored on the second one. Oh, man. Okay. And it wasn't until they didn't capitalize off that turnover that I started to get a little antsy. And then I think the Rams scored their first touchdown on the next possession.
I was watching that game kind of the same exact way. You get the turnover, and I was looking for like the bare minimum. I was like, hold them to 3, or you go kick a field goal when you off that turnover or whatever. But it can't be a 1-score game after whatever happens. You have the ball, they have the ball. Like, it can't be that.
Yeah.
And when they dropped the third down play, we'll talk about Kendrick Bourne in a little bit too. But when that was dropped, and then the Rams went and scored a touchdown, I said, "Oh man, dang."
Mm-hmm.
You had an opportunity to make it real tough on them,
Mm-hmm.
but here they are. And I thought somewhere in that third quarter, probably after, once again, they didn't get in the end zone when they had the ball first, maybe second and goal on the 1, and they didn't get in the end zone and settled for 3 and couldn't get it to 3 scores, the 3-score deficit.
Mm-hmm.
I said, man, these guys, they just got to hold on. Like, I didn't think it was like, oh, they're going to come back and march down the field and score and put the game. I said, just hold on. I think you've done about all you can do in this game. Kyle done schemed up everything he could. He didn't put every game plan he had, got you in this position. Just get to the finish line.
Mm-hmm.
And you can, and I wasn't sure they were going to be able to. And they did a little bit more than that. They went out and won that game, man. And like I said, we talk about different things. I just want to close up on Mac. Do I think there's a quarterback controversy? No. Brock Purdy's the starter. I think Brock Purdy's better than Mac Jones. But I gotta salute Mac Jones because he's a better quarterback than I thought he was. He is tough. He's smart. He has limitations, but he has more skill than I gave him credit for, and he can execute a game plan. And Kyle Shanahan has a game plan in 2 or 3 of these games that he's played. That is like, if you follow the game plan, you do what I'm telling you to do, we can be successful. And Mac has done that 3 times in a row now. And I just got to salute him. You know what's funny? real quick. No,
Mhm.
go ahead.
Well, it was about Mac Jones.
Mhm.
Did you see the Orlovsky clip that started circulating last night?
It's an older clip, right?
Yeah, it's from 2023.
Yeah.
Dan Orlovsky said that if Mac Jones was playing in San Francisco, he would be playing like Brock Purdy. Of course, Rex Ryan goes crazy and essentially says Mac Jones sucks. But he also says, if you feel that way, you're discrediting Brock Purdy and how well that he's playing. But it is kind of funny that you see Mac Jones playing the way that he is. Again, it's a credit to Mac Jones. It's a bit of a slap at the New England Patriots. But it is to me, it's just another, and I don't know when I don't know when he'll get his, not that he's not thought of really highly. It's just Kyle Shanahan is just so damn good as a head coach. So he's so good as an offensive play caller.
Yeah.
I mean, he's good as a head coach, period, but he's just an incredible offensive play caller.
No, he really is. And we talked about it going into the Saints game. And we thought Mac was going to play good in that game. All week we were like, no, he's going to play good. And our premise was, when Kyle has an opportunity to prepare and put a game plan in place, he's going to give you a chance. We talk about Brandon Allen. I remember that Packers game last year. It was one of those things where, like, in the third quarter, it was a 2-score game, and the Niners had the ball, and they marched down the field, and it was like, if Brandon Allen can get them in the end zone, it's a 1-score game halfway through the third quarter. And I only say that to say, he got Brandon Allen in a situation where he could go into Green Bay and compete. And there was like no Kittle. There was nobody there. And it's one of those things where if you don't turn the ball over, you're going to have an opportunity with Kyle Shanahan. Brandon Allen turned the ball over twice, I think, and that was all she wrote. Plus the defense wasn't as good last year. But yeah, that's who he is. And I want to stop short of saying anybody under center can be good with Kyle Shanahan, but it's starting to become overwhelming evidence that, yeah, that might be the case.
It's not anyone. I mean, he did, suffer through Nick Mullins and other guys, even though he got them to play, decent in games. There was a moment yesterday. I know exactly when it was, when Brock went down. When Mac went down, and the camera flashed to Kyle. I couldn't help but think about our conversation yesterday where we were talking about Kyle is aging before our eyes. He aged 10 years in that one camera shot where because normally coaches aren't selling stuff, right? Like they're talking to someone, they've got the card up, they're talking to someone on the hit. He's looking at it like, you've got to be effing kidding me. Like, he's looking like you can't be serious.
Yeah.
And I wish they had the camera on Kyle when Brock popped up and ran off the field the way that he did. Because when they said, it's unbelievable, because I think he did it during commercial. Because when they said, oh, he just ran off the field.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what's that mean? And then they show the video and it's like, oh, he just ran off the field.
Yeah, I
thought he tore his ACL.
Poor Mac.
Oh God.
And look,
did you
they
say
were beating his ass too?
The trainers, they're rubbing his forearm and he's just, God bless that man. I can't imagine the physical toll of playing a football game.
Yeah.
I can't imagine the physical toll of playing a football game where you're clearly dehydrated.
Oh my goodness.
And you've got not only do you have an entire offensive line of the most athletic 300-pound individuals, defensive line of the most athletic 300-pound individuals on the earth coming to destroy you. Your body's working against you in this particular moment.
And all your muscles are just like squeezing like a sponge with every step.
Your body's like, hey man, stop. Brock's like, Mac's like, I can't.
No, man.
No, man. Stop now. Dog, I can't. All right. Have it your way.
Oh, also you talked about Al Michaels when they came back after they didn't score, and he said, "We know nothing."
Mm-hmm.
He also said, I don't know if you heard the rest of it. He also said, "We know nothing." Back here in the bottom of the second with the Dodgers and the Giants. Wait, what? What, Kirk?
It's a 2.5 run spread. Wait, what? Do you believe in miracles? We'll come back.
He was bad. He was so bad.
Hey.
Oh my gosh.
This is going to be unpopular because of the way the fourth quarter went. That 49ers defense was incredible.
Oh, let's talk about him.
We will. Eddie Gonzalez will be with us here. Chris Biederman will be with us in the final hour of the show to talk about all this as well. And we'll open up the phone lines for you. We know who you're waiting for, but the phone lines are open for
man.
you.
Hey, man.
Elk Grove Kia Talk line.
Bro, call in here, man. Call in here. You
916
always welcome here.
916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Al Michaels, he said, now wait a minute, Kirk. They're moving the ball to the 40-yard line. I don't know, sir.
I've
was
said
roughing
this,
the passer. What are you talking?
I've said this before. It's going to happen to all of us. It's going to happen to me. One day you two will have to do it. You got to take Al Michaels out back. It's over. Like, got to take him out back.
And then on the last play, he said, and they get there, and it looks like the ball's out.
No,
Let's see if it was out.
Al Michaels had no fucking clue the game was over. Like, absolutely no clue.
Kirk, unplug his mic. Unplug it.
No, I think it got to the point, Kirk. Hit him as hard as you can with that steel chair.
You do both, Kirk.
Yes, just
You do both.
so bad.
He said, and the Niners, it looks like the ball is out. We're going to have to see. Now, where did he stop forward progress?
Wait, where's Fred Warner going? What? Is this a touchdown for the 49ers? Oh, the St. Louis Rams have lost.
Mark Bolger's distraught.
Mark Bolger.
Al, we're in Los Angeles. No, we're not, Kirk. This isn't a Raider game. Stop.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's gonna happen, Sydney. That's just the way it is. I'll hit a certain point where that'll be the only alternative. It's gotta end it out. The ball is out. Now, when did it come?
That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what he said.
It fucking didn't. God bless it.
Or was it John Sterling that had those calls at the end of his?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah,
about.
and what'd you have to do?
Take him out back.
Take him out back. Man. Did you? Man, I feel like some of their tweets disappear. I forgot what I was going to ask you.
Oh man.
Oh, here.
The hell?
I thought for
Laid him back
sure.
on the court.
Hey, he's there game one. Celtics are back up.
Bro, this is great. I'm on YouTube. They gotta.
I thought for sure. Sorry, go ahead. I know where you're going. Sorry.
No, I'm just scouring YouTube and a video came up, like a behind the scenes day in the life video. Jason Tatum talking about back on the court. Bro, what?
All right.
Yo, settle down, Tatum. You're making me nervous, bro.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't want to say this, but John from Connecticut is on the line.
Oh, snap. Hey, this show's going crazy. This show is going crazy.
What do you want, man?
Spreading the news. We're leaving today. We're gonna go to Canada, New York, New York. We're singing those blues. Because the Red Sox go home today.
That's not the words. That is not the words.
For sure, yeah, that's not how it goes.
Hey, how does it feel like to get shoved for 9 innings with a guy's last name that's Schittler? Okay, how did that feel?
I'm not even comfortable that you said that. I'm gonna be honest.
Wasn't great, Jake. I'll say that.
And the best part is he's a Massachusetts native. All right, and heard that chirping all night from Red Sox fans and gave it right back.
Jake, can I share something with you about this business that we are in?
Yeah.
Do you know that one of the best football games in regular season history took place last
Jake,
night?
no one cares about your little baseball game.
Oh, I watched it last night. That was incredible, fam. Okay, especially after we talked about it for like an hour yesterday of how much they were going to get spanked. All right, Mac Jones looking like the first round pick the Patriots took 2 years ago.
So I brought you up earlier in the show. This has to be, and I don't think anyone would know better than you. You know, outside of calling someone at WEEI or whatever that station is. This has to be the definitive performance of Mac Jones's career, right?
Oh, this is the best performance I've ever seen from him. Like anything that he did his rookie year was pretty good, but this is by far the best performance I have seen Mac Jones in his professional career. This is what they thought that they were going to get when they drafted him 15th overall. And like I was talking with some of my buddies last night and even this morning. Like, imagine if they didn't take Trey Lance and like San Francisco took Mac Jones. Like, would we even be having a conversation about Brock Purdy right now? Like, be real with me, because what you saw last night was what they fell in love with 2 years ago or 3 years ago with Mac Jones coming out of Alabama. Best performance he's had, and then the most impressive part about it is he had guys that are really not their top end players. Like, yes, Kendrick Bourne, he has a rapport with him because of his time in New England, but like Demarcus Robinson, like Jake Tunji, like of course they gave the ball off to Christian McCaffrey so many times, but like, man, just by far his best professional performance by far.
There was a game against, I think it was his rookie year. I'm almost certain it was his rookie year against the Cowboys. That was an overtime loss where Mac was balling. He played really well in that game. But that's the only other one I could think of outside of last night.
Good for you for remembering that.
There was a game against Buffalo he won as well. That was the big game that he won his rookie year.
Yeah. Was the level, because I'm raving over his toughness, was that a trait of his that you guys saw in New England as well, and even as far back as Alabama? Like, is that who he's always been, and it was on full display last night?
I think yes, his rookie year, like you saw his toughness, but after his rookie year, like I think Kendrick Bourne put it perfectly in his rookie season, put it perfectly last night. After his rookie season, he lost his confidence, especially after Josh McDaniels left, and with the confidence also left his physicality and his toughness. So you saw the physicality and toughness his rookie year, but after that, it just kind of faded because he was always, second guessing himself. I don't think Bill Belichick kind of really, dealt with him very well his second year and third year in the league, and caused the downfall where he's at, where he was at Jacksonville as a backup and now with the 49ers this past year. So you saw glimpses of it as his rookie season, and that's because he had confidence and swag and everything like that. But after that, once his confidence wavered, he turned into a different player.
Just a very, very, very quick glance. Dallas, Buffalo doesn't even compare to what he did last night. He's had games where he's thrown. He's had games where he's thrown yards, and I have no he had a loss to Minnesota where he threw for like 380. I think there were 2 touchdowns in that game. I have no recollection of what that game looked like, but there is there is nothing.
You got that Cowboys game? What was it like?
I got it right. Well, if it's his no, if you're talking about his rookie year,
loss?
overtime loss, he threw 2 touchdowns. He threw 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. He was 15 of 21. That's 71% for 229 yards. But again,
that's not
and it's a 35-29 loss in OT to Dallas. It's a game,
but it's not like
it is not what we saw last night. And Jake, enjoy your little ALDS.
Hey, Jake, I'm rooting for you guys. I think the Blue Jays are going to the World Series, though.
It's a good
No, watch yourself.
I'm just keeping it real. I got to keep it real. I'm going for the Yankees.
I'm going to clip this. And when we talk in 2 weeks from now, and the Yankees are going to the ALCS against the Tigers, we'll have another conversation.
Oh, against the Tigers. Ooh.
We're talking Sunday, right?
Talking Sunday. See you guys then. Hopefully the Raiders get the dub as well.
Indeed. Yeah. Appreciate you, my man. Thanks, Jake.
Hey, Jesse, have a great day, buddy.
Oh,
Whatever, man. Get off the show. I don't even know why I'm letting you talk still. I'm in charge of it.
Yeah, just a quick week. Also, can I point out, and admittedly, I'm a pretty big fan of this player. Matt Stafford was phenomenal yesterday. 389 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. You talk about run games, their run game. I'll take the 49ers run game versus the Rams run game, because obviously Kyron Williams, theirs cost them.
Yeah.
But there was, I wrote it down, so 731 combined yards between these two quarterbacks yesterday. Brock threw 49 times. Matt Stafford threw 47, a combined 5 touchdowns and 0 interceptions.
That play that Stafford made in overtime to Atwell, where he scrambled out, rolled around, then threw it back to the side. I said,
I thought the game was over.
Yeah,
absolutely thought the game was over.
If he's doing that, like how are we gonna stop these guys? Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey, before we get back to like serious business, can we make fun of Al Michaels a little bit more?
Sure.
What's happening here?
Williams.
Yep.
Can he get in? They signal that he, with the ball coming out.
No clue what's happening here.
The other way.
Now, I'm gonna for the people listening on the radio, I'm gonna try some. I'm gonna start this clip over, and I'm going to tell you when the official acknowledges it's 49ers football. So here's the play, handoff, fumble.
Can he get in?
And
signal that he, with the ball coming out.
Now, been acknowledged.
The other way, and the call is a fumble in San Francisco ball.
No clue.
Wow.
No clue.
That is unbelievable. I think Alfred Collins, 95.
Oh my God! What a play! Oh my God! So forgive me. Oh, watch it. This was fun. What a play! Oh my God!
They signal that he
was
coming out.
Yeah, I just want to point out, because I'm standing pretty hard. I'm not a fan. Like, I do not care if the 49ers win or lose. But my God, what a play this
and the
was!
Big fella, the rookie out of Texas, makes maybe the play of the game. Second round pick.
Look at that punch point!
Got
Play of the game.
Probably knocked Kyron Williams out. And recovery. I don't think I realized how hard he punched that man.
Makes maybe the play of the game.
Kill this sound here. Watch it. Boom!
Bang!
Wow. And Kyron went forward, and he landed right on top of the ball.
In that moment.
Wow.
Kyron had just gotten a nice little like 20-something yard gain as well, a couple of plays before on that. And I was starting to do a little math. I was like, geez, you got 1 timeout left. I mean, I know you're winning by 3, but do you let them score?
Yeah.
To have an opportunity? And
definitely thought of that.
They're getting down to the goal. And on that play, he's getting down to the goal line. And I'm like, oh, what's going on? And then all of a sudden I see the 49ers defenders jump up, get excited, point the other way. I said, I was Al Michaels. Did he fumble the ball? We got it. It was crazy in the house. It was crazy in the house. And it was, I was by myself
Mhm.
yesterday because
Mhm.
the family was out. Oh, it was crazy in the house. I was talking crazy.
Man.
I was talking crazy to nobody in particular.
Let's I think this might be your favorite
Oh
play.
yeah, come on, man.
Beautiful opening salvo for them. 2nd and 5. Jones hit as he throws, but he finds the open man along the sideline.
Yep.
And that's DeMarcus Robinson, the former Ram, who missed the first 3 games. He was suspended, but there is a flag on the play, and this one's coming back.
This one's coming back.
Ref is literally like, no, I got it. You're good, man. That's fine.
Personal foul, rough for the passer. Defense on 10.
Yep.
15-yard penalty.
Now listen to that.
Hold on a second. The 49ers are going back up to the 41-yard line. Did they, by replay assist, that was legal? The 49ers up at the 41-yard line now.
It's what? Didn't listen.
They marked it after the catch is what they did. So up to the 46-yard line goes Christian McCaffrey.
God bless that man.
Oh my
Someone
goodness.
threw it in the chat house. I don't remember who it was, but it's like tough for Kirk. He had to take care of Lee Corso. Now he's got to take care of
Oh
Alvin.
man.
Jesse's
What a-
famous line, man. Just unplug his controller.
Yeah,
man.
honestly, at this point, it's bad.
Have him in there, tell him that he's the play-by-play guy, but have the actual play-by-play guy next to him. Kirk, why does this guy keep talking when I'm talking?
Mm-hmm. It's fine, Kurt. It's fine, Al. Just keep going. Just keep going. We haven't even mentioned this play one
Spirals
time.
are artistry. They are.
Blocked.
Extra point,
I mean,
though.
that's with 10
is
minutes and 39 seconds
Man.
left in the game to keep the score tied.
Man,
That completely changed the strategy of the rest of the game.
100%. 100%. And the Rams are dealing with some special team stuff, man. He missed one yesterday, got that extra point block. They lost the Eagles game because of a block. I think because they showed the whole rundown during the broadcast. There was another issue with the kicker as well. He kicked he didn't kick it into the zone at the end of regulation, I think it was.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that game was
Al got that call right.
He did get
That's a
that. He saw that,
confusing ass
yeah.
call, and he got it right.
they man, we didn't talk about that. We didn't talk about
we got
Eddie
time.
Pinheiro.
We got time.
Eddie Pinheiro. The one thing that I heard about him when the 49ers signed him was super accurate, one of the more accurate kickers in the history of the league, but you're losing a little leg when you put him in there. Jake Moody had the big leg. So you're losing some leg and some distance, but you're gaining accuracy. And that 59-yarder, when he went out there, when Kyle said, we're gonna kick I said, Kyle, bro, am I the only one that listened to the scouting report? He ain't got that leg. What you doing, Kyle? And that would have been good from 65. He boomed that thing through.
In one night, we saw a 59-yard field goal. We saw a blocked PAT. We saw a goal line fumble. We saw the play calling from the two best coaches in the league that's going to get their fan bases talking. We saw a 48-yard field goal to tie. Then we saw a 4th down stop when the team was at the very least positioned to kick a game-tying field goal. I mean, they were knocking on the door of winning the game. We saw a goal line stop there. This was all on a Thursday night.
Man, that was
between division rivals.
And some people don't like that Thursday night football is going with the divisional games. I actually think it helps with the potential intrigue and intensity of the broadcast. They don't like it because, and understandably so, divisional games are important and you're putting them on these short weeks like that. So I get it, but I think that helps the game. I don't think it's a coincidence we're getting all these good games and the games are interdivision games. So I don't right now today, I'm still saying Ravens Bills was number 1. Is the best game of the season. But man, we got some contenders, man. I hate the reason the way that it ended won't make it number 1, but I think Packers Cowboys was about to get a consideration. That game this past Sunday.
Oh yeah, Ty can't
Ty
have that.
can.
Also, so that game was embarrassing. I don't even know that we've talked. I don't know that we've talked about this yet because media day happened, King season started, and a lot of our non-49ers Raiders NFL stuff kind of got dumped. Hey, until further notice, Packers, you're out. That was trash.
I agree.
That doesn't get game of the year consideration for me because they were so bad defensively. I'm sorry. Dak is another really solid fourth quarter quarterback. He's a very good fourth quarterback. I don't cushion it. Like, he's good. There is no excuse for a team that maybe their hallmark isn't their defense, but a lot has been made about their defense. To just allow the Cowboys to go up and down the field the way that they did in the most critical moments of the game, now they can't have that one.
I feel you.
Yeah, I get the Packers. Like, I came away from that game until last night. Well, I still think it's true. I came away from that game like it's Eagles and Rams. The Packers are out right now, and
might just be Eagles.
Well, I still think the Rams are very good. I think there is a very interesting conversation to have about San Francisco.
The Rams aren't even the best team in their division right now.
No,
record-wise, they're not.
I don't think.
Record-wise, they're third.
Yeah. Look, I'm half joking because
is it Seattle and Tampa Bay this weekend?
Yes,
in Seattle.
Lord,
I'm half joking, half showbit, half nervous. That's 3 halves, so that doesn't work. But
it's math major Kenny Caraway over here.
Third,
yeah.
But I'm very confident in the 49ers against anybody, anywhere. I'm very confident. You guys like to in the chatty house and stuff, like, oh, KC a homer. Look, I love the 49ers. I don't hide that. Obviously, 49 Friday, all this other stuff. But I like to think a lot of the times I am real about the 49ers. I got a pulse for the 49ers, and I'm real about it. Last year, did you ever hear me touting that they were some Super Bowl team? Even at the start of the season.
I don't think so.
I said, man, I said, what happened in that Super Bowl? I don't know if you recover from that in a year. You might bounce back another year or two after that. But I was never like, oh, no, watch out for the it's not how I felt. Telling you, this year with this team, man, this is another aspect of last night that gets uncovered.
I want to close one thing off before you continue. That was the game of the year last night.
Oh, you
got the belt. Just the two defensive, but there was a defensive play at the goal line, and not the fictitious Super Bowl goal line, the actual goal line.
Yeah,
there was a stop there that like the game looked like it was over, and then there was another one. It wasn't a goal line stop, but it was a. You've got options here, and they stopped them on. They stopped them on what was it? 4th and 2.
4th and 1.
It was a 4th and 1.
Yeah,
and stopped them. It was a long one, but stop them. To me, like, hey, it's cool when you go up in the Green Bay, Dallas. Even that wasn't even up. That was just Buffalo going. Yeah, we don't really want to lose this game, and reeling off the points they did in terms of an Ali Frazier heavyweight fight. Yeah, that's got my here. Write it down. It's got the belt.
Jesse, does it have your belt too as game of the year?
I think I'd still put Bills, Ravens, just given those two of the best quarterbacks in the league, and they got history there. But I mean, it's up there.
Okay,
very least it's number 2 right now. This Niners team. One of the reasons why I feel the way I feel about them is, and they showed last night, that this team is well coached at the highest level, and they're tough. This is a tough group. It's a young group when you talk about Alfred Collins, when you talk about Michael Williams, when you talk about Upton Stout, Siegel. It's a young group. There's some young boys out there. But, man, they not afraid of the moment. They are tough. I know Stafford had a really good game, put up some numbers, put up good numbers. But I think that 49ers secondary played their asses off last night. At the very least, competed their asses off last night. And I think I tweeted it out earlier. I think by the time you get to the end of the season, you're going to be looking at a top 3 secondary in the league. They are that good. Lenore, Jesse, I heard you on the Insiders talking about it with Puka. Puka, what do you have? 10 catches, 80 yards?
Yeah. 10 catches, 80 yards on that touchdown.
Don't nobody do that to Puka right now. And he was starting to catch the ball, whatever. They moved Lenore over to him and shut him out in the second half. Lenore started on Devontae.
They
what did
moved
Devontae
the ball.
do?
Yeah,
he do nothing.
Yeah, they moved the ball all over the place. Yeah.
In the first half, he had one catch for, I think, 11 yards. Then they switched him over to Puka in the second half and turned his way.
He had a lot of targets that didn't go his way. Devontae, talking about Devontae.
So
and it looked like Stafford. It felt like Stafford kept trying to find somebody.
Yeah.
He eventually found Devontae in the second half. But you look at the 49. Kendrick Bourne had 100. He had a career night with Mac Jones last night. 100 something, 40 something, 30 something. The no receiver on the Rams had 100 yards. It was 80, 70, 75, like 60. He was trying to find something because the 49ers kept adjusting.
Right. Yeah, I think this defense is going to get better as the season goes along. The young boys on the defensive end, they are going to get better and better. And I think that secondary, it's difficult to say because, like I said, all the numbers that Stafford put up. But I thought that secondary played a hell of a game. When you talk about Renardo Green, Upton Stout, and Diamonor Lenore, I think that is going to be one of the top units in the game by the end of the season. And I say all that to say, I would feel good going up against anybody right now. Anybody with that group.
Well, I'm going to trust you in that regard because I'm with you in that regard, but I'm going to trust you in that regard because you said before the season, and I didn't understand why you felt this way, and I remember it. You said this defense could win you football games. And I didn't understand with such a young group why you would feel that way, at least this year. But when you look at having point differentials of 4, 5, 1, the -5 to Jacksonville, and 3 last night, your defense has absolutely won you football games in the first 5 weeks of the season. Last night being, to this point, the defining moment for that defense. As bad as it was in the fourth quarter, and it was bad because it felt like the Rams, Matt Stafford, had no issue moving the ball up and down the field. Even in that moment in overtime, the Atwell passage you were just talking about, felt bad. But when push came to shove, you've got them on the 1 yard line. You get that critical stop. You know, if nothing else, you stop them from winning the game in that moment. Fast forward to overtime, and you have that moment where they stop them on 4th and 1. Their defense has won them football games this year, and that's pretty incredible given the fact they've started to retool that defense with a bunch of guys from the draft this past year.
You're spot on with everything you're saying. And I watched that game last night, and I thought about the rest of this season. And I had a thought. John Lynch, make sure you pull up the Odyssey app, pull us up on YouTube. Listen up, because
tease it.
I was trying to, but it would not get off 111. Like it would not. It just wouldn't. I said
Jesse's living in his head where it's like There's 90 seconds left, jackass. Like, what do you want us to do
Yeah,
now?
we're in the gray area. This is
Okay.
called stalling for time now.
So Kenny's building it out by talking slow and leaving long pauses. Hey, I like that. Pauses can be a co-host. There's
And
nothing wrong with
Get
that.
to
is my
112,
speech.
please.
All right.
I'm gonna tell you what that is, though. When we come
Kenny
back.
pays off his dramatic tease. Plus, we'll shift our attention at some point. I don't know when, but at some point to Kings basketball. We got some more 5-on-5 today. We got some video from James Ham. We'll bring that to you. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Have you guys ever watched on Prime on their telecast it's called Prime Vision? It's like the next gen broadcast where they
I have once or twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've heard it's pretty cool.
I've never maybe next week because this game I was invested in this game, so I didn't want to mess around. But maybe next week I'll watch the game on that. They need to bring the shop back.
You said the shop, like LeBron?
You see those?
Oh,
games
yeah.
during the game?
Yeah. Who do the Eagles have this week?
Broncos
Oh, okay.
in Philly, I believe.
Hmm?
I think it's in Philly.
Oh, is that right, Securin? Do we got video of that? Stop it. Are you being funny or is that real? Oh, there it is. Hammer tweeted it.
Shout out to him.
We're going to have to get the Kings basketball here pretty soon. Devin Carter hitting game winners in 5-on-5. We got our draft pick, baby. Devin Carter. Let's go. Let's go.
Sorry, Keon. You're not going to be able to play.
Sorry, buddy. Sorry, man. No, actually, guys, I think we need to bench DeMar DeRozan
Right.
and allow that was sarcasm, kids. Real quick, head over to bakerfamilywines.com. Join Dusty's Clubhouse. That's essentially Dusty's Wine Club. You want to be a part of Dusty's Wine Club because it's a blast. Also, as part of the Clubhouse, you'll get newsletters about when Dusty will be at Baker Family Wines in West Sacramento. Talk to anyone who was out there last Sunday. Dusty is the most approachable person you will ever meet. And watching, grown men who love Dusty Baker having the opportunity to just go up, sit with him, talk with him, have a glass of wine with him. He was happy to sign hats and jerseys and bottles and all of that different stuff. You can find out when Dusty's there, not just through us, but through that newsletter over at bakerfamilywines.com. Try that rosé we've been raving about all week, the 755 cab, in honor of Hank Aaron. Just some tremendous things happening with Baker Family Wines. Look for that baseball stitch on the wine bottle at the Nugget in Roseville, Granite Bay, Elk Grove. You could check select Rayleigh's in Bel Air when you're out doing your grocery shopping this week. Head over to the wine section. Look for that stitch on the baseball. Look for that baseball stitch on the bottle of wine, and you'll see Baker Family Wines right there. Grab you a couple of bottles and bring them home for the weekend.
Yes, indeed, man, because it's going to be a great weekend this weekend. Get you some Baker Family Wines.
See, and that's the good thing about your 49ers winning on Thursday, man. You could sip some wine, sip some rosé, sip a cab, a Pinot, whatever your vibe is, and just enjoy football on Sunday. But you have a task, and again, we're gonna get to the Kings here in just a heartbeat as practice is wrapping up. I think we'll hear from Doug Christie soon. Devin Carter, the hero, hitting game winners in practice. We'll talk about that, or we'll look at that as James posted the video. But you have a proposition
just
for John Lynch?
Maybe not, because I think John Lynch is on. I think we're on the same page. That's my guy, John
Oh,
Lynch.
of course. I mean, obviously, you guys consult with each other. No one understands when you do that. Specifically, the radio audience who just hears silence.
That's what we do.
Also,
That's
for you
my
prize
boy.
pick players or gamblers, Lamar Jackson is out this week. So it was very obviously trending towards that. But it has been made official by the Baltimore Ravens. Lamar Jackson is out.
No max discount there this week.
Nah, not this time.
Go get reinforcements at some point, John.
Where?
On the D-line. Go get you one. Because I know a lot of people talk about the pressure and all this other stuff from the O-line the last 2 weeks. And I get that. I understand that. I think they're battling. They're battling. They're trying to get after the quarterback. Number one, they're trying to get after the quarterback. So there's that. Number two, I think people are game planning for their pressure a little bit as well. Number three, Matthew Stafford come on, he's just seen everything. Like, he knows how to play quarterback a lot of the times without being pressured. You know what I mean? Like, I remember in the third quarter, Saleh started to change up his game plan and was bringing blitzes. And I was like, hey, stop bringing the blitz, because you're bringing the same blitz. He sees it at the line. He knows who's coming. He knows where he's going to go. Like, if you're not going to switch up how you do it, like, you got to change this up, because this ain't working. It's difficult to get pressure on a guy like Matthew Stafford. So I don't want to use that as a litmus test as to, see, that's why you gotta go get somebody. But just in general, because I think you have a potentially special defense. Go get somebody. Go get somebody, John. I don't know if I know Hendrickson is one they talk about, or Cam Jordan, or who's the other dude they talk about? Thibodeau in New York, whatever. Go get somebody to help these guys out, because I think they've got it with the young guys that you got, specialize in stopping that run. And they've got that figured out. Go help Bryce Huff out and go get somebody on the other side to go rush that quarterback, since you don't have Nick. You do that, you might be talking about something.
Do you feel like they need it?
I don't think they need it.
But we're
I
talking
think they can
about
win. I think they're going to make if you didn't change the roster at all, they're going to make the playoffs. They can win in any scenario with what they have.
You're looking for over the top.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Go do that, and now we're cooking. One other thing real quick before we get to the Kings. I thought Mac Jones on Sunday. Excuse me. I thought Brock Purdy on Sunday against the Jags. I thought he played a pretty good game. I thought he made a couple of bad decisions, turned the ball over, had some misfortune on one of the interceptions. But he was pressured a lot, And I thought he played better than people give him credit for. You lost the game. You turned the ball over personally 3 times. So that's not good. Like you can't have that. But we're going crazy, and rightfully so, over Mac Jones in the game that he had today.
Mm-hmm.
I just watch this type of stuff in football because people forget about stuff and or dismiss stuff or just don't recognize, right? Like I said, I thought Brock played a good game. He had 2 passes that didn't go his way.
Mm-hmm.
Mac Jones, I thought he played really well last night. No interceptions, 2 touchdowns. Do you remember that pass that Mac made on a 3rd down late in the game over the middle that was so bad it wasn't intercepted because 2 people thought they could pick it up?
Yeah, that was tough.
And just think, like, if the middle linebacker, I think it was, if he doesn't get in the way of the ball, that's an easy pick.
Yep.
And we're having a different
He was
story.
trying to make a difficult play on the ball when the person behind him would have just caught it.
It's right there.
He was a defender in that play. He was a defender against his own teammate.
And it's just, if that would have been an interception, I don't think Mac played any worse of a game. You know what I mean? That's kind of my point. Like, he played a hell of a game yesterday.
Yeah.
But we judge it. It goes a little bit to what you're talking about, the results of the game. Did they win or lose? Was the ball picked off or not?
Well, it goes back to what you said yesterday. It has to be clean.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and you kept saying perfect. It was like, it's not going to be perfect. Yesterday's game was not perfect, but it was clean.
Mm-hmm.
And that pass is a big reason it wound up being clean.
Yeah. So I remember when that happened, and I thought about that, and it goes back to, I thought Brock played cool. Like, people were like, after the Jags game, he was a disaster. He shouldn't have been out there. I thought Brock played all right. He made a few bad decisions.
Yeah. And not all of them were intercepted. Some of them were just passes he was trying to force into tight windows. And then, he had and he didn't get a lot of help. Like, I think it was 5 drops in that one. He had, Christian McCaffrey had a couple pop flies that hit him in the hands. One
he had 6 or 7 drops, actually.
Did he really? Oh my gosh.
Yeah. So it's just, when we judge the quarterback position, I think sometimes we lose context and we don't think about everything. And
I don't know why 6 or 7 sound like so much more than 5, but for some reason it does. 5 is a lot. 5 drop passes in a single game is a lot.
Yeah.
I think it might have been 7 is.
And
Jesus.
Here's the other thing about it. Like I said, I thought the Niners didn't take care of the football against the Jags, but the defense played well or whatever. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, thank you.
It was
Jesus Christ.
6-7.
Thank you. Like the whole chatty house.
Now we're those kids in and out.
We really are. Just I hate life so much.
But
I hate when I'm not in on a joke because I just don't get it. I don't understand.
I say it though, but I don't understand it. The Niners in that game against the Jags, I thought they beat themselves. No disrespect to the Jags and what they did on the defensive end, but you talk about those 6 or 7 drops.
Yeah.
And the interception that was called back, that was a game changer. And I thought there was a block in the back on the punt return for a touchdown. I thought the Niners, you combine that with their own turnovers, I thought the Niners beat themselves in that one. The Rams dropped some passes last night too.
Mm-hmm.
That the Niners had nothing to do with. Like, I'm keeping it a stack. Like, there were no Niners around. Just like I talked about in that Cardinals game. There were no Niners around, and they just dropped them.
Yeah.
Those things happen, and they happen on both sides. So when I say, hey, the Niners beat themselves or they could have won that game against the Jags, and that's not being disrespectful to the Jags, they had things that they didn't take care of. The Rams could be saying the same things today. If we take care of our business.
And I'm sure they are.
We turned the ball over twice.
Yeah.
Turn the ball over at the goal line. If it wasn't for that, we would have won. Those things happen from time to time. And sometimes those are X factors as to why you won or lost. It's not an excuse. It's just we didn't play a clean game. Yesterday, the Niners played a clean game, and the Rams didn't.
Just had an interesting thought thinking back to obviously yesterday's game and the week before the 27-20 win over Indianapolis, where my first thought was, as that game was going the direction I thought it was tomorrow's show is going to suck. Kenny's going to be in such a bad mood. It's going to be Friday. We're just going to want to go home. It's going to be terrible. And this game is going exactly like that Colts game went last week. But thinking that made me pull up, because we did these numbers a second ago with the San Francisco 49ers when we were talking about their defense point differentials: 4, 5, 1, the -5 loss to Jacksonville, and 3. For Los Angeles, it's 5. They have a 33-19 win against Tennessee, arguably the worst team, certainly one of the worst teams in the league. 33-26 loss to Philadelphia, 27-20 Indy, and then the 26-23 loss to San Francisco. They got Baltimore coming up next. That'll be really interesting. It's at Baltimore. Then they're at Jacksonville. I'm assuming that's a situation where they're just going to stay out east. Oh, I'm seeing a 9:30 start. That game might be in a different country.
Yeah.
That game's in a different country.
They're going to be out there in England. Sure.
So they're definitely not coming back to Los Angeles. And then they got their bye week, so perfect time for that. But a couple of tough games, depending on the status of Lamar Jackson, ahead for the Rams before they head into the bye week. I thought prior to yesterday, and I'm not going to change it. It's the Eagles. Now I'll amend it. The Eagles stand alone right now for me in the NFC. I booted Green Bay because of that embarrassing performance against Dallas. Tired now. That was embarrassing. And I had Los Angeles in here. I think the Rams are really good, and I'm going to keep them like up in this conversation. I think the 49ers are I don't know what's preventing me from throwing the 49ers in there. Maybe it's probably could very well be that. Could very well be that. Like I think higher of the 49ers than I do the Bucks. Like, and I love the Bucks, but I love the Bucks. I don't like I'm rooting for the Bucks to do well. I like Baker Mayfield and all that. I like their coaching staff, but we said this, after the Eagles game, even though they made that game interesting, I do think there's levels to this. That's a really good football team. Jesse said, hey, they beat the Eagles. I think they're contenders. I don't think the Tampa Bay Bucks are contenders to win the Super Bowl. I do think they're a good football team. I think the San Francisco 49ers are contenders to win Super Bowl. And so it's we're starting. We're not there yet. We're 5 weeks in, but we are getting close. You start to get into week 6 and 7 of a 17-game, 18-week season. We're going to start to know who some of these teams are. Now, there might be one, maybe two team that makes a late season run, or 49ers haven't lost since Halloween. You might have something like that. But you're going to start to get a good idea of what these teams are. Baltimore, we might or might not talk more about this. But Baltimore and Houston are approaching loser leaves town match this weekend, and Lamar's out. And so it's like, if you're Baltimore, you're trying to manage this like, all right, we have no room for error. Lamar can't play this weekend. We've got Los Angeles coming here next week. Like, what do we do? Like, how close is he? And it's a hamstring. And, our thing is always, he ain't going to be ready next week. That doesn't mean he's not going to play. It means he's not going to be ready. And so there's a lot of teams now who are facing these types of situations where it's like, yeah, you kind of are what you are. Jacksonville beats Kansas City on Monday. Yeah. There's something to be said for Jacksonville. There might be something to be said for Jacksonville right now. I'm waiting a little bit longer. They get this win against Kansas City, which I think is in Jacksonville, man. Good for them. Yeah. Now, all right, I got you. I'm taking you seriously. Same with Indianapolis. Like, Indianapolis needs to beat the Raiders. Simple as that. And take you seriously, you have to beat the Raiders. So we're gonna start to get an idea. We can start to dead the it's early. That stuff is gonna start to die in the next week or two.
Agreed.
And we're gonna know who these teams are.
Absolutely.
Or at least have an idea.
And then that's one of the things that, talking about the Niners, I feel like I learned yesterday. I thought, but I wasn't sure. But their level of toughness, the coaching, the combination of the coaching. Just look at this.
This is incredible. They just had the play where Brock stayed down that I I just don't know how this is not a roughing the passer call. If he keeps his arms around his waist and lands on him, it's not, because he's not taking extra steps. He's not doing anything that's illegal until he puts his hands up like this.
Right.
And again, maybe I just don't understand. And there's just Brock sprinting off like Usain Bolt, like nothing's wrong. Mac, I've done that like 10 times. Sorry.
They had a handful of times when I thought they kind of did.
That brother thought he was about to have his moment. He thought he was about to have. God damn it! He was like, "No, I'm so happy you're okay." I definitely didn't want to play on Thursday night football in front of my family and friends.
I thought about a handful of times they did a little extra with Mac yesterday. Late hits.
I thought the officials had a rough day yesterday. Rough.
Yeah, they were on a short week too.
Well,
they weren't good. But I think this 49ers team is proving with the coaching duo of Kyle Shanahan and Bob Saleh that they are, at the very least, they're going to be a tough out. Tough out if they can get to the playoffs. They could be, by the time they get everybody back and start getting everybody in the groove offensively, they could be the best team in football, or at least in the NFC. But worst case scenario, it's like, all right, it doesn't matter who's out there. Doesn't matter what went on the week before or whatever. This is going to be a tough team to play. And that defense travels, their toughness travels. They can't even run the ball yet. If they ever figure that out, that could be a game changer as well.
They sure can. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, and of course of Candlestick Chronicles, he's going to join us coming up at 3:30, final hour of the show. We'll wrap this show up talking about the San Francisco 49ers. Let's head over to King's practice.
Let's go.
Our
Look at
man
the tip
James
off. Let's
Sam.
go.
I'm going to hit the mute button on here. That's DeMontis Sabonis, Maxime Reynaud doing a jump ball right here. This is my first time seeing this. Apparently, this is for game. You got Devin Carter with the ball in his hands. It looks like the starters are out there.
Jesus.
Open three, bucket, and the white team wins.
That was an illegal screen.
Well, not at practice. Not at practice.
Nice shot, Devin. It is. I saw. Oh, come on, man. Look at it right now.
Devin's hair is getting way worse.
Oh, it's just Maxime Reynaud after the tip. Like, just, he's not set at all. Devin doesn't wait for him. Just smacks Levine up. Look at him. That's not legal.
That is an extremely illegal screen. Yeah. Zach looking around like, for real? All right.
Dennis with the beanie on his head again.
But the story is Devin hits the three for the win.
Shout out Devin.
Look, Bobby's mad. Like, yeah, that's what we doing. That's what we doing. All right.
Shout out Devin Carter, man. Isaiah Stevens out there as well.
And let's look. There's Dennis with his beanie. He's very easy to find. Domas, that's DeMar, that's Zach, and Keegan's over here.
You know what it kind of looked like?
What?
Kind of looked like the third team going up against.
I was gonna say.
Kind of looked like the third team going against the starters.
It's blacks versus whites in a lot of different. In a lot of different ways here, because you got my brother Devin, and who that's not Terrence. Who was that?
That's Isaiah Stevens.
That's Isaiah Stevens, who just passed him the ball. Then you got Max out there. Doug McDermott is on the floor, and then you got Max's
Jesus.
You got Max's very illegal screen.
You can't do that.
Max's incredibly illegal screen gets Devin open. Domas closes out. The shot goes.
Nice shot too by Devin. Nice,
very
form.
good.
Nice,
yeah.
Quick release.
Yeah,
good stuff.
Just kind of looking around. Guess we're inspecting.
There's Drew Eubanks in the back.
There's Drew. I'm on.
There's
the
Keon
screen.
over there.
Is Drew Eubanks over here? Right?
He's just throwing his style to.
Yeah.
Keon's next to him. I don't know who that is over there. Oh, that's probably
Keon's
Meek.
next to who?
He's walking like on the sideline.
Oh,
that's
over
Keon.
here. Yeah.
And that's
yeah.
Meek Clifford, I think, that closest to.
Yep. Doug. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, third team got to win today.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's all good.
Devin Carter.
Good. Shout out.
How do you feel? So again, Jersey Watch. I don't know. I don't know that I love Max being in that group.
I don't either. But some people directly or indirectly have maybe sold me on the idea of Eubanks starting in that role. And just talking about like this is a vet
as a backup.
Starting
starting
the
in that role as a
season
backup.
as a backup. This is a vet who is physical. He kind of knows what to do. It's not going to be a lot of time that he's going to be out there. Yeah, I'm ready and was ready and have been ready to put Max out there, man. To start the season, it's just a backup position. It's not like you're asking him to start, but I'm starting to change my tune on that just because I see Eubanks is probably going to be there, but I also understand the rationale. I get it.
Also looks like Sarge is playing.
Maybe
Max just needs some. He's a second round pick.
Mm-hmm.
I just am intrigued by it. It's right now. Of course, I'm not at practice. Right, I'm not next to Doug and Bobby and those guys. Right now, I'm intrigued by the idea of Maxine Reynaud.
Yes,
because I mean, Summer League obviously played a major factor in that. But when you hear about the things that he does well, it's like, oh, he could shoot. And we saw that. Like, we saw him score. I think it was the first game he played. It might have been the second.
He was cooking. Yeah, the first game.
But he was scoring. And, every time we look, every time we looked up, because the game was happening while the show was going on, one of our shows, he was scoring in, he shot a three.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, he scored at the basket. Oh, he just shot from the free throw line. He scored, on every different level. And it was like, okay. And then he continues that, and then it becomes this idea of Maxine Reynaud back up to Domantas Sabonis. The idea of Maxine Reynaud potentially playing minutes with Domantas Sabonis, stretching that floor out a little bit for Domas and potentially DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine and those guys there. Okay, I get it. I see it. Maybe that's just our imagination, and he's not quite ready for that role yet.
Right. It felt like the things that he is able to do on the offensive end is immediately transferable to the NBA game. Pick and pop, catching the dunker spot, being able to finish around the basket with either hand. To me, it seems easily transferable. But the things that I'm not crazy about is rebounding, maybe his lack of physicality. Maybe that's something that especially with the way Doug wants to play. Yeah, we can't have that right now. You've got to be a little bit more physical. And that may happen after a training camp. That may happen a month or two into the season.
Well, he was physical on that screen with Zach LaVine.
It's very physical and illegal. But maybe they're taking their time with getting him up to speed with that level of play.
We can run what essentially will just be B-roll for the streaming audience as we have some more. We have some other videos from practice today with James Hand. Well, you're doing some play-by-play, right? So you got to work on it.
Sabonis with backdoor pass to, I don't know who that is. Oh, it's Keegan, and it goes out of bounds.
Hey, Coach, you want to get out of the way here? We're trying to do a radio show.
Keegan should have had that one. Now, Devin, running the point, pulls up on Domas again. Bang!
Well, you got to translate for the radio audience. You're doing it. You are no G-man, sir. You got it.
3-pointer for Devin Carter.
Zach LaVine. Oh, my gosh.
And what do they call here? What's the ref call?
I don't know. Zach dropped his shoulder, took Devin out.
And Devin's
taken out. Is Zach going to the line?
Devin's taken out. Is he?
No, it just looped. It's over.
Well, I was going to go. I don't know. Is Devin diving for the ball on the ground?
Kenny Michaels. I'm dying to know what happened here. Did Zach go to the foul line on this play or not? Watch Zach dip his shoulder. For the radio audience, he just dropped.
Just
drilled Devin Carter.
An offensive foul.
I'm telling you, by the time. So there was a fight at practice this Sunday. These guys are going to fight.
They're just tired of playing against each other.
And that's the line you're going to get. They're tired of seeing each other. Really? Been around each other for a week. Really? We got to sit across from each other for 5 hours, and these guys are tired from each other for a week. We can run one more video here.
Oh, good. More play-by-play.
Pal, you're terrible.
Here we are at the at Chicago Stadium.
Oh, goodness
the Kings,
gracious.
Maxime Renaud shooting a 3.
Well, I wonder.
And back rim. Dennis Schroeder gets the ball, long rebound, brings it up the court in transition. Kicks it off to Domas. Domas hands it back off to Dennis. Dennis, a little up and under, doesn't go. But it looks like there might have been a foul call, and there was.
Now
a foul
you definitely
call.
sound. It looks like something might have happened. I'm not really sure what. Do you think if we're speculating on this correctly, we see some guys over in blue jerseys on the other side of the floor. One beat 2. Now one is playing 3.
Could be, yeah. Could be the case.
Because this is the end of practice,
Mhm.
right? So you've got the blue team over on the other side of the basket, or on the other side of on the other court, excuse me, at the Golden One Center.
Yeah. For sure. Could have been nice little 2-man game there with Schroeder and Sabonis. Symmetry.
And Dennis and his beanie.
Dennis and that beanie, man. I don't know how he does it.
My man cutting weight. Cutting weight. All right, we'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. As a matter of fact, we'll talk specifically about Dennis Schroeder. Jesse asked a good question about what Dennis could have meant to this team last year and what he could mean this year. That's ahead. Eddie Gonzalez coming up in about 30 minutes. Chris Biederman, final hour of the show. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sean Combs sentenced to 4 years and 2 months.
They had time served already. It's been about a year and a half, huh?
I'm guessing. I'm looking at a Twitter headline. Let's see what the real story says here.
It's been about a year
Sentenced
and a half.
to 50 months.
He's already. What do they usually say with stuff like that? They serve 80% of that time.
Mm-hmm.
So he might have like another year left.
Let's see what this says. Sean Combs has been sentenced to 50 months in prison for conviction on 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution. He addressed the court earlier, begged the judge for mercy, calling his actions disgusting, shameful, and sick. Combs apologized to victims and all of the victims of domestic violence. That's all we got there. The judge apparently said during sentencing that Sean irreparably harmed 2 women. I can't imagine being one of those women and hearing a judge say, "Sir, you irreparably harmed them. We're going to take 4 years of your life away." That would be extremely difficult to digest. Extremely difficult to digest. That's what it's worth to you. And I get it. There's guidelines and all of this different stuff. Like I understand that.
That is tough to say the least.
Mm-hmm. The prosecution should be embarrassed by this whole case. Eddie Gonzalez coming up in about 30 minutes. We were just looking at some clips from the latest 5-on-5 at King's practice. When we have anything from Coach Doug Christie or anyone else who was available, of course, we'll bring that to you as we always try to do. Basketballs and shoe squeaking in the background like no other. We'll also get back to that epic Thursday night football game last night that sent the 49ers to a 4-1 record, a 4-1 NFC West leading record, with the Seahawks playing the Bucks coming up this weekend in a battle of 3-1 teams. I'm locked in on that one. We'll talk more about that as we roll along. But back to the Kings in practice. We were talking, having some fun with this 5-on-5 video. Excuse me, that James Ham put out. And, I think you noted a Dennis Schroeder pass or something. He set somebody up. And Jesse asked an interesting question. And it's obviously irrelevant now because, there's a part 2 to this question that's the one that's important. Mm-hmm. But given what DeMar said earlier this week, given my assumption that maybe things were actually way worse than when things were bad. Every Kings fan knew that they were bad. I got the impression from DeMar that it was actually even worse than we thought. And Jesse asked, what do you think Dennis could have meant to the team last year post De'Aaron? Like if there had been a trade for Zach LaVine and Dennis Schroeder last year. I don't know how that works. Just use your imagination. What would that have meant? Because the season ends, and we need a point guard. We need a point guard. We need a point guard. We talked earlier this week about the difference in offensive fluidity between pre-February and post-February. Offense still being good, being a lot more clunky, not as efficient, not as high scoring, but overall a decent offensive season from the team. Could Dennis have made a difference? And my first thought was no, he couldn't have, because of everything else that was happening.
That's my first thought as well.
I don't think would it plus 2 wins? Sure. Would it have mattered in the long run to where people would have felt good about this season? I don't think so. I think last season was so bad on so many different levels. Position inequities, imbalance in roster, none of it would have mattered. Absolutely none of it. And that was what we were left with last season. And I think a lot of people have started this season, a lot of fans, I should say, and media members have started this season with the feeling that, well, no, it's bad. It's still bad. It ended bad. It still feels bad. Why wouldn't it? You added Dennis Schroeder, who he's a journeyman. He's this. All right, cool. He's a good ball player, but you don't think he's good enough. All right, fair enough. All of that turmoil is gone. All of that. And to me, that's the biggest impact that this team is going to feel game one is all of that stuff is gone. Because it's clear the Mike stuff not only lingered through the summer into training camp, that's a year-long thing. Yeah. The De'Aaron stuff, we didn't know it then, started when the Mike Brown stuff started, that offseason, and the lack of a contract extension. And then the just ultimate implosion of all of those different things, or all of those things kind of combusting and causing an implosion is one of the big reasons that I think last season went the way that it did. So I don't think Dennis would have mattered last year. I think Dennis matters a lot this year.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. Last year, even if you have Dennis, it'll help out a little bit with leadership, with the point guard position and balancing things out a little bit. But you still had coaches that left. You still had coaches that got hurt. You still have coaches that you don't know have your back who are still there. You still got a general manager that is a dead man walking and doesn't know what he's doing. You got general manager
Said his goodbyes before the playing game.
Right. You got a general manager that left in the middle of the season, or assistant general manager. So, yeah, I don't, in that situation, outside of Giannis, I don't know who helps. I don't know who helps to the point where it would completely change your fortunes with what was going on
I
with
didn't
this
even think
franchise.
Giannis would have helped last year.
Yeah.
Like, think of the way last year started for the Bucks. They were like 2-10 or something, 2-11. Like teams face turmoil. Like that's like what the Kings went through last year. That's not unique to them. There's nothing new in the history of the league to what the Sacramento Kings went through.
Mhm.
Talent can pull you out of that. Time can pull you out of that. Like the Bucks started, 2-10 or whatever their record ultimately was at the beginning of the season, and they had essentially an entire season to turn it around, and were able to a certain degree, or not to a certain degree. They were able to. They wound up getting to the playoffs. They just weren't good enough to compete. That's where the Giannis's come into play. You had LeBron James. Was it his first year with the Lakers, the Luke Walton year, where he gets hurt on Christmas?
Yep.
And, they're 4 seed, 5th seed, like whatever they are, and everything goes to hell for them. And you can't come back and save it. You can't come back and fix it. Like it's just what has happened has happened. It's a wrap. That's what I feel like was the Kings last year.
I agree.
It's a wrap.
I agree.
Didn't feel that way at first. When Doug took over, it didn't feel that way at first, but by the time De'Aaron left, it was like, all right.
That's when that was the one that they couldn't recover from, because it was so many, such a ripple effect with De'Aaron wanting to be gone, what that meant for what ownership might want, what that might look like for what the general manager was able to get out of a deal like that. And it was just that was the straw that broke the camel's back right there. I think if De'Aaron Fox was around for that entire season, it would have been different. It would have been a little bit more like that first 10, 11 games. But he wasn't. And once that toothpaste was out of the tube that he wanted out, or he was like, well, just trade me then or whatever, there was no recovery. I disagree with James Ham and others who say, like, you should have just held on to him. You might have made the playoffs anyway. I don't think so. I thought maybe I'm being reactionary, but that week when it got out that he wanted to leave was a disaster. It was a disaster. That was the Brooklyn game that looked funny, and they ended up winning. I think they lost to Philadelphia, a San Francisco 49ers like Philadelphia team in Philadelphia, with that injuries left and right. Nobody was playing. And then they went to Oklahoma City and just got destroyed. And before that week, I was on the same page. Just wait it out. You don't have to trade him now. After Oklahoma City, I said, you can't do this for another 2.5 months. Like this is not the answer. So yeah, if that wouldn't have happened and he would have just kind of just played along throughout the rest of the year, I thought they would have been fine. But once that came out and they had to make that deal, that's what changed everything. And I don't know if there was any saving it at that point. Our guy, Stephen Brown, in the chat says Dennis is very important to this team, and that's why they're going to be trash. I don't think when we talk about Dennis Schroeder, Dennis alone is the reason why, like, we think differently about this team. Dennis is a part of it. Like, if you brought Dennis Schroeder in here and Doug Christie still had to deal with being the only coach on the bench, and Monty McNair and Wes Wilcox still had their dynamic and they were still around, I don't think Schroeder would make We just laid it out. I don't think it'd make that much of a difference.
Mhm.
But you combine Dennis Schroeder with Scott Perry and Doug Christie kind of being on the same page. Doug having a full coaching staff of guys that he trusts and can implement his style of play. You combine Schroeder with that, yeah, I think he matters. And his impact can be felt a lot more than if it was just how it was last year.
Stephen Brown in Sacktown Tony brought up a great question. Why are we addressing robots in the chat? But it's okay. Like AI has a place in our world, and Stephen Brown is AI
That's funny.
with generic black man stock image as his as his
GBSI.
He says, I'm waiting for somebody in Sacramento sports media to tell it like it is. This roster is garbage, laughing emoji. If your basketball acumen leads you to believe that the Sacramento Kings roster is garbage, that's perfectly fine. I mean, I'm sure you could find someone to tell you that, Stephen. Neither one of us, I certainly don't. Kenny doesn't. I don't think Jesse does. Thinks this roster is garbage. You can not like the way that it's built. You can think there is depth issues at certain positions, but I don't like. I'm terribly sorry to I can't buy into that.
Mm-hmm.
Like I can't. If you don't think that this is a 44, 45 win team, you think they're maybe closer to 39, 40, perfectly fine. Like I'll listen to that conversation all day. But to pretend like this, but I can't pretend like this roster is garbage to appease Kings fans who are frustrated.
Right.
I can't. If you need someone to trash this team, I'm sure you do not have to look very hard.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't offer that for you. We can't offer that for you. And I promise you, if we thought it was trash, we would tell you.
Simple as that.
We've never not told you how we felt about this team. It's what pisses them off the most about us. But this team isn't trash. And I think Dennis is good. So you can call me a shill. You can say whatever you want to. I think Dennis Schroeder is a hell of a basketball player. I do think he's important for this basketball team. I think he's important for Domantas Sabonis and Zach LaVine and DeMar DeRozan. And I think, to your point, it's not the most important thing.
Mm-hmm.
The most important thing for me is there's no Mike Brown situation developing. There's no De'Aaron Fox situation developing. As long as this team stays clear from those, okay.
Yeah.
I think they'll be fine.
Yeah.
To the tune of 44, 45 wins. That's where I think this basketball team will be.
Yeah.
And I might have to reassess that. You might have to clip this and make fun of it and do all of that. That's perfectly fine. That's what I think this basketball team is.
I agree. I feel the same way about this team, and anybody's entitled to feel however they feel about this team. I just, when AI like Stephen Brown and other humans,
well, regular humans,
right?
Yeah,
not regular.
Yeah.
I was saying when AI and humans talk about.
Got you. Yeah. He should change. Steven should change his YouTube handle to iSteven. like iRobot, it should just be iSteven.
They called him Chat GP Steven.
Oh man. Yeah.
But when AI and others and humans feel that way, you're fine. You're entitled to that. That's perfectly fine. I just don't know. It's like I always say, I don't know why we have to be so extreme with how we talk about sports. Securing the Bagley has a sensible outlook on it. The roster isn't trash, but it's not good enough to be top 8. That's fine too, if you feel that way. But for things either just got to be great or trash. Like that's not the world.
Well, it's funny if you've ever tried to research something and you've looked at the reviews for a restaurant or a product on Amazon or something like that. It's one of two things: 5 stars or 1 star. There's never an in between. It's great. It's the greatest thing, and it's compelled me to write this review. It's trash, and it's compelled me to write this review. There's never a 3.5 stars. Oh, it's okay. It's not exactly what I hoped, but it actually gets the job done. It's fine. I might look for better later, but it works. Oh, the food was okay. Like the service wasn't the best. It was a little loud in there, but I'll probably try it again. Never. Greatest thing ever, worst thing ever, no in between.
Or look, is not even. Now this was a good restaurant.
No,
right?
no,
like not even positive reinforcement. Not. No, this was the best. Number one, hands down. No, it was just good. I ain't good. It was
the other thing.
It was good. It's fine.
The other thing I don't understand, and this happens every year. Oh, the West is loaded. It's so tough. Securing the back. I don't think they're good enough to be top 8. All right, like who is? Like, and I'm not talking about the OKCs and the Houstons. I'm not even talking about that. So, because let's be honest, we're talking about sight unseen.
Mm-hmm.
Dallas?
No.
That's what we're talking about?
No, sir.
To a degree, it is sight unseen. A little bit of sight. But we're all in on San Antonio, though. 100%. That was a 34-win team. Everyone saw the blood clock coming, right? We all planned for that. No. We're all in on everything working, clicking right out the gate for Wemby and De'Aaron.
They're not even going to play together right out the gate.
Oh, there's that.
Who knows how long he's out?
Utah, arguably the worst team in the league, certainly one of them. The Pelicans, I don't know. I'm not like I need someone to call in or write a thesis on while you're writing in 20 more wins. That was a 21-win basketball team last year. Sell me on Phoenix. Okay, Portland's better. Portland's better. That was a 36-win team that made a vicious run at the end of the regular season to get to 36. So we've just knocked off 6 basketball teams. And then you get to Sacramento. We haven't factored in Memphis yet, who had 48 wins last year.
Also starting with injuries.
Traded Desmond Bane. Ja Morant is in and out of the lineup. And they have, meaning from the start of the season, a new head coach. Mm-hmm. The Golden State Warriors are getting their social security checks. It could all go wrong with one single injury. One. It could all go wrong. Hope it doesn't happen. Don't want to see that. But still, it's one player gets hurt, that whole ship sinks. And that's probably the end of any discussion. I don't even think the Warriors belong in that discussion, but I do think Memphis does. Mm-hmm. If you wanted to Sharpie in the top 6, got it. I won't in whatever order you wanted. I want it. I can't pencil in Memphis or Dallas or Phoenix or San Antonio for that matter being better than Sacramento. I think San Antonio will be better than Sacramento, but
I'm not sure about that.
I mean, it's not like Wemby. Like you do have to continue to monitor Wemby, and when you take him out of that lineup, yeah, the team is going to play hard. They're going to be tough. There's no, it's when he's not there, it's different. Everything is different when he's there. And what's their approach to this season? Like, are they sitting back like, no, it's time. This is it. There's no more not playing back-to-backs. There's no more this. There's no more that. Like, it's time now. We don't know. They don't tell nobody. So in 2 months, I'll be willing to reassess San Antonio. Any of those other teams that starts hot, I'll just be waiting. Now, I'm going to need to see you in February, bro. Pelicans playing well, I'm going to need to see you in February, bro. Memphis might be able to change my mind quicker. Phoenix playing well, I'm going to have to see you in February, bro.
And you talk about
I don't buy none of them.
You talk about San Antonio, they're starting the season without Fox and Dylan Harper.
Yeah, right.
Like, so we might not even get an accurate representation of who they are. Securing the Bagley in the Chatty House says, talking about Dallas, like, yeah, they smacked us around just last play-in. Russ Dog says Dallas did beat Sacramento. He made it say Sacramento. By that logic, though,
can we spend 1 second on that? Yeah. We just outlined everything that went wrong last season. Mm-hmm. I can't express this to you enough. We stood on the side of that goddamn court in downtown Sacramento and watched the Sacramento Kings general manager walk around and say his goodbyes. This was before the game happened. We had national media writers walk up to us and tell us. This was before the game was played. We knew that. He knew that. The writers knew that. You don't think them dudes in jerseys knew that? You don't think there was some semblance of, get this trash over with. I'm not saying they went out there to lose. I'm not suggesting that at all. I'm saying there is a possibility they went out there unfocused.
Once again, that's after the other general manager had left the team and their other assistant coach had left the team. But we won't even let those facts get in the way of what's going on here. By their logic,
why bother using facts?
By their logic, the Kings 100% should have been better than the Warriors last year, right? Because they beat their ass in the play-in the year before, correct? So by that logic, the Kings should have been better than the Warriors. How did that play out?
Jimmy Butler. It didn't. They were, though. Oh, it was a glorious moment. Oh, what a moment it was when we were FaceTiming just random people in San Francisco. Shout out to Butcher Boy who answered. I think Bonte called back. I can't remember. Boy, did we pay for those.
Yeah, and Securin says he has Memphis and Golden State in there. Why? I'm not sure.
Top 8 doesn't include Dallas for me. You got OKC, Houston, Lakers, Denver, Clippers, Minnesota, Memphis, and Golden State. Okay. It's perfectly fine. It's perfectly fine.
We're spending, I love the chatty house. We spend a little time. But this is the crazy thing. This goes back to your Yelp situation. AI Brown comes in to the chatty house and says, after he said the roster's trash, the roster is trash. So my prediction is 39 wins. It's not that's not trash. Trash is the Hornets. That's trash. So
Hornets were 19-63.
That's trash. That is trash, at least to me. You can say, I don't think this roster has enough. It's not good enough to make the play-in or make the playoffs. That could be the case. 39 wins is not a trash roster. It's just not.
Yeah.
By definition, it's like average, damn near. Damn near. Not exactly.
I was looking at Securin's list again. Those Clippers.
Clippers are going to be good.
I think so.
I got them in the top 6.
I think so.
Memphis is a question mark. And
yeah,
to be
Memphis,
honest with
I'm
you,
not sure about.
The Golden State's a question mark. As far as when you talk about being in that plane, they could be anywhere in that plane.
They could be all over the place. I don't think they're top 6 when all is said and done, but like they were 7th last year. They were a 48-win 7. They were a 7-seed 48-win basketball team last year. And what's crazy, and I think proper context to their season last year was their start and their finish. That's how bad the middle was. That's how bad the centerpiece of the season was. They had that incredible start where it was like, how is this even real? And Draymond's yucking it up about chemistry and cancers being gone. Then you had the incredible run with Jimmy Butler there at the end. And that center part was so bad, Steph was damn near crying on the podium as a shoot. He had his hands on his head after the Sacramento game, just distraught. That team was so bad, and he knew they needed to do something. And to their credit, they did it. But the question is, without that hot start, without that hot finish, and at the same time, without that awful stretch in the middle, what are they? No one can answer that. Absolutely no one can answer what the Golden State Warriors team will be. Because I don't think there's any way they're what they were post Jimmy, like to that magnitude. There's no way they were what they were pre Jimmy either. I have no clue what they are. Absolutely no clue. but I know Steph is there. And when Steph is there, I'll give you 40-something wins.
I'm going to just say this about the Kings. It's almost in line with the 49ers, except the 49ers are better at the NFL than I think the Kings will be at the NBA.
Yeah.
But if I'm Doug Christie, if I'm DeMar DeRozan, if I'm Malik Monk, Zach LaVine, Domantas Sabonis, Dennis Schroeder, you guys can think whatever you want. We working.
Yeah.
We working.
That's it. Yeah.
It doesn't matter if you think we're good, if you think we're trash, if you think we're 30, none of that matters. We're working, and we'll see you when they tip off the season. I think that's the mentality that this team has and this group has. And I think, just like you, like we've said a number of different times, I think they'll be a lot better than people think.
This hour, you'll hear from Doug Christie. You'll hear from Keegan Murray. And coming up next, you'll hear from our man, Eddie Gonzalez. We'll talk more basketball with Eddie next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I want to cook here because it didn't on Wednesday.
13th round on that punch out.
Shout out Alfred Collins, heavyweight champion of the world. I'm gonna post the picks for Cash Caraway. I'll post that. We won't talk about it here though. But 13th round. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Big ups. Earlier in the week, we talked about Dana White coming out talking about Zuffa boxing and what he was going to do with Zuffa boxing and for the sport in general. And I did a little bit more research on it and what he wants to do and quote unquote adding to the Ali Act and all this other stuff. And I came away with the conclusion, if he gets involved in boxing the way that he wants to, boxing will die. Boxing will die. It's one of the things where I've gone back and forth with people all the time. Boxing's dead. No, it's not. We still got stars all over the place and everything. But if he gets involved, boxing will die. And I want to send people towards the Ali Act. Go to the Twitter at KingKC_916. A couple days ago, I posted the key points of what the Ali Act is, what it does to protect fighters. And after you see that, I want you to ask yourself, why would somebody want to get rid of this? What is one of the issues for MMA right now? And that's fighter pay, fighter control, having a monopoly on the sport. And that's what he wants to do with boxing. And that's not a good thing. Having a league that represents all these fighters and really dictates who fights who when they fight is not a good thing. Dictating their pay. And here's the other thing. When you talk about particularly, when you talk about the black boxing fan in the black community, he gonna let them do. Those young men are already going to other sports. They're already going to football. They're already going to basketball and all this other stuff. If you tell me you want me to be in a boxing ring and get punched for half of my life and make $200,000 doing it, hell no. No. We ain't doing that. Plus, look at a UFC event. Do you think the UFC appeals to the black fight fan? I'll give you the answer. I've talked to those people who go there as black men who go. It is not appealing to them. It is not catered to them in any way, shape, or form. I think Zuffa boxing would be the worst thing that's ever happened to boxing. And if he gets the changes that he wants to the Ali Act so he can run it like he does UFC, it would be the end. It would be the beginning of the end. Tell me what you think. It's 13th round. Eddie, what up, though? That hat garbage.
Look, it's Nipsey.
That's fire, though. That is
That's
fire.
what it's about. Shout out to my guy T Markey.
That is fire.
See, I'm not a Dodgers hat guy myself either. So
There's something. I say this all the time. Obviously, Giants fan. Don't want to wear no Dodger gear. But if somebody ever got me a Jackie Robinson, what would I'm gonna just disrespect Jackie Robinson with the Dodgers 42 joint on it? I can't do that.
I almost thought you wasn't gonna be wearing that today. I thought you do it before the game, so we was gonna spare us yesterday.
That was the plan. But yesterday was so electric. If they would have just won like 24-14, I probably wouldn't. But the way the game played out, oh yeah, it's 49 to Friday. 49
I missed the whole game. I'm not mad either.
Oh, that was game of the year.
Oh,
we debating if that jumped over Ravens Bills as game of the year so far.
I was watching Survivor.
Stop.
Swear.
Are we coming back? Survivor enthusiast Eddie Gonzalez with us here. We was asking Eddie. He was talking about Casey's gear. He's like, "Yeah, I missed the whole thing. I was watching Survivor."
Hey,
I get it. I get it.
I understand.
I'll own it.
You had to get out late too and go get the Taylor joint. I saw. Would you get there early?
What I'm doing good primetime hours watching the San Francisco 49ers. Like that don't sound like a good time. That sounds like a good investment of my energy. So I skipped that. But yeah, man,
you can watch it to hate. What are you talking about? Why do you think I watch the Dodgers every October?
I'm good. I just gonna skip past that. Ain't nothing. Football over for me anyway. So I'm like, yeah, basketball here, son. We got basketball games on every day now.
That's a shame. That's a shame.
So somebody put it to me like they're a kick away from being 2-2, and I'm like, yeah, but I've watched them. They're awful. I don't care if they were 2-2. That's an awful football team, and now they've lost their best offensive lineman, Colt Miller, who isn't all that great to begin with. Like, yeah, I'm not. And then Geno Smith gonna say, yeah, I'm not being the guy I'm supposed to be that they're expecting me to be. You look like Geno Smith from here, buddy.
Somebody was playing that clip on Twitter when he had the 7-on-7 team. He's like, that's why they pay me the big bucks. And they're like, I wish they wouldn't have paid you the big
I mean, it's like the Raiders are in that spot. It's funny because you could argue the Niners are in that spot, but they're making do. But the Raiders are in that spot where they don't have a franchise quarterback. They don't have a path to a franchise quarterback, and they don't want to be bad enough to hopefully get a home run and get one in the draft. So they're just gonna be this until they commit to that because you need a quarterback, right? And you could say the Niners are if you're not a big fan of Brock Purdy. But they just keep winning games. It doesn't matter. And Brock Purdy is better than any of the Raiders' options. So I'm not dissing your man Brock. But, like, yeah, the Raiders aren't going to matter until they have a quarterback who matters. This is where they are.
Y'all go get Mac Jones.
Can run and is maybe black.
Y'all better sign Mac Jones.
In 2 years, we ain't trading him right now.
What about 12 in Cleveland? Can we run that back and get him? He one ankle turn away from the spot though. So
no, he's not. He's 3. They go back to Flacco if he turns
at that
his
point. You're kind of like with the Giants, right? Like you can't run Flacco back out there. You can't run Russ back out there.
Yeah, no, you absolutely can't.
You shouldn't. It feels like Stefanski, right?
In Cleveland, yeah.
It feels like
they gave Russ a snap when Dart was hurt, and then they put him right back. So I don't know. It's a mess.
We said this the other day. The Raiders situation and the level of hopelessness that you and other Raider fans might have, even if they were 2-2, I think depends a lot on, you're right, the quarterback is always number one. But if Ashton Genty looked the way he did last week all year, I think that might change it because it'd be like, oh man, we need a quarterback, but we got this running back that's crazy. And it's not that he's bad. It's just we haven't seen him being able to operate. Like he's dealing with people in the backfield every single time. If they were 1-3 and Ashton Genty was looking like offensive rookie of the year, I think you guys might feel a little different.
We had a top 5 back for nothing in Josh Jacobs, and we let him go. And even with the top 5 back, we did nothing for 4 years. So it's like you can't build your team on a running back unless your running back is Saquon Barkley. But then you need the best defense in football, you need the best O-line in football, and then you need 2 good receivers, maybe one of the very best receivers in the league around it. And then when you have all that, then you can make a shake with Saquon Barkley, because look at what the Giants did. Well, they had him. It's like you can't build your team around not a modern football team around a running back. It's just where we are. But to add on to that, like the Raiders don't have top end talent anywhere else on the roster. They don't have like I like Jacoby, he's fine. Like there's a reason they didn't pay him. They know he's not a top end wide receiver. We just don't have our best players are tight end. And I love Brock Bowers, and he's hurt, and he's kind of getting back. But I watched the Raiders for a decade. Their best player was a punter, a kicker, and a tight end in Zach Miller, and they were awful for the whole decade. And it was like, yo, shout out to Seabass and shout out to Shane Leckler, historic punter. But like we run in 4 games a year. You need a quarterback, and you need an elite edge rusher or inside interior lineman. That's how you win games. You know who has a bunch of those? And you like them or love them with their quarterback, but the Eagles, and they're undefeated, and they just won a Super Bowl because you can't sit in the pocket for long and throw against them because those 4 guys will come get you, and the quarterback does just enough. The quarterback is a weapon, whether you think he can throw for 300 yards or not. He's a weapon every single Sunday. Raiders have none of that, and so there's nothing to be excited about. At least for the Niners, you got like the best linebacker I've seen since the last Niners linebacker that was the best linebacker I've seen since the last Niners linebacker. So it must be fun over there.
It's fun today.
Well, it is today. It is today for 49er fans.
You know, I've been watching the Raiders for as long as I've been alive. I'm not going to age myself right now, but a long time. We've never had like that dominant defense. I've never watched the Raiders just have like this punishing defense. We had like a cool one when they went to the Super Bowl. I was like, all right, they can get some turnovers. They had Rod Woodson in the end of his career, and like it was cool. We've never had like Navarro Bowman on our team. Like we've never had that. We've never had Fred Warner. We've never had Dion. We've never had the hard hitting safety. We've never had one of them. And it's like I've never gotten to watch that type of football ever in my whole life. That's the Raiders for you.
The Raiders fan base.
It's almost sad.
It is.
It's so sad. It is sad. When you think about it, it's sad. That says a lot about your organization.
The Raiders.
You almost stumbled into that. And many times you draft top 10, you should have one of those guys. You've never done it.
They would thrive on that. There's a different energy when rooting for a team that has a great defense. It's like there's a grittiness to it as opposed to the finesse maybe that you feel when you have an explosive offense, right? Like it's oh yeah, we fly around and do all this other stuff, but you feel like I just say like I can imagine you go into Allegiant Stadium or even sometimes on the road and the Raiders bring in a dominant defense. Man, that's gonna feel like the dungeon. That's gonna feel like the dungeon when they out there on defense.
There's 2 things that make you feel like you can win any football game you play. There's 2 things, and only 2. One is a dominant defense. You feel like you could beat anybody. I got the best linebacker in football, and we got a great edge rusher. We got we stuffed the run, all this stuff. Another one's a great quarterback. The Chiefs feel like they're going to win every year. They feel like they win every Sunday, no matter who the receivers are, no matter what. The Bills feel like they're going to win every Sunday. It doesn't matter. They haven't had great receivers since they had them, since Steph left. So it's like you have one of those 2, you having fun every week. Even when you lose, it's like, damn, well, next week we'll be cool. I've seen one great quarterback, Reggie Gannon. He won the MVP, so you had to salute. That was his couple short years. I've seen one great Derek Carr year, and then that was it. That Derek Carr year, I think they were like top 5 in takeaways. So they were this defense that wasn't hard hitting, but they were just like recovering a bunch of fumbles. They were getting interceptions. Like they were just they were an opportunistic defense. That was it. That's the history of the Raiders in my lifetime. So good fun over here.
Poor Eddie. Jesus.
Man, poor Raider fan. Sorry to every Raider fan listening.
Oh no, we chose it. It's like
well, I say that like we're not Kings fans.
Yeah, I didn't want to go there.
Yeah, no, we know. We know what it is. We were just having a discussion about this a second ago. Like people think that this team is ass. And I just do not think that the Sacramento Kings are bad. I absolutely don't. Like you can pick apart their roster. You could say, well, this isn't the best. This isn't the best. Not quite where they should be here. Like that's perfectly fine. But to act like we're the goddamn Washington Wizards out here is crazy to me.
I do think it's not to shame the Kings, but the big swing this summer could have been trading pieces for Jonathan Kuminga and probably overpaying Jonathan Kuminga. But like this whole saga was funny because I'm like, is Jonathan Kuminga even good? Like, what is the thing he does that he's good at? I've watched him play a lot, and he's okay. He's kind of athletic, and he chewed out a Hall of Fame coach on a team that's like tailor made for him to pick up scraps and look good. So I was just like, that's the big swing if you're the Kings or whomever else, the Suns, whoever the other teams are. Remember, so it's like, yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. NBA is different. You just have to draft your guy. You have to draft a megastar, or you're just not there. You draft Anthony Edwards or Luka Doncic or Jokic. You got to find that guy. If you don't find that guy, then you're just treading water.
Do you look at the Kings and think that this is like a bottom 5 Western Conference team?
I mean, so the thing about the West is there's a couple teams you feel like are gonna be better. The Spurs, if they're healthy. You look at the Suns and like it should be better, but maybe. But it's just a crowded conference, and it was crowded last summer, and the Suns and the Spurs both were bumped out. And like, I don't know how that team is better. I feel like we were here just 6, 7, 8 months ago saying, yeah, they got to blow it up. Get rid of these guys and start from scratch. But they just refuse to. And so there's part of me that's like good on Vivek and ownership who refuses to bottom out. And there's a part of me that's like, well, you almost have to if you're going to get out of this. Because you're not going to lure a big-time free agent. You don't have trade pieces anymore to go do that. And then it's like, all right, you're going to fight for the play-in? Is that valuable to your franchise going forward? I mean, it's better than losing 30 games, but I'm going to tell you like this. You could be the Suns from last year, and like we were trying to win, and we still lost 45 games. So it's like, that's worse than the other end, you know? So
why would they be better? Why would Phoenix be better?
Oh, well, apparently because the evil spirits are out there. Oh,
jeez.
But I would say because
they had Jordan Poole too, huh? Okay.
I would say you would hope health. You would hope putting more athleticism on that floor. You would hope, like, again, they just had the season from hell. Like, they were just as bad as they could be. I like Ryan Dunn a lot. I like Jalen Green a lot. I think they can help your team. I think Dylan Brooks helps your defense. If the idea of this team is like we're just going to be a rugged defensive team and Book and Jalen are going to score as much as they can, it's not a bad team. It's not a championship contender, but it's not a bad team. And we see teams every year like they just try hard and they win more games than some other teams. The Nets were doing that last year and realized, oh, we got to tank. We got to get rid of 5 of these dudes because we're going to keep winning games. So like, I can see that, but the West is tough. The West is crowded. You know, the Grizzlies are dealing with their injuries and stuff, but like you'd imagine they'll be better if they ever get healthy. Like there's like 4 of those teams. The Thunder just won. The Wolves are still on go time. You know, so it's like so many spots left. You think the Warriors are going to be better? You think the Lakers are going to be? It's just a tough conference to be in.
What do you make of that? The Warriors situation now, having Kuminga back, being able to trade him. I guess I think they should. I know they won't, but I think they should do more to incorporate him into the roster and into the future. But what do you make of them being able to get that deal done?
Well, the problem is the guy he's going to be fighting for minutes. You just paid him $200 million. I usually paid him $60 million a year. So he's getting almost 3 times the money, and he's better. Jimmy Butler's better than Jonathan Kuminga. Like, what are you going to do about that? Like Steph is saying, they have enough to win a title, and they looked really good last year in the first round. Now, again, it's the unction over there, so it's going to be health all year. It's going to be legs all year. It's going to be keeping him upright all year. Weirdly enough, that's what makes Jonathan Kuminga so valuable. You know, we might need like a month-long stretch from you starting for us, and to be the best you. They found out what the trade market was, and clearly didn't like it. So you give him this contract, this makes him just as tradable as he was 2 weeks ago. And he has his player option, but I can't see him lasting on that roster this entire season. Now, Will that roster be a bunch of pros and they'll just get straight to business? You would hope so, but that's also the roster who punched the last young guy who bucked a little bit and then sent him out and just kept on pushing. So I don't, I'm not just buying it, then just fully integrating him and going. They're gonna be like, hey, you're gonna play your 20 minutes and you gotta get it how you live. And that's been the Warriors' way for 15 years. It's worked, so you can't even be mad at it.
What do you think about Memphis? Did we talk about we were trying to go through these different teams like Minnesota. Like there's a handful of teams that are like, yeah, those are probably just top 6 teams. I don't know that I have Golden State there yet as a top 6 team. What I don't know though is what does Memphis look like after trading one of their starters and in a constant state of dealing with injuries, and they're working in a new coach. Like I understand he coached the end of the last season, but this is his first training camp. This is his first 82 game season. Like there's a lot of different things that play for this squad.
That's something you can't just overlook. I'm happy you mentioned it. We're seeing it with the Nuggets as well. And the Nuggets are a little different because they have Jokic. He's the best player, and they have the Jokic system. And I feel like Adelman did a good job in the playoffs last year. So, but Memphis is their health. You're instantly hearing about guys who are going to be out X amount of time. Then they lose another guy. And it's just like, it's going to be hell for them all year. And I don't know what's going on out there with that medical staff, with the way they play, with the way they practice. I don't know, but they've been dealing with that for feels like 4 or 5 years now. But it's going to be their health. But if they're right and if they're healthy, I was looking around because I'm like, I have my Ja threes. Like I'm a huge Ja Morant fan. I'm expecting him to have a huge season, a great season. And, you trade Bane and Bane is great at what he does. But I thought it was interesting that they made sure to trade him for a similar player. We need a guy who can shoot. We need a guy who can shoot around Ja. And that's always going to be their offensive plan is like, we need space around Ja so he can attack. And we need space around Jaren Jackson so he can attack. And it's worked for them when they're healthy, but they have to be healthy. So that's just how I see that team in general. I think the problem for Memphis is they're kind of in this other weird spot, whereas like, yeah, you're not fighting for the play-in every year and drafting at 12, but they're just they're not better than the Thunder. And there's just no version of that. Their roster just isn't as deep. Their roster isn't athletic. They're not as strong defensively. So it's like, okay, you're better than the bad teams, but you're not as good as the great teams. So now what? And if maybe there's another move, maybe there's something more aggressive. Maybe you just hope for the injury luck because that happens every year too. I felt like the Knicks were like that last year. And then in the conference finals, the injury luck worked out for them. And it's like, we all underestimated the Pacers, but the same thing kind of happened to them. Like they got hot at the right time and they made it work. So it can be a crapshoot in the playoffs, but I think that upper echelon team, I think Denver might be the best team in the West, despite how they went out last year. They just improved this offseason. I think a lot of people forgot about it, didn't see it. They did a little bit of addition by subtraction too, getting rid of Michael Porter, clearly. But I still believe in Minnesota. And then obviously, who's lurking out there. So it's, I'm thinking Houston going all the way, but that's just me. I'm biased. Y'all know that. But I'm gonna tell y'all like this: the stuff
Who's lurking?
The stuff Buddy been telling me from camp. It's some good work out there, man. And I'm excited. I'm as excited as he is about that. So I say, yo, tell me about man. I need to know. And it's just unstoppable. Like you can't do nothing with him. He's crazy. I think he got taller. He's like the most athletic dude in the league.
I think he got taller.
He was only 18 or something like that.
Man.
Yo, did you see these pictures with Wemby? I think Wemby got taller. And he's 9 feet tall already. So, but
on him, giant
Houston's lurking. Houston's another team. Like they got to stay healthy. Their best player is 40 years old and all of that good stuff. But I'm very excited to see not even Kevin with Amen Thompson. I want to see Kevin and Alfred Sengun run 2-man, like some old school elbow and corner basketball and give and go type stuff, because that's like he's never had that type of player to play with. And Alfie's no punk. He can score with the best of them too. And so I'm excited to see what Houston does.
Real quick, I want to talk about that Houston and the rest of the league situation real quick, but you're a great guy to ask this. I saw Ja Morant earlier said he got the number one shoe in the game right now, and it's tough to argue with the Ja 3s. The AEs are on that list, but them Ja 3s, I haven't seen a bad colorway yet. Them things is fire.
Shout out Nike, man. Shout out my man Kareem and Nike sent me a couple pair. You not gonna hear me say a bad thing about them shoes. He got it, and them opening up to customization too. Like we're in a new era of hoop sneakers, and I'm happy about this as a hoop fan because we all grew up in an era where we got to wear all our favorite player shoes, and even the ones that they weren't the signatures, they were wearing them. We got to wear them; they were fly. We didn't have that for a while, and now you like, the old test was like, "Can I wear these with jeans?" And now we're back in that place where we can do that. So I like Ant's new joints. Obviously, I like Kevin's shoes. I got some of those. James's last pairs was good. Don't sleep on Damian Lillard's Adidas either. Like he got some stuff over there too, and he keeps doing bait collabs. So they doing funky stuff with that. But yeah, man, we in a real good era as far as comes in. But I think I'm gonna say I'm a co-sign Ja 3s is the best for this year. Sabrina 2s are nice too. So don't sleep on them. I like Angel Reese's joints, and I'm not even a Reebok guy. So there's a lot to pick from, man. And it's like it's chill to wear, man. What we got on. We don't look so crazy anymore.
Yeah, I think wearing those Way of Wades.
Hey man, you gotta.
Actually, people really like those shoes. I don't want to wear no Way of Wades.
Kyrie's joints. Speaking of the
ones
they make in China, the answers. He got the lifestyle joints and the ones he wears on the court. But his joints are fire too.
I think Cade got something on the way.
I could believe that. Yeah,
Cade's got something on the way. He hasn't decided what shoe company he's with, yo. I think he's got something on the way.
Tyrese got his new joint out.
His are nice too.
Yeah, Triple H was hyping it up.
Was he?
Yeah, Triple H loved he loved him some Tyrese Halliburton, man.
No player has swung my opinion in the last 5 years quite like Tyrese Halliburton did in the last year. So it's like I just wasn't. I was on here trashing him. I was on here saying, "Yo, the Kings won the trade," and then he just goes on a Kobe run in the playoffs, and it's like, all right, I gotta salute you, big fella.
Yeah,
man.
I wish.
I was like, when I was hurt. When he got hurt, I was hurt, like, man, because this really could have been his like crowning moment. And you know how this goes too. I remember saying this when Paul George went up against LeBron. I'm like, it might not never get better for PG, and it didn't for like 8 years, and it really never got back to that. But he made another conference finals run. It's like it might never get that close again for Tyrese, and I'm excited to see that doc because obviously they followed him for starting five, and even in the trailer, he's just super open about the whole thing. He's in the locker room like, man, like this can't happen. Like, you know what I mean? So just a crazy turn, but nobody has earned my respect in the court quite like Tyrese did in the last spring.
I wish Tyrese would have been able to see that game through, win or lose. Like, I wish he would have been able to figure that out. Knowing the SummerSlam plan, I really wish he had won. Because to see Tyrese walk out in front of Eddie Gonzalez at MetLife Stadium with the Larry O'Brien trophy would have been absolutely iconic.
Yo, and it's like you said, just see it win or lose. It took we got a game 7 in the finals 5 months ago, and it was just like that, where it was like, oh, it's not even fun anymore, and that sucks. That's like the worst outcome possible. But man, the way JT is on TV talking about playing this year, like, who knows with these dudes? They might just snap right back. JT crazy. Young, Tyrese Young. He sent me some video of him running around in the gym. I'm like, dog, are you okay? He was like, he snapped back at me like, and it's been 5 months. I've been waiting to get back. I'm like, hey man, if the doc said, if your mom said, your dad said, if the coach said, like, what can I do? But be careful, buddy.
They got the YouTube video, the day in the life joint with him. They talking about, Tatum back on the court. I said, well, what's this, from a couple years ago? And he out there putting on the Tatum 4s. I said, bro, settle down.
And he was, what he told me was he feels so good now. He's like, imagine how I feel in 3 months. Imagine how I feel in 4 months. I'm just like, man. And then they're passing around this report that the surgeon wrote. It was like, yo, they have new techniques and this and that, and they have new physical therapy that you can get back to the court in 10 months. And I'm just like, man. So he's on TV, so it's no secret. He's on TV saying, "Yo, I'm not doing all this to not play. Like the plan is to play." So, I trust his team. I trust his trainer, Nick Chang, real good dude. I'm not gonna be shocked if I see JT out there February, March, something like that, and that changes everything too. By the way, if the Celtics hang around and then he comes back just in time to be fully ready mid-season form for the playoffs, that changes the trajectory of everything we were just looking at. You can't forget these guys just won the title a year ago, so I'm excited for this season, man. It's right around the corner. You can feel it. We watching boring preseason games already.
Yeah, indeed we are, and we'll be
Melbourne
excited about it.
versus-
Yeah,
versus Pelicans.
Abu Dhabi against the Knicks. Sir, man, Eddie Gonzalez, you listen to Showgirl yet?
Oh, of course. I was listening at the gym all day. Before I go, I want to wish my daughter a happy 12th birthday. She turns 12 on
Hey.
But yeah, man, I listen to that midnight release, man. I'm locked in. Come on. I got Drake views while I was there too on vinyl. I was like,
oh, that's great. No, that's fantastic. I'm glad. Hope you enjoy it. You know what's funny? I actually have that on vinyl. Complex gave it to me, but I absolutely have that on vinyl.
I'm sure you playing it like too.
Underrated album too. I didn't like it that much, but
no, you did the dope better. You hated it, and it came back like I
was like, man. So I'll tell you real quick what happened was I was like, man, this album wasn't that good, and I play his songs like that was fire. And I play the next song. That was kind of fire. No, that one was dope. Next thing you know, I'm 10 tracks in, and I've said the same thing. Like, damn, maybe it's better than I thought.
I always say Drake is the king of the whack album where you like 20 of the 22 songs. So that's just how it goes for that dude. But hey, man.
We appreciate you, my man. Have a great weekend. We'll see you next Friday.
Good weekend, fellas.
Yes, sir. So, man, Eddie Gonzalez right there. We'll come back. We'll check back in at King's practice. We're going to close out talking 49ers football, though. Chris Peterman's going to be with us coming up at 3:30. We'll get his thoughts on everything that went on last night and what is ahead for the San Francisco 49ers. We'll come back. We'll hear from Doug Christie, Keegan Murray, and I think Keon Ellis also spoke at practice today. So that's all I had here with Either One KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, right on, Bryce, man. You guys have a good trip down there. Yeah, Stephen Brown, that's a true story, bro. That's a true story, bro. This is terrible. All right, Bryce. Help me out here. Oh, man, come on. The Oogie Boogie. Is it the Oogie Boogie Halloween Bash? Is that what it's called? Oogie Boogie Bash. Yeah, there it is. That was going on when Katie and I went the very first time last year. The Oogie Boogie Bash. We didn't even go. Damn shame. Damn shame. Of course, she was sick and was barely alive at that point, but still. Still. One battle after another was pretty good, about 30, 40 minutes of the movie. Yeah, I heard great things, nothing but great things about that movie. Disney D-Lo, that's right, the hot tub incident, Zapo. Yeah, I like Disney. It's fun. prefer Halloween over Christmas at Disneyland. Okay. I will always take some wine glasses, Bryce. You don't have to do that, but we always take wine glasses. Drew Down Smartass brought us a one of those electric wine openers, which I was like, man, that's really nice of Drew Down. And then I saw, to be funny, he included a thing of popcorn to heat up on the stove, which I'm gonna eat that. Don't get it twisted. I just thought it was funny that I was like, oh man, Drew, this was really nice. Oh, you're being a smartass. All right, Chris Biederman's going to join us coming up in about 45 minutes. We'll talk with the writer from the Sacramento Bee. Get his thoughts. Of course, he hosts the terrific Candlestick Chronicles podcast as well. We'll get his thoughts on what we saw from the San Francisco 49ers last night and what that might mean for them moving forward. We did get word that George Kittle is more likely to be back in week number 7 rather than week number 6. So we'll talk to Chris Biederman about all of that when he joins us coming up at 3:30. Big thanks to Eddie Gonzalez for being with us, as he always is. Want to talk some Kings basketball here once again. But before we do, we'll head over to our regular video format from our man Matt George, ABC 10 Sports here. And the Sacramento Kings head coach, Doug Christie.
Nah, man, competitiveness was at a really high level today. Guys, they want to play. I'm a big play guy in practice. I love for them to compete and play. There are fundamentals that we got to work on, but as far as everybody being willing and able, like everybody's getting after it, and they know that iron sharpens iron. To love my brother, I have to get at his head.
We've seen a lot of, I don't know how, love. You guys laugh.
Yeah.
Illegal hands to the face.
Yeah. Sorry, Doug. You
Even though it
can't.
didn't really happen like yesterday. But
Yeah. Sorry, Doug. You can't talk like that on this show.
not on this show, pal.
No.
Been a lot of fun out here. Is that something that you're trying to make sure that they're
Basketball is supposed to be fun, man. I mean, this is a kid's sport. We learn as a kid. Just because the stakes get higher doesn't mean that we need to be doom and gloom. Like, I want them to have fun. I want them to show their personality, all of that. And listen, is it always going to go great? No, it's not. But that just means we need to lock in, get after it some more. But fun is part of it, man, because it's a game, and we want to come out here and have a good time. When people come to see the show, we want to put on the show for them.
Is what you're seeing kind of maybe reaffirming maybe some hunches or beliefs you might have had before you came into camp about maybe this collective group?
No, it's more maybe what I thought about being a coach and coaching, not necessarily the group, the ability to pick up, the ability to get after people, the ability to share the basketball, the ability to show them how to make reads and teach them how to play is very important to me. And I hired a staff that thinks along those same lines. And, that's the defender, the worst or the hardest people to guard was the ones that had all the options. The less options you got or the more stagnant you are, it's not that hard to guard. But that means that you got to read the game and study the game and be willing to sacrifice of yourself while you're playing.
How nice to have them here today. And is there any rule changes this year that we should be aware of heading into the new season?
No, there's little tweaks.
I'm going to hit pause right there because what I think Jake said is the officials were there today.
Mm-hmm.
And
they didn't call the illegal screen.
They didn't call the illegal screen on. Yeah, it was the same officiating crew that was on Thursday Night Football last night.
Here and there, but nothing that's like crazy major. It was great for the NBA to offer up the refs to come because with some of the tweaks, with how I expect our team to play, we tried to put them in situations that was a concentrated dose of a certain action to see what level of physicality we're going to be able to play with so that we can learn to adjust to the whistle. And I thought we did a decent job of it. The whistle blew, and we kept playing. Don't stop, keep playing. We'll look at it on film. That was a foul, that wasn't a foul, and teach from there.
One of the things that they changed is that high five test.
Yeah.
Do you like that tweak to it?
Well, I mean, if anybody hit my hand like that, I would have been like, listen, I'm not about that life. So, I mean, some of the ways that people are slapping people's hand is just like, that's like if you do that to someone's chest or someone's back, it's a flagrant foul. But you're doing it to their shooting hand. So, no, all of it, I didn't always say that Joey Crawford made sense when he was repping me, but all of it made sense over there because I love Joey.
We saw Joey outside.
Yeah.
How cool is it to see Joey Crawford?
It's just the best, man. Joey is one of my favorites. I always love the refs that you could talk to as human beings. Things get heated, and he still talks to me, so he never took it personal. I still think he was wrong. I told him that today, and he laughed. But it's really good to see some of our, legends, and that's what I consider Joey, still in the game and contributing to, just like players do with players, refs do with refs. That's beautiful.
You do it every time you see him?
What's that?
Tell him he's wrong.
Damn right. No doubt. Bad call, Joey. He's like, shut up, Doc. He's Philly all day.
Of course, you can only have these units play against each other, but what do you make of the depth and interchangeability of these lineups and get to experiment with that on Wednesday?
Yeah, it's at certain positions there's log jams and different things, but the competitive nature of the guys has been high level, and that's really what we want. We want to create a competitive environment because that's what we're all about. We want to go out and compete. We're not out there trying to play. We're out there trying to compete, and that means for every little area that we can get. And there'll be some that we're not even maybe looking at right now, but when we get out there, and they're doing that at a really high level. So I'm super excited and proud of and for them. Max has done well, man. I mean, he's a super skilled big man that has the ability to do a lot of different things on the floor. In the mind, like he's a 7-footer, but in many ways, can you play him at 4? Can you play Domas at 4, play him at 5? You just, there's a lot of things that go through your mind. You got to see him out there. I mean, he's going to have to adjust to the physicality and all the different things that a rookie has to adjust to. But been super excited to watch him continue to grow from the summertime to now.
How close is he to playing? Like getting earning room.
It's that's going to be an in-game thing when we face competition that doesn't like you. Like watching him out here. He's done a really, really great job. We'll probably mix up the lineup some as we go through camp and some of the practices so that we can get a look at different people playing in different lineups. But it's hard to say that because some people are gamers. They're not great practice players and get in the game and play well. He's been great in practice. He talks at a high level. His communication skills are great. And I think the teammates love him. I mean, his passing, his shooting, everything. He's done well.
Stop right there. Matt George, thanks to Matt George for the video. Doug Christie glowing about Maxine Reynaud there. And Hammer trying to take away his minutes. Just James like, yeah, how close is he to like actually playing? Like, really? Like, what are we talking about here, DC? I joke about that because Hammer has always kind of been like, well, he's a 2nd round pick. Like, I know Summer League was fun. Maybe we pump the brakes a little bit on him being a rotational player right out the gate. Me and Kenny are like, no, I'm gonna play him right now. But you hear Doug right there say, it's, Doug, shout out Doug. Stop short of calling him a situational role player right there. But did say, a lot of it is going to depend on what it looks like when we're going against somebody we don't know. Mm-hmm. When we're not going against our guys.
Right.
You know, we're going against the bad guys, so to speak.
And
Which I certainly understand, and I don't think you and I are any different than other Kings fans. Like he's an incredibly interesting player.
And he says that, you know, with that full context of saying like he's been really good in practice. So it's almost like, yeah, I'm not gonna overreact to what I see in practice. I need to see him in a game situation, you know, with the lights on, them lights, and going up against somebody that doesn't know the offense or is out there trying to, you know, take your head off the way opponents do. So I feel like Max can find his way into the rotation fairly quickly. I think Doug is trying to play it slow with him. And he's trying to give it some time. But if Max wants to be in the rotation, he's just got to keep playing at a high level like he seems to have been doing during training camp.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like in that regard, we're off to a good start. It feels like he's making an impact. Like he's got, for lack of a better way of phrasing, he's got his coach's attention. You know what I mean? And when you're, what is he, 7'1", 7 foot? Yeah. Like there's appealing factors to that. You're going to stand out, especially on this roster. You're going to stand out. I'm just so interested in him as a basketball player. I'm so interested in him as a basketball player, and I'm so interested in him on this team specifically.
Yeah, he can. I just keep going to the fact that I think that what he's able to do, his strong suits on the offensive end, just seem tailor-made for the NBA. You know, now there's a level of physicality that I think he's going to have to develop to reach another level in the NBA. But it just feels like right out of graduation from college, he should be able to be fine in the NBA offensively. And we'll just see if that other stuff comes around in enough time for him to get to consistent playing time.
He's not one of the bigger questions I have about the season, but he is definitely one of the more, I don't know if wild card is the right term, but like if he does get out on the floor early, man, he could be like, if he can get out on the floor early and play the way we think he might be able to, like what we saw in Summer League, essentially, if he's able to do that against another like real NBA team,
right?
That feels like a significant, I don't want to say that feels like a game changer to me, because it is a player that is completely unique to the rest of the roster. And at least in this very specific scenario, it fits a need in which, because I think the backup 5 thing is going to be a conversation again. And maybe, you know, maybe Eubanks is better than giving him credit for. I ultimately think the backup 4 position is going to be, or the 4, you know, kind of depth is going to be a conversation as well. And if you have a player like Max who could potentially do both in specific situations, that's an interesting 3.5, 4 minutes of gameplay right there.
Yeah, and that's what Doug kind of alluded to, as far as, you know, his skill set allows him to be a little versatile in that respect, where maybe you can get him out there. He's looked at as a backup 5 and Sabonis is your 5. But based on his skill set and some of the matchups, he could play at the same time as Sabonis and give you some minutes at the 4, or move Sabonis to the 4, and he's the 5. So his skill set opens the door for an opportunity for him to be out there in different spots on the floor and with different lineup combinations. And that's obviously a plus when you're almost killing 2 birds with one stone.
I don't know why.
I tried not to. I tried to catch myself here.
I don't
killing the
understand.
birds.
I don't know why we do that. I've never understood it. Beating dead horses, killing. I don't get it. Let's hear a little bit more from Doug Christie, and then
dead horses. The horse is dead.
if the horse was alive, would you still be beating it up? Like whatever. Here's Doug Christie.
As a coach, it makes me excited.
That's what do you have to see from him from summer league to now, and where you're trying to see him take that next
Devin
step?
has grown immensely since summer league to now. Listen, like the kid, he's in way better shape. He's understanding and reading the game better. From the point guard position, he's beginning to understand the things. When you're at the free throw line, you're already calling out the play. You got something in your mind. What are we running? On defense, making sure that everybody's set. Those are the responsibilities of a point guard. And a guy like Dennis is going to help him too, because he's not a natural point guard, but he's going to play that position sometimes. His gravity on the defensive end is always felt, and he's fearless. Like, he's not scared of the moment. So all those things put together usually creates a pretty good player in the NBA.
So that's it from Doug Christie today. That was his entire media session between the two clips that we had right there. DC again, and there it is, the magic phrase of the week: 94 feet.
94 feet.
94 feet.
Coach JT gonna have to put a trademark.
I'm saying, Coach, you better. Hey, they're gonna start selling T-shirts. Hey, Coach, do it right now, because the Sacramento Kings are coming for your catchphrase, man.
That's right, man.
I've heard. I don't know that I've ever heard it before. That's all we've heard this week.
That's right. That's right. Well, wasn't it something with Luke that we
on a string? On a string.
That's right.
Playing defense on a string. And you kept hearing it like over and over and over again.
That's
and it was
right.
like, okay,
That's right.
this is clearly this is a thing that they're discussing. But yeah, on the string. That's what that was. That was their bar.
But it's necessary. It's true. It is an example of what they want to be out there on the floor. A team that's in your face, full court, all game long. And it doesn't matter if it's the point guard bringing it up, shooting guard, small forward, it doesn't matter. All these guys are doing it the same way. You talked about Zach LaVine picking up 94 feet, DeMar DeRozan, things like that. And we talked about it a little bit yesterday, but just want to reiterate, it really feels like Doug Christie is trying to invoke his philosophy the way he plays basketball, his characteristics onto this team. And we see that from time to time in sports and on the basketball court and with basketball teams. And Doug Christie is trying to do that. This is how I play basketball. You're going to play basketball just how I would play basketball. And it's going to be a beautiful thing if they can all buy into that, become an extension of what he would do out there on the floor. I think it's going to be great. The question is that going to happen? I think it is. I think they've got enough players on there with that level of character to get it done, but we'll never know until we're out there, and we won't know until they face some little bit of adversity as well.
Oh, the adversity, that's going to be a thing, because we felt like they faced so much last year, and maybe at times they responded well, maybe at other times they didn't. But we're going to be watching that particular part of the conversation a lot closer this year. One thing I was thinking about, we were talking about storylines, questions, these different, you asked, can this team focus on winning, like solely on winning, not their numbers, not next year's deal, nothing. Can you focus on winning? I asked, can the turmoil and all of the drama from last year being behind you, can that be enough to lift this basketball team? After that extended conversation with AI Stephen Brown earlier and other people, it's not just AI Stephen Brown. It's like there's others who aren't in on this team. Like, and I get it. Like, I understand. Is there anything that could get Kings fans to change their perception of Dennis or DeMar or Levine or one of these guys, where people feel like they already know everything about them and they don't need to know anymore? Can their minds be changed?
I'll say yes, because I think winning.
By the way, I paused. I don't expect you to have an answer to that.
Well, I was trying to think. I'm going to say yes, but it would take.
Because you're optimistic.
Yeah. I think it would take a lot of winning. Like 11-9 isn't going to get it done. You've got to see this team close to 10 games over 500 for people to kind of look at them differently, which seems unfair, but it's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of the beast.
And I guess it's, I guess it's the line. Yeah, maybe winning doesn't cure everything. Might cure this, though. It might cure this. Yeah, I'll be like, I feel like everyone is so steadfast on, they know who DeMar is, they know who Zach LaVine is, they know who now they know who Dennis Schroeder is, and they're like, whatever, man.
Yeah.
Whatever.
And they're not impressed.
Nope. Not at all.
And if you're not impressed, that once again, I mean it when I say that's fine. Like I get it. I'm not here to say you're wrong or you don't know what you're talking about or nothing. It's just I see it differently. That's all. And the great thing about it is we'll all find out together once they get on the court in a week for preseason. But you really find out
next Wednesday.
You really find out once they get on the floor in the regular season.
Let's hear from, because I think Keegan spoke today too. Keon's always good. Let's see if we can. Yeah, let's try to hear from both of these guys real quick. Here's Keegan Murray today at practice, courtesy of our friend Matt George. I'll put it on the screen so everybody can actually hear it.
I think everyone's trying. Everyone's trying to pick up the concepts, trying to pick up, be aggressive, offensively, defensively, things like that. So I feel like there's not one person that's been lazy or lack of effort, and I feel like that's a good sign.
Your squad loses to third squad. What kind of goes through your mind? How long do you kind of wear that for?
I think you guys saw the last one, but before that we ran the table. But I feel like that just shows the depth that we have. Like our young guys have been really good and things like that. So and that means they're getting more comfortable, which is a good sign.
I mean, does it give them like a confidence? I mean, you were kind of in their situation, maybe not third, but
Yeah.
You know, a moment like that, what kind of confidence do you think you can give them?
Yeah, especially guys in their first training camp. It's a big confidence when you're beating guys that have years in the league and things like that. So I think it's a good thing that they're able to compete with us. That shows that we have depth that we can go to at any point. So
How is that starting 5 year to do? I know Dennis is new, but getting more acclimated with Zach and then DeRozan, just how do you feel about that starting 5 and how you guys are planning it?
I mean, we're putting in new stuff, which is good. I feel like there's more movement going around and things like that, which we didn't have last year. So obviously with Dennis being back, obviously he was at the Eurobasket and things like that. So he wasn't with us the past 2 weeks, and he's still getting used to everything, but he's been doing a good job. It's been fun playing with him so far.
Offensively, what is your role? Is it more coming off of the show and then pulling up from 3 and maybe driving the lane if they go after that, or just what does the new offense look for you and what they're asking for?
Just be aggressive. They're using me more than they did last year, especially coming out of the corner and then transition and things like that. So there's not like a specific thing like you got to catch and shoot off a DHO or anything like that. It's really just use my talent and ability to get a basket or get downhill, get fouled, knock down a shot, and just different things like that. So
Keegan Murray right there. Derek J said Keegan sounds like a 90s sitcom dad, and that is very, very funny to me. We'll come back. I do want to hear from Keon Ellis. We'll talk about the Kings for just a couple of more minutes, and then we'll shift our attention back to the NFL. We just ran that 49ers Rams game back here on the TV during the show. We'll talk to Chris Biederman about that game to close out the week. We'll also look at a couple of marquee games that are ahead. There's not many, but there's at least one you got to watch. Also, who's back, who's out. That's all ahead here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
When we get back, I'll hit that prize fix right out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, some of you are suspended for the day.
Oh,
there was a major false start earlier.
wow. Do better, guys.
Come on, guys.
Who's phony? Who's fake? That's the type of people I hate. Jada. So my dog, Brandon Bush in the building, man. What's up, big dog? Jada.
Keegan Allen Payne.
John Poles. I plan on being there tomorrow. They say I plan on being there because there's some things that I might have to attend to, but I plan on being there tomorrow.
This new call screener thing is great.
Well, okay, wait a minute. What call? Oh, on that phone.
Yeah.
Because I called my in-laws' house yesterday, and they had some type of call screening thing on there, but it was a house phone number. I was like, "What is this? What the hell is this?"
Announce yourself.
Well, D-Mac, you see it. You know. Took a little while, but he locked in.
That's a good point. D-Mac should shut up.
Well, that's an old school good one right there, man. McClatchy, I think, looking to go 5-1 on the season. Let's go.
Chris Biederman going to join us coming up here in just a few minutes. We'll talk about that football game last night, the Rams and the 49ers. Let's check in at King's practice one last time.
And real quick, before we check in one more time,
good call.
Just want to let you guys know.
Yep.
I was so hyped up from last night.
Mhm.
I did not get either my college football lineup ready or my Raiders Colts lineup ready. I will have that taken care of. Don't worry about it. You can go over there over on PrizePicks. They've got you covered. Download the PrizePicks app. Put in the promo code KIFM. Get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. Once again, put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 towards your first $5 lineup. Football's popping right now. NBA's on its way. And we got WNBA finals starting tonight as well. So you might want to get one of those lineups in as well. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. PrizePicks, it's good to be right.
Go Johnny G.
Johnny G.
I expect better of you, but
Johnny G. Let's see what he got. Johnny G got his third win of the season. He's been on the schneid a little bit.
A schneid. Damn schneids.
Participation up too. Good job.
No, certainly better than yesterday. Yesterday was embarrassing. Here's Keon Ellis.
I think the attention to detail, I think that's there. It's been there. What is the other word I want to use? We've been going really hard. Every team's been, giving each other good looks, good games. So I think, with the new stuff that we're trying to put in, we've given ourselves a good look at, how we can improve and, how things are how the offense should be ran, how we should be playing on defense. So I think that's what's been really good so far.
What do you think of the change of the high five rule?
Man, we always doing something. I don't know. I don't know. I think the high five, as long as it wasn't a crazy slap after the shot, I think that should be fine. But I don't even know what they're saying now is legal. So we'll see and we'll find out. So
Is it an adjustment for you though? I know Mike was preaching a lot for you guys last year.
I wouldn't say for me because I don't really slap hands. I really just more so just kind of hold my hand out and just hit theirs. But so I don't really think so.
High five.
You guys are an aggressive team. The NBA refs here today. How much do you feel like you guys had a barometer of how aggressive you can be and without?
I'm just going to hit pause right there because Casey just said the high five is a foul. It absolutely is. And if you need evidence for it, just go watch any Kings game from last year because maybe they were the only team in the league it was called against, but nobody racked up more and ones or fouls on three-pointers than your Sacramento Kings.
At one point, I can't remember this specifically, but I thought it was 13, and it was January, and it was.
I remember
it was
we looked
almost
it
a
up.
record.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah,
it was bad.
It was. It might have been legal to the refs to a certain degree, but that was a foul. I've been on record saying that forever. I was like, you can't do that. You can't slap somebody's hand on the follow through.
You hear that, America? He was on record.
That's right. Now everybody's on board. I feel the same way. Where were you guys at when this was happening, NBA?
Well, the officials were on board as long as the Sacramento Kings were playing.
Good point. That you're correct. You're correct.
Let's hear a little bit more from Keon Ellis.
I don't think it really did too much. Because it was crazy because there were still times where it was obviously a foul, and then after the play they were like, "Yeah, you got fouled." So what are we doing? I don't know, but in the little drills we do, I guess that's where it could be useful. But Still pretty much feel the same to me. I don't know, but
Okay, we'll kill that. I want to talk about something that Keon said and Keegan said. Talked about the offense, and they both referenced, the different things that they're doing now on the offensive end. Obviously, neither one of them elaborated on it. These are 4 or 5 minute media sessions. Those guys who were there were at practice might have been able to see some of it in those brief 5-on-5 moments that they saw. Keegan acknowledging that they did run the other two teams, did run those guys previously. Just the media was let in for the game that Devin Carter hit the game winner on. He wanted to make sure to point that out, and I don't blame him for doing that. But it seems like there's some changes to the offense, and it's a conversation. Keon actually just said it there a second ago. Yeah, like we have the opportunity to go over a few things, ask some questions and kind of get in line to make sure that we're executing this, the right way. And these are all great things to say 4 days into training camp, 3 days into training camp, because the conversation is going to be, I'm telling you, the conversation is going to be a lot different on Monday, on Tuesday. They're going to be itching to get to Wednesday and actually play somebody, play in the Toronto Raptors. And then this isn't football, where you have to, they're not going to show much. Like, no, they've got to practice their offense against the live defense. Like, they're absolutely what Keegan, Keon, Doug referenced today. We're going to see that next Wednesday.
Agreed.
That's absolutely what we're going to see.
Yeah. And like you mentioned, for the timing, for everything that they have to be able to implement with that offense, they're going to have to work on it time and time and time again, not just in practice, but like Doug has said a number of different times, they're going to have to work on it against teams that don't know what they're doing or aren't their teammates or anything like that. So you're going to get a good idea of if this offense looks any different, and if it does, what the differences are during this preseason.
You got anything left on the Kings that you want to touch on before we put this first week of training camp behind us?
Nah, man, just vibes are good. I'm feeling good with what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing from these guys. And it's almost time to get through preseason healthy, and let's see it executed out there on the regular season. We're going to continue to talk about it during training camp and during preseason and break some things down. But, that's where my mind's starting to get to, that whether they play on the 25th or 23rd or something like that.
I think they play both, don't they? It's 22nd. It's 22nd and 24th.
I thought they started the NBA. I thought started on the 22nd. They must start on the 21st.
Yeah, the Kings will be in Phoenix on the 22nd. They will be, of course, home on Friday night, October 24th. They also, weird scheduling quirk. I don't think I've noticed this before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They pretty much play every Wednesday. I don't know why that's standing out to me. They play every Wednesday for like starting with the preseason.
I noticed that the other day because
like 9 straight weeks.
Yeah, I noticed that yesterday, matter of fact, because I'm gonna miss all those games. I got the coaches show on Wednesday.
Oh, jeez.
So I was like, oh man.
Yeah,
up until like December. That's when it kind of stops.
That's right. They play October 8th. That's this coming Wednesday. And the first Wednesday they don't play is December 10th. And
it's like 3 or 4 home games too.
I was gonna say it almost alternates between home road, home road, home road. Oh, you're gonna miss the Warriors.
I know. Depending on what time the coaches show will be over by 8. I might ask you to open the back door for me so I can.
Excuse me.
The media door. No, hey, no, ain't no.
Wow. I just, sir. I'm gonna politely decline that request.
Nobody's opening any back doors on this show, okay?
Hey.
This is just so damn childish.
It's
man.
bad.
It's so
bad. It's so bad.
Wild request.
It's so bad. Jesse over there trying to do his work, trying to get the podcast done. He's trying to get out of here at 4 o'clock, and man's getting married Jesse's getting married 1 week from today.
Let's go.
Jesse's getting married 1 week from today, and he's got to come in here and throw the flag.
What am I supposed to do when I'm gone? What's gonna happen when I'm gone?
Man, it's anarchy.
Come on, man. Like I said, I work with a bunch of children.
I'm gonna have to teach Joe Brazil what a flag is.
Just gonna walk in here. Just walk in here and get the flag.
Yeah, I mean, Johnny G's right. That isn't you should be thrown out. Chris Biederman set to join us here in a heartbeat. I think we got Commanders and Chargers. Jaden's back.
Mm-hmm.
Game I'm looking forward to the most on Sunday, Bucks and Seahawks.
It's gonna be a good one.
2 3-1 teams. I'm sure that is of particular interest now to 49er fans, given what happened last night. And I think Jacksonville, this is Monday. We could deal with this on Monday. Jacksonville and Kansas City that's one I'm ready to watch.
Yeah, that is I'm trying to stop short of saying it's a statement situation for the Jags.
I don't think there's anything wrong with that.
Well, because I only say that to say if they lose, that doesn't mean they're not good. You know what I mean?
No, but if they win, I mean, if they lose, it's like, all right, there's a lot of see what it is. They win, it's like, all right, they're 4-1. They've beaten Kansas City. They've beaten San Francisco, who's now 4-1. Like that it's just like it's the BCS. Jacksonville's win last week, it looks a whole lot better today. It looked good last week. It looks really good today. And then you've got the Ravens against the Texans. Lamar is out.
That is going to be tough if the Ravens lose that game. Because then they got the Rams right after that, too. That is.
Oh, yeah, and is
going to be dangerous if they lose that game. Because whether we like it or not, the Steelers are kind of winning games.
It's not. The answer is not. You said whether we like it or not. It's not. I do not like them winning games. But they are.
Yeah.
And suddenly that division, which didn't before the season started, it's like this is a third place team at best in the division.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to have they already do have a multi-game lead in a division with the Ravens in it, in a division with the Bengals in it, who are dead. The Bengals are just belly up. It's a dead goldfish. Go get the family. Go tell Rudy to flush the toilet. Like it's over.
Yeah. Tough. Just have the services right there.
That's right. Dress up for the funeral.
That show is so great.
It's incredible.
That show is
absolutely incredible. I wish it was easier to I wish it were easier to find. Yeah. Speaking of, sort of, I had a song play on my automated playlist.
Really?
A record I had not thought about in years. And it hit, and I looked at the screen like, I remember this record.
What?
Why have we never used this?
What song was this?
It was Fat Joe, We Thuggin'.
We thuggin'.
Oh, man. I was like, why didn't we use this? And then the chorus hit, and I was like, oh,
we don't stop. Throw it up, throw it up.
You don't have to celebrate it. But that song is so cold. So cold.
He was
Fat Joe didn't do anything to anybody.
He didn't. The other guy, he was the best at doing that.
Well, all right. But again, we don't need to celebrate
it. On the rap track.
Let's bring in our man, Chris Biederman. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, of course. What's up, buddy?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Man, we're riding high. I'm not even a 49er fan, and we're riding high. That we've debated between week 1 with the Bills and the Ravens and last night's game. I mean, some have thrown was it the Eagles and the Cowboys in there, or I think it was the Cowboys and the Giants. That was the game of the year last night so far. No.
Yeah, probably. I mean, from a 49ers fan perspective, absolutely. And I think you can go back to, I mean, in terms of wins, regular season wins for the Kyle Shanahan era, that might be number one, just given the context of everything. Like given, our buddy Nick Wagner wrote about it at ESPN. It was the biggest upset of the season from a point spread perspective, and it was the biggest upset the 49ers have had since that Eagles game in 2011 when they went and won in Philadelphia with that Justin Smith strip fumble on Jeremy Maclin, if you guys remember that one. So it was I mean, from that perspective, it was a huge game. Like if the 49ers go on a playoff run, I think we can go back and look to October 2nd and say, yeah, maybe that was a moment for them.
I'm thinking here, I would say the Seattle game, last game of the season in 2019.
Sure.
That same year, the New Orleans games, absolutely iconic. You've got
There was another Rams 49ers game.
That was in 2019 as well. That was iconic. Well, then you've got the other one in 2021.
Yeah, they had
season to get into the playoffs. Iconic.
Yeah.
Top 5 though last night. Top 5. And then, like you said, when you talk about the context of who was out and short week and everything that goes into it, top 5 win, regular season win in the Kyle Shanahan era.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd agree with that.
The fumble on the goal line is the thing that I just can't get. Like that is just tough for me to like. They're the game. It's over, and they take the ball away.
Kyle Shanahan said something today. What was the term he used? It was like competitive resilience, or it was something. I wish it wasn't escaping me right now, but it was something to the effect of like they had to outlast competitively their opponent. And it kind of stuck out to me given the context of the 49ers kind of rebuilding, right? And I wonder how much, or reconstructing the roster, they don't want to call it rebuilding, but like the youth movement they've gone through, like do you have more competitive resiliency when you have a younger roster as opposed to what they had last year with a bunch of older guys who probably a little bit fatigued from the short off season that they had after losing the Super Bowl, and just the mental bandwidth that you lose when you go through a playoff run and lose in the Super Bowl in overtime the way they did. I think last night sort of speaks to the idea of like a youth movement and having maybe a little bit more competitive resiliency in that moment, because you don't have nearly as many players who have been beaten down by that Super Bowl run from the previous year. You know what I mean? And I think it speaks to like Alfred Collins being a guy who makes a play. Marquise Siegel coming in and helping stop that run on 4th down. And kind of throughout the season, like Upton Stout has been making plays. And I think that sort of speaks to like what the 49ers were hoping for a little bit with this youth movement, is like, can we re-inject some energy into this roster? And I think last night was an example of what they were trying to accomplish.
I want to run something by you that I talked about earlier, and it's maybe a little tough because Stafford had statistically, and just watching the game, he played well last night. But I think he threw for 380 or something like that, 3 touchdowns. But I thought that secondary, specifically the corners, competed like crazy in that game. And I think that group, I know the secondary is also part of the safeties are also part of the secondary, but I'm looking specifically at the corners when you talk about Lenore, when you talk about Green, and when you talk about Upton Stout. I think by the end of the season, Chris, that might have the 49ers with a top 3 secondary unit in the league. They might be top 3 today. I love the way they've played in 5 weeks. Lenore is just shut down. He is a lockdown corner right now, and Stout seems to be getting better every week.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Lenore got killed with the holding penalties last night, but I thought Renardo Green played a really good game, and it just seems like even Siegel is. I know the advanced numbers will probably say like he's allowing a lot of completions, but it doesn't feel like he's far off. Like it feels like he is oftentimes in really good position and maybe just a split second late in terms of breaking up some of these passes. But for a 5th round rookie to come in and start the way he has, I think you got to be encouraged by that if you're a 49ers fan. The other thing too is they don't even have their full array yet. What's the guy? My brain is foggy. I just woke up from a nap. What's the guy's name from the knee injury? Malik Mustafa. He's not even back yet. So what's that going to look like? Is Siegel and Mustafa are they going to be the starters? Is Jason Pinnock going to continue to start? It sounds like Mustafa is going to come back to practice on Monday. So yeah, I mean, I'm optimistic. I think the only thing that would give me pause in terms of like saying they're going to be a top 5 unit is just, I don't know that the pass rush is going to be good enough to help them out. I think they're going to have to stand on their head a little bit if quarterbacks can just sit back there and pick them apart. But they could play like a top 5 unit if the pass rush improves, and maybe if the 49ers go and make a trade for a pass rusher. But I'm with you in that, like, there's a lot of talent there.
Chris, one of my favorite things about last night's game is the contrasting play calling from Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay in critical moments. I mentioned anytime you get a fumble on the goal line, like that's going to be incredible to me. And the 49ers were able to do it. Obviously, that put them in a credible position where they're a heartbeat away from the goal line. Kyle Shanahan gets conservative with his play calling, forces the Rams to use all of their timeouts. And then you have a situation, some 30, 40 real life minutes later where Sean McVay is in a situation where he decides to get ultra aggressive with his play calling, and it winds up costing them the victory. What did you think of Kyle Shanahan's play calling and how that story wound up coming back later in the night?
Yeah, I think that's probably the hardest part of game management when you're in that position that Kyle Shanahan and the 49ers were in, where you have a lead, the other team has timeouts, and you're deep in your own territory and you have to figure out how to manage that situation. I think it's kind of a toss-up in terms of, like, I think there's plenty of logic towards trying to get the first down, right? But you have a backup quarterback, you're missing your top 3 receivers, you don't have your all-pro tight end. Mac Jones can barely move. Like, I understand why Kyle Shanahan wouldn't want to put all his chips in on that scenario against a good Rams defense on their home field, because, what's a good third down conversion rate for a good NFL team? It's like 50%. So there's a 50% chance that you get what you need to do. Whereas if you run the ball, there's a 100% chance that the Rams get the ball back with no timeouts. And I think if the Rams had a timeout, they're in much better position to try to score a touchdown before the end of regulation, and then you lose the game. So, but to me, like, either way, it's like one of those like 55-45 probability calls. Like, I think that's a really difficult call to make. And I think if you have all of your starters, maybe you're more aggressive there and trying to get a first down to put the game away. But the Niners just didn't have any of their starters, and Mac Jones seemed like he could barely move. So I get it from that standpoint. And from Sean McVay's standpoint, I thought it was sound to go for it on 4th down. I just hated the play call. You taking the ball out of Matt Stafford's hands. He had 280 yards passing after halftime. And, the Rams' best players are Stafford and their receivers. And Kyron Williams is a good back, but I'm not running it on 4th and 1 there. I'm doing, I'm keeping the ball in Matt Stafford's hands and letting him make a play, and maybe even trying to get a touchdown, because you can maybe sell play action and sell, hey, we're going to try this running play, but then boot out of it and you have somebody open. They're at the 11-yard line. Like, they could have gone to the end zone and caught the 49ers off guard there. So I thought they did the 49ers a favor by running the ball. But no, like, in terms of kicking the field goal, there's no way I'm kicking the field goal there if I'm Sean McVay. So I like going for it. I just hated the running call.
We got to talk about my guy, number 10, Mac 10, Mac Jones. I talked about it earlier, Chris, and
he's been a lifelong Mac Jones fan.
Haven't we all?
Mac Jones supporter.
That's right. Yeah.
I apologized to him earlier in the show because I didn't think he was like terrible or this awful player, but I probably sold him short a little bit. I was like, he'll be around in the league. He'll be here for 10 years. He'll be a backup. And I think Mac Jones is actually better than that. I think he is a good quarterback. He is a tough quarterback. He, for the most part, seems, when he's coached up the right way, makes the right decisions. He's better than I gave him credit for, Chris. I just got to say it. He is a better quarterback than I gave him credit for. What do you think of Mac Jones after seeing him up close and personal for training camp and for these 3 games?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think because I was pretty against the idea of Kyle Shanahan trading up, investing 3 first-round picks in somebody like Mac Jones because of just how limited he is physically. But what Kyle Shanahan likes about Mac Jones is what is pretty similar to what he likes about Brock Purdy, which is, I think, really hard to evaluate from the outside because it's the way they think, it's the way they process. And like we can't always see that by, just casual fans watching. And so Kyle Shanahan is much more of like he's into processing power more so than like the big arm strength. Like it's really interesting to see now because it was a hypothetical for so long. Like, what would it look like if Kyle Shanahan had actually gotten Mac Jones instead of Trey Lance? And we're like, all right, Trey Lance has all these physical tools, but never developed the processing that Kyle Shanahan wanted. And Mac Jones has those things. So it's really interesting to see that kind of come to fruition. And the 49ers at quarterback are in a really good spot. Like I'm with you, Kenny. Like I don't think there's a quarterback controversy coming. Like I think it would have to take one full season of Brock Purdy being bad and or injured for the 49ers to ever think about moving a different direction. I think you have really what every NFL team would want is like a franchise guy who you can win games with, and then a backup who, if the franchise guy misses time, there isn't this massive dramatic drop off, which happens to, 95% of the league when they have to play their backup quarterback. So I think the 49ers are in a great spot from their quarterback position. Mac Jones fits Kyle Shanahan perfectly. This is why Kyle Shanahan was interested in Mac Jones back in 2021. I think as time has gone on, it's been clear that probably would have been a mistake to invest 3 first-round picks in Mac Jones. But if you can get him as a backup for 2 years and $8 million or whatever it is, like that's good business for the 49ers.
And also, Chris, investing 3 first-round picks, I still stand on that's the wrong idea. But if you would have just drafted them at 13, I think that would have been okay. Like I would have been fine with that. Or whatever, 13, 12. I can't remember what the pick that it was they had, but I would have done
11.
that. Yeah, I just wouldn't have traded the future to go get Mac Jones. But
Mac Jones or Micah Parsons? I think they could have taken Micah with that pick.
Yeah, not anybody but Trey Lance. Damn, that didn't.
Could have gotten Micah Parsons and Brock Purdy in the same
Oh
draft.
my gosh.
Chris, you said that the 49ers quarterback, position's in a good spot. Doesn't feel like their running game is. Yeah. And they have not been able to get going. And Christian McCaffrey was brilliant last night. He's been brilliant through the most part of the season. He's been brilliant his entire career in catching the ball out of the backfield. And he has a lot of plays. He had a couple of last night that they're pass plays, and they go to Mac Jones's totals and they go to his passing totals, but their passes at the line of scrimmage, their passes, 1 yard out, and he's turning it into a big gain. Like it's technically not a run, but it's Christian McCaffrey doing all of the work right there. But in terms of turning around, handing off, pitching, something that just isn't clicking for the San Francisco 49ers right now. And I'm curious as to what the main reason why is.
I definitely think the offensive line is not doing a great job in the running game. I think that's, I've never thought that Jake Brendel was this excellent run blocking center. You have a rookie 7th round pick at left guard. You have Dominic Pooney, who I think is maybe a little bit banged up, at least going back to August. He certainly was. And you have Trent Williams aging. I think that's part of it. Christian McCaffrey's aging. He's 29 years old. But I think the bigger part of it, just zooming out, is just when you don't have your top 3 receivers and your top tight end, who's also, the best run blocking tight end in the league. I think all of those factors kind of contribute to it. I don't think there's any one thing. I think if the 49ers had all their receivers, they'd probably be more explosive offensively. And that would change the way teams approach them. Like if you're defending the 49ers right now, you're really just keying on Christian McCaffrey and say, all right, we're going to key on Christian. And if you want to beat us with Jake Tonjes, go ahead. And that's not a knock on Jake Tonjes. That's just what you do. And the 49ers have been fortunate in that Jake Tonjes has been playing pretty well and actually been a threat for them. So I think it's just a combination of everything. I think it's missing guys. I think it's the way defenses are approaching them. I think it's, age and attrition along the offensive front. And I think the 49ers are probably banking on, like, if they can get Ricky Pearsall, Brandon Ayuk, and Juwan Jennings back and George Kittle back, that will open things up in the passing game. Defenses have to adjust schematically, and then you can gash them a little bit more in the running game. But to your point, like, the fact that Christian McCaffrey is still having this type of season from a production standpoint without being good in the running game speaks to what an elite talent he is, and maybe a singular talent when it comes to being a pass catcher out of the backfield. And Kyle Shanahan said it, I forget if it was last week or the week before, but he said he's never seen a running back who's better out of the backfield. And have to agree with him. I don't even know who would really be close at this point. And you saw it last night with a touchdown. As soon as Christian McCaffrey splits out wide, you're like, oh, this is easy. Like, pitch and catch. This is an easy touchdown because you have Christian McCaffrey against some linebacker, and that there's no way the 49ers are losing in that scenario. So I think it's really impressive that McCaffrey has been this productive despite the running game struggling as much as it has.
No, Chris, you're spot on. And as you speak, I'm trying to make sure I have these numbers correct as I do them on my own, because I was thinking the same thing about Christian McCaffrey. If the 49ers win the NFC West, get to NFC Championship, wherever they go in the playoffs, these 5 weeks when the 49ers were being held together by duct tape by Christian McCaffrey will be the reason. 142 total yards to start the season, 107 in game 2, 140, 141, 139. The running game doesn't look the way we want it to, but his ability to continue to be a game changer in these first 5 weeks is special.
82 yards out of the back as a receiver last night on 8 receptions.
Absolutely special. And I got to tip my cap to him because, like I said, it doesn't look the same because of the running woes that they have. Offensive line isn't as crisp as you'd like it to be. I think McCaffrey, to a certain degree, isn't as crisp as, 2023, that was a cyborg. That was not human. So that's unfair to compare him to that. But he's not that anymore. But man, he's the one that makes all of this stuff go while all the chaos is going around him.
Yeah, in Seattle, there were those, 3rd and 4th down conversions that he made in the passing game. He had that touchdown at the end of the first half in the Saints game. That was, one of the biggest plays in that game. And he's just figures out a way to be a factor. And Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of figuring out ways to get him open too. But it's crazy to think about how productive he's been despite defenses keying on him. Like, if you're a defensive coordinator, you're like, where's 23? That is the most important thing we got to figure out. And while it looks tough sometimes, he still finds ways to be really productive, and Kyle Shanahan finds ways to get production out of him. So yeah, I'm with you 100%. I think Christian McCaffrey, without him, there's no way the 49ers are 4-1 at this point.
92 yards receiving in week 4 against the Jaguars, 82 last night, like you said earlier. Come on, man. It's your running back.
Context, Devontae had 88.
Yeah.
It's your running back, man. What great job by him, man.
And I
88 the week before.
I know we've mentioned it. I don't feel like we've given enough love to Kendrick Bourne in the night he had.
Man.
Yeah.
Now Kendrick.
10 receptions, 142 yards is phenomenal.
On 11 targets and coming off all the drops he had in the Jaguars game. So yeah, that was massive. If you had told me the 49ers would be without their top 3 receivers and George Kittle, and you're still going to get somebody not named Christian McCaffrey to have 142 receiving yards and all those first downs that he got, I'd said, you're lying to me. It's not happening. But yeah, for Kendrick Bourne to step up like that, these are the things that didn't happen last year. Like, the 49ers played in a bunch of those types of games last year, but they would lose pretty much all of them. Like, when the 49ers were as injured as they were and they didn't have Brock Purdy, it was like, all right, like, this is going to be a slog of a watch. This podcast Kyle and I are going to have to do is going to be really annoying because we're going to talk about injuries and all the guys the 49ers are missing. And that's what I thought was going to happen going into last night. I was like, man, the Niners might get dog walked. Like, do they sit Christian McCaffrey? Do you keep these touches off of him and just take the L and try to get ready for Tampa? And then they come out and win the game in overtime. Like that just the context of the win is crazy to me. And you know, again, I think if they go on a run this year, that'll be one of the biggest games of the regular season for them.
Real quick, did you see the Panthers podcast that stopped doing their podcast because the Panthers are so bad? They said they can't justify the time away from their kids. And
I would be
anymore, so they stopped the podcast.
I would be lying. I would be 100% lying if I told you that never crossed my mind when we're in August and talking about like the Niners don't even have enough players to have a joint practice because all the injuries are on. What are we talking about? Like why do we have to still do this podcast?
Chris is like, it's too much time away from my kids. Chris, you don't have kids. Still
Yeah,
too,
we got a
too much
dog.
time away from them. Gotta be with the dog. Gotta be with the dog.
Exactly.
Chris, we appreciate you, man. Thanks for making time for us. We've demanded that Kyle return here, and we've demanded it. So
he's always going to Hawaii in the middle of the football season.
yeah, it's like he doesn't know the football season's happening. Like it completely catches him off guard. Like, oh, I've got to go.
Oh, that's this month. Oh.
And as someone who's had to either text or call him like every day this week, it's kind of like, hey man, get your ass back here.
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready for Kyle to come back. If Kyle's listening, come back, man. We could use you. I can't run solo on all these pods. It's tough.
Oh, that's Cap. You're doing a great job. I love.
Oh, I appreciate it.
I know you had Matt Mayoka on recently. This is great stuff as always.
I
Chris, we appreciate you, my friend.
Take care.
Absolutely. You guys be well.
Go
Blue. Man, Chris beat him. No. Stop it. Stop. What are you doing?
What
are you doing?
It's a regular greeting. It's just a regular greeting.
Well, only lunatics say that. Oh, Blue. Goodness gracious.
We got Wisconsin this week.
I know he's been at how many we's are there? We the Aces.
Well,
we the Blue.
The Aces my team? Or Michigan my team? Yes. It's not like I'm saying
no, the 49ers makes sense.
Yeah.
The Giants makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Your Knicks, it doesn't.
So you're just going to move
fine.
away from the Kings.
You're a King supporter. I can't believe TC didn't call.
TC texted me.
I think TC was a little in his feelings. I don't think TC.
I told him don't worry about that though. Call us, man.
I don't think TC knew Bam was joking, but that's fine, man. That's cool. I'm like TC. Literally, everybody is waiting for you to call.
Yeah, man.
But maybe I guess he was busy.
Yeah.
Maybe he feels like he's got to call Draper while he can. I don't know. I don't know. He didn't call us the whole day. That's a tough look. It's sad.
As long as he don't go too far down south.
Well, yeah, you mean like the depths of hell? TC, don't call the depths of hell. Don't call the depths of hell, TC. Don't do that. Don't do that. Hell of a win for the San Francisco 49ers. And truth be told, if the Raiders are able to pull something off this weekend, as frustrated as Eddie Wood is of them, that'd be a hell of a win for them.
That'd be a big time win.
This is a Colts team that's playing pretty well, suffered their first loss. You know, you had one of those Matt Stafford comebacks last Sunday. They're looking to regroup right here. I don't know what Indianapolis is yet, but I felt really good. I felt really good in their loss last week against the Rams. It's like, okay, I think what we're seeing is legit. It's going to look different though if the Raiders beat them because the Raiders aren't playing good football. Yep. If they lose to a Raiders team that is playing good football on Sunday, then I'll appreciate that when we get back on this Raiders conversation.
100%.
Appreciate you so much for being with us. As always, I will be back here in full force on Monday. Kyle will be back. Jesse will be with us on Monday. We'll celebrate Jesse one more day before he's becoming a man next week. He's becoming a man. So our countdown to Jesse's wedding begins on Monday here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Aces.
Oh man, good stuff. Vamos Republic.
Oh,
And it's good to be right.
Vamos Republic.
Have a great weekend, everyone. I think we're tired. We'll see. We'll see y'all. Oh,
The
yeah.
hell?
No. Oh,
The
my
hell
bad. Hey,
no.
sorry. My bad. That was an accident.
The hell was that?
That was an accident. We'll see you guys tomorrow.